ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. A member of a notorious Barbaro crime family has been found guilty of murder, the latest in the clan to end up on the wrong side of the law. Christian Silver has more.
It took the jury just 2 days to find Ricardo Barbaro guilty of murder after hearing evidence during his month-long trial. In 2020, Barbaro slashed the throat of his girlfriend Ellie Price, leaving her to die in her South Melbourne apartment. Barbaro now faces a long stint behind bars. The Barbaro family is synonymous with crime in Australia. 3 of Ricardo's relatives named Pasquale Barbaro have been assassinated in underworld hits, and a 4th Pasquale Barbaro is in jail over a major drug importation plot. Ricardo Barbaro's father, Giuseppe, was also jailed over drugs charges.
Commissioner Ronald Sackville has used the final sitting of the Disability Royal Commission to thank people with disability for their evidence about violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation. Here's National Disability Affairs reporter Naz Campanella.
Hundreds of people with disability, their families and carers turned out to see it draw to a close. Many of the people in the room are people who fought to get this Royal Commission up and running in the first place, so it was quite a powerful day to have everyone in the room together. The final report will be handed to the Governor-General on the 28th of September, so next week, at which point then we wait for it to be tabled in federal parliament and made public, and then obviously there will be a lot of people analysing this report and commenting.
The Andrews government says centres for urgent health care are easing the pressure on ambulance services and emergency departments. There are 27 priority primary care clinics across Victoria for cases that are urgent but non-life-threatening. Ambulance Services Minister Gabrielle Williams says as of the end of last month, more than 150,000 Victorians have received care through the centres. She says 53% have indicated they would have otherwise gone to an emergency department.
I think the demand that we're seeing at our priority primary care centres really demonstrate that these have been really valuable in tackling that challenge and giving people access to the care that they need close to home, and in doing so relieving the pressure on our emergency departments and also on our ambulance service.
There have been major delays on the Princes Freeway citybound today after a truck ran into an overpass in Melbourne's west. Vehicles were banked up for several hours, spanning more than 10 kilometres this morning after the truck hit the bridge at Werribee, spilling contents onto the road. The truck driver was treated by paramedics at the scene. 3 people have been charged after police seized drugs, cash and weapons in Melbourne CBD. Among the items seized at the residential property on Lonsdale Street were drugs, a taser, a significant amount of cash as well as fireworks. 2 women and 1 man are facing charges. Carlton will be hoping to make its first preliminary final since the year 2000, with a win over Melbourne at the MCG tonight. Erin Masikovetra is there.
A sellout crowd is expected as the Demons and Blues face off in a final for the first time in 23 years. Carlton will take momentum into the game, having won the past 10 out of 11 matches, including one against Melbourne in round 22. The Demons have again left Brodie Grundy out of the side, while the Blues added Matthew Kennedy and Jesse Motlop to their lineup to replace Harry Mackay and Jack Martin. The winner will play Brisbane at the Gabba next weekend.
And it's a big night for sport in Melbourne tonight. To NRL news, injuries are plaguing both the Roosters and the Storm ahead of tonight's elimination final in Melbourne. Mike Lorigan reports.
The Storm will host the Roosters at Melbourne's rectangular stadium without fullback Ryan Pappenhausen and halfback Jerome Hughes. The latter ruled out late this week with a calf injury. The Roosters are also limping into this do-or-die clash with a number of big names on the sidelines, but are filled with confidence after securing their 6th straight win in the first week of the finals against the Cronulla Sharks. The winner of tonight's match will go on to face the Panthers next week for a shot at the grand final.
To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the west coast and the central coast. For the state tomorrow, the chance of morning fog in the north. A dry, mild to warm and mostly sunny day. Isolated showers developing along the southwest coast at night. For Melbourne, sunny tomorrow with a top of 25. Sunday, partly cloudy, 24. It's currently 17 degrees. ABC News.
ABC Listen. There is so much noise right now about the Voice to Parliament referendum. I'm sure you have many questions. I'm Carly Williams.
And I'm Fran Kelly, and we're bringing you a podcast to make sense of it all.
What The Voice is all about.
What it could do and what it definitely won't do.
And why is this referendum important?
The Voice Referendum Explained. Find it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals.
Sudden death stakes. Right now there's 6 teams left that are all going to face pressure.
You know, you've got to live in these moments.
These are the moments you play footy for, against playing the finals and big moments.
High expectation and high pressure, and then it's just about execution.
We want to make sure we have a great September. I guess that's what finals footy is all about, isn't it? You never know when the moment's going to turn up.
These are the moments where we come alive.
To turn the lead around, the drop pot is gone!
There's one thing to experience it, but there's another thing to be able to really thrive in it.
These are the moments where we show who we are.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal. Oh, that is hot!
It's a bit scary playing finals, but you earned the right and you just got to embrace the opportunities.
Cutters, stolen, snapped it, over his shoulder. How good is this kid?
We're in the space of positivity, opportunity, owning our moment and staying in the now.
These are the days when the kings are crowned.
Snapping from the boundary line. King Charles, a third.
That's why we love football. I'm just looking forward to what's coming. Just can't wait.
This is our time.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill. One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. He can race towards the top of the goal square and set the stadium alight. Can you believe it?
We are the chosen.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
Patrick Cripps. The drop punt is good. Tailor-made for September at last.
The crowd is going crazy right now.
Here it comes.
From deep in the pocket.
That is outstanding.
Oh, that is amazing. Kicks from inside the centre square. It'll bounce and bounce through for a second.
Right foot strike.
He's got it.
Something big is coming.
He veers out to the right, goes back.
Something big is coming.
What a game he's having.
Grandstand AFL.
Fair boy. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for
Looks for home. Hits it. The Devils will not lie down.
Here it comes.
Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star.
What a game. Brilliant.
He's gone.
Drop peg against the fence, trying to draw it back. It's there.
Grandstand AFL. The first semi-final, Melbourne versus Carlton, live from the MCG on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
Many Melbourne fans would have hoped that the 2021 Grand Final was the on-ramp to a D's dynasty, yet they haven't won a final since, and tonight they're playing to keep their 2023 campaign alive up against a Carlton team that resurrected their season in June from 15th to playing for a spot in a preliminary final. Unsurprisingly, it's got a big game feel about it at the MCG tonight. And this Melbourne Park precinct, which is again the epicentre of the sports world in this country. Out the back, the Melbourne Storm, also involved in a cutthroat final tonight. But it must be said, it takes place in the shadows of our sporting coliseum, which is the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Both teams are out on the ground getting loose. The Blues and the D's. There is no late change for Melbourne. Josh Shackey is the tactical sub. He's in for his first game since round 23. It's just his third match all season. He's going to be the sub for the Demons tonight. One of 4 changes from the team that lost to Collingwood last Thursday. While for the Blues, Ollie Hollands has got the nod as their sub tonight. We'll go inside the D's camp and the Blues camp momentarily. The whole crew is here. Matt Clinch is alongside me to call the footy tonight. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby, and good evening to everyone. 5 games to go, and it's all knockout from this stage onwards. You've got to go back to 2000, the last time these two sides faced off in a final. It was a qualifying final back then, and since the 1980s, we've only had two semi-finals who have had over 90,000 in attendance. And just watching the MCC members roll in, I'll be very surprised if we don't have somewhere between 94 and 96,000 tonight. It's been a big week with the Braden Maynard case and Angus Brayshaw, and it's nice just to focus back in on the footy. And we all know from Melbourne what their problem is. How do they score so many inside 50s last week against the Magpies? How do they convert that into a winning score against the Blues? And as you touched on from the top, the Blues have been riding this magic roller coaster of emotion, and why not? Why not go one more week? But they'll have to do so without Harry Mackay and Jack Martin. So all sorts of challenges for Michael Voss tonight.
Lost one game since round 13, and yet given the head start they gave the rest of the competition, if they lose one more, that'll be it for the Blues. Already filling up, the crowd is making their way in early, as you'd expect. We're still, 40 minutes away from the bounce of the ball. No late change for the first semi-final. It is a Friday night in Melbourne. I've been lucky enough to share this broadcast booth with these two men all year, the three-time Premiership captain and the man who's been involved in 4 premierships. He's coached more games in VFL, AFL footy than anyone else, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. Good evening, Lingy, firstly.
Good evening, Corbs. Good evening, Clinchy, Mick, everybody out there. What a beautiful night for footy. Wow. You mentioned the storm across the road. Throw in the fact that everybody is out on the tan, running and walking and enjoying this beautiful weather, and there's a great atmosphere outside the MCG. I can't wait for this game. This is just going to be a ripping game of footy. 2 good midfields, 2 contested midfielders. They just love going at it. So we're going to see real, true finals footy. I think I mentioned last week, this was the game when they met late in the year, late in the season, where I first stood up and said, hang on, Carlton are serious. They took it up to Melbourne. I said I was down on the boundary for the TV broadcast. There were contest after contest right in front of me, 5, 6, 8 metres away from me, and they were brutal, physical contests like a final. Well, that's only going to be amplified tonight, Corbs. This is going to be brilliant.
It was an amazing night, and it started, of course, with the Matildas penalty shootout, which was running concurrently, and the spot fires of cheers that were happening right throughout the ground. And then, of course, Carlton get home by the fingertip of Caleb Marchbank, which really decided the game on that occasion. Mick, it's been built a little bit this week that all the pressure's on Melbourne. They face going out in straight sets and the ignominy of being the first team in the modern era to go out in straight sets in back-to-back years. And for Carlton, they're playing with house money. It's a free swing. Do you see it that way?
Corby, very good analysis of what's taking place. G'day, Matt. Lingy's fit. He's had to run halfway up the long highway because there's all those collisions and whatnot. Between both sides, I've picked Melbourne, then I picked Carlton, Melbourne. I still don't know which one because I'll get it wrong anyway. The pressure is on Melbourne. Yes, it is. Because when you finish top 4, logic says you're going to win one, or you should win one game. Carlton have got momentum. Mackay out, and I've heard it from a lot of Carlton people. Oh, don't worry. Look, he hasn't been kicking goals. He takes a lot of heat off Kerno. Make no mistake about that. They'll miss Martin, but I'm still trying to digest the Melbourne side. I'm looking at players who have not featured a lot this year, and the question is not they weren't available, but why? McDonald, for a start off, and his form last week was quite ordinary, so he's had 9 games. I'm looking at Shacky's in the side. He's only played, I think, 2.
Yep.
There's Tomlinson's only played 8. We know that Brayshaw can't attend. He, in fact, in all the things that they say they measure on this record here, he's only features in 1, which is clearances. We know he's more valuable than that. I think it's how Melbourne go without, and I know that they stormed home and almost pinched that game without him, but Carlton's strength is Melbourne's strength. Lingy will say this, and I've said this for years, the midfield determine, one, if you can dominate that and get the ball inside your front 50, you've got more chance of winning. Not necessarily going to win it, but more chance. And that happened last week, more chance they didn't win it. McDonald, to me, could be the player that will take Wiedering. Now, I say Wiedering should take him. No, McDonald should go to him and make sure Wiedering does not influence the play. They're the little things that I'm looking for.
Okay, just on the 2 force changes. So Van Rooyen and Brayshaw are out for Melbourne.
Yep.
1 suspended, 1 concussed. The opposite for Carlton. So Martin out, Mackay out, Martin suspended, Mackay concussed. Who will miss those two guys more? Will it be Carlton without Mackay and Martin, or will it be Melbourne without Van Rooyen and Brayshaw?
Carlton take a bigger hit for me with their two. I thought Jack Martin was superb last week, both in what he did up forward and then the late moments where he went behind the ball and took those couple of marks, big moments for them. And Mick's right. Spin it all you like and say, Charlie Curnow's the main man. Harry's missing goals. He's not in great form. Harry Mackay was still working up to the wings last week, taking big contested marks or providing a contest, and in particular against a Melbourne where you need to separate May and Lever. Yep. Harry's important. Brayshaw is a superb footballer for Melbourne. I love what he does both ways. Good user of the footy. And Van Rooyen, I think, has run out a little bit of puff. Not to take too much away, but I think Carlton take the bigger whack for the two players they're missing.
See it that way, Mick?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. But it's the replacements. It's not so much who's out, it's who comes in. Because the ones that are out, they can't influence it. The ones who come in can influence it. I'm not convinced that either side have really replaced them. Probably more Carlton replaced than Melbourne have.
No late change here, so Shaki and Hollands are the two subs for Melbourne and Carlton. The teams are about 15 minutes away from running out. We're about to get the banner crews set up. The players who have just had their preliminary warm-up are slowly trotting off the ground as well. It's an opportunity for us to head downstairs. Tim Hodges is inside the Melbourne camp. Hodgie.
Corbin, it's great to be down on the boundary, joined by Adam Uze from the Demons. Adam, the conditions are just amazing. Like, what a night for football, for the highest stakes possible. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, we're really excited about the opportunity to play in front of another big crowd and with some good conditions. So it was a bit sad last week when the rain started coming down and it made it a real surge type game. So looking forward to our boys playing in some good conditions.
Is it excitement? Is it pressure? What's the emotion down in the rooms with your team right now?
There's an element of pressure in every final, but our boys are excited. There's a reason why you finish top four and it gives you a second chance, and that's what we worked hard to get at the start of the year, and we got that, and we weren't happy with the way that we ended last year. So our players, as I said, are really looking forward to putting on a good performance against a really strong footy club, so can't wait.
Are you confident of what your team is going to dish up out there?
Yeah, we do, and based on the fact that they do it every week, we know what they're going to bring with their contest and defence, and we're coming up against a team that are really strong in the same areas. So, I can't wait to sit upstairs and watch the boys go to war against a really good footy club.
Sounds like a rock concert down here. I'll send you up to the box. Adam Uze has the cans on, guys.
Adam, it's Corbin Middlemass. Just a couple of predictable ones I'm sure you're expecting. You would have seen the reports around the Richmond job. Are you still in the process at the moment?
I am, and to be fair, they've been terrific. So they've allowed me time to get through each game, and the first presentation I had was leading into the week off that we had before the finals, and I've got another meeting next week, so they've allowed me to get through this game as well. So step by step and getting through each day.
Is that a chance to present again, that meeting?
Yeah, it will be, and I think that's the last one I'll present to, and then they'll make a decision after that.
How's it gone so far, the process?
I've really enjoyed it. I've said it before, I really enjoyed the processes of both footy clubs last year that I went through, and this has been no different. It tests you, it puts you in a scenario, and it shows your vulnerability and things like that. So I've really enjoyed the process and really proud of the way I've presented.
Do you have a time frame on when you're likely to get an answer?
No, not when I get an answer. I just know that I've got a presentation early next week, and then they'll get back to me after that.
And just last one on that from me. Being able to compartmentalise in a final series, knowing that you're working your day job here at the Demons and then having that going on the side, how are you able to balance both those things?
Well, as I said before, they've allowed me to give me the best way possible that I can do both. So the first presentation is obviously the hardest, and you have to put a fair bit of preparation into it. So having the week off, I had 4 days off from the footy club anyway, so I could put my presentation hat on and really dig into that. And then obviously once we've gone back into our footy club, I've just been able to go back into my normal job and normal routine. So, and as I said, I've got the weekend now to organise my next presentation and see how that goes. But as I said, Richmond's been terrific, and so has obviously our footy club.
Well, all the best with the process, Uz. As I think I said last year, I think you make a terrific senior coach, so hopefully it goes well for you. Just on tonight's game, and I'm going to hark back to last week, unfortunately for you. The stat that everybody wanted to pull up was the number of entries that your team had versus Collingwood compared to their entries. What needed to be fixed up there to get a little bit more bang for your buck and get the reward?
Yeah, well, it was a fair few reasons. I think the start, like we just didn't start well. To give in wet conditions to go down, we were 4 or 5 goals down, and we just started chasing the game. So when you're doing that in wet conditions, you do start to bomb the ball forward, and you can get a lot of repeat entries. So there wasn't a lot of variety in our entries. So we weren't happy with the way we started. We got a bit scattered on our offense after that, and started chasing the game. So and then. In saying that, we did create a lot of scoring opportunities. We missed goals that we should normally kick, and we just lost our way a little bit forward of the ball. So it was a mixture of all those three things, and we've worked on all of them.
And all the very best with your interview, mate. I know how I think everyone holds you in such high regard. So we all we don't take anything away from anyone else who's doing it, but we certainly wish you the best. Just on the side you're playing, you probably be very, very aware that you're going to try to spread the forward line out so that you haven't got a fall-off player. Who's going to take Kerner? And how far up the ground do you go with him?
Yeah, well, Maisie played on him both times this year, and he did a terrific job. And they obviously will try to get him up the ground. Stephen May is obviously the best D50 player in the comp, or one of. So they will look at that and try to get him up the ground. But we'll just try to get Maisie to hold his shape and hand that over when he gets up the ground. So, but both times we've played him, it's been a terrific game. It's a high contest. It's been a territory battle, and obviously some great contests around the ground. So really looking forward to the May-Curnow matchup for sure.
Adam, it's Matt Clinch upstairs. Obviously, it's been a big week with the Braden Maynard, Angus Brayshaw tribunal case. How is Angus's travelling? And most importantly, how do you try and make sure emotionally it didn't zap your group?
Yeah, well, he's actually travelling really well. So right now, touch wood, he's ticking the boxes as he should be in the concussion protocol. So he was at training yesterday and he ran some laps and he's doing what he has to do to tick the box each day. So it was hard for the boys. Obviously, he's a terrific player and a great leader in our footy club, and so that was hard in the first couple of days. But then to see him out at Casey in our main training session, walking laps and seeing his smiling face, that obviously helped, and then our players could obviously move on. So apart the minute we've seen him back at the footy club, our players have just been full steam ahead.
So if you win tonight, there is a possibility to be available for a prelim?
Yeah, well, touch wood, as I said, until he misses that, there's obviously protocols and steps he's got to take, and when he starts to up the ante with his intensity at training, that's going to be the biggest key for him. But right now, at a lower level, he's been ticking the boxes, which is great.
And we heard a lot from the families for the Melbourne players during the week. Adam, was there a word put out midweek to say, all right, that's enough from mum and dad and everyone else involved in the club?
Yeah, I think there might have been around the leaders and things like that. But as I said, at the footy club, and to be fair, we're out at Casey, so we don't get to see a lot of people out there. So, yeah, so it was more about Angus, just making sure his welfare is, and obviously is back at the footy club and seeing his smiling face. So the hardest thing with our footy club is that he had some issues in his early part of his career, so it was a bit scary. So seeing him back in and starting to train has put everyone's mind at ease.
And just lastly on the way out, Christian Petrarca, we've spoken about it in the press all week. Are we going to see him more forward tonight, given your woes up front last week?
A little bit. We need him inside, obviously, with Brayshaw. We're trying to poke holes left, right and centre, so we've lost one of our key mids. So I'm toying with the fact that we need him as a midfield coach. I need him there, but on offence, I need him in the front end. So, it's just going to be horses for courses. We want him to have some impact inside, and then when he gets his opportunity forward, he can go and do what he does better than anyone. So there's just going to be a balance of both.
All the best tonight, Adam, and on a personal front for what's to come. Appreciate your time.
No worries, guys. Anytime.
Adam Uze, the assistant coach for the Demons, downstairs with Tim Hodges. We'll hear more from Hodgie in just a moment, but that gives us a little heat check inside the Demons camp, and so many issues and storylines, Lingy, that we can pull apart from every angle. But just firstly on Adam Uze, nice to see him this deep again in another coaching process, having been so close in the past.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. Really highly rated across the league, and I think got deep last year in a process and in a couple of processes, and I think it's only a matter of time. I don't know if he's going to get the Richmond one, by the way, but I think with it, whether it's this year or next year, I think we'll see Adam Uze get an opportunity as a senior coach. I hope it happens, though, because we have seen, going back years and years, Mick, some coaches, for whatever reason, they go for a few, and maybe just for one or two different reasons.
They might get beaten by one bloke.
Yeah, they miss. And then they quickly fall out of favour and no one wants to talk to them anymore, which would be ridiculous to do that. So I hope he gets the chance. I just almost assume that he will sometime in the next 18 months.
Yeah, so I'm totally agree with you, Lingy. I look at Scotty Burns.
Yep.
Now, he probably had 3, and maybe more, but I looked at Scotty when he was playing for Collingwood and moved to the West Coast and went to Adelaide and that sort of stuff. He's got a quick wit, knows the game, gets on well with people. But for some reason or other, it was always the bridesmaid and just couldn't pinch that job. And now probably in his own mind goes, look, I don't even know whether it's worth doing it again. You know,
it is.
I hope he does do it. But
it is good to see guys like McRae and Kingsley that are in the same position finally get the job and have success
and have a look at they've gone.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a new group coming through. We've got to be careful not to just keep pigeonhole them and say, oh well, look, you know, he's part of this. But I'm a great believer in, if you're part of success and you understand success, because anyone can understand what losing's like and it gets hold of you, but if you're a part of a successful team somewhere, you'll learn the difference very quickly. And when you've learnt the difference between winning and losing, it is stark, let me tell you, and it's a great educator.
Just repeating, there's no late change between Melbourne and Carlton, the first semi-final tonight at the G. It is a beautiful evening in Melbourne after a top of 23 degrees earlier today, so 18 degrees and clear at the moment. The tactical subs, Josh Shackey for the Ds and Ollie Hollands for the Blues. Clinchy asked a good question there around the Angus Brayshaw situation and how much of an emotional letdown, I guess, that's going to be for the Ds, because it was a hot week. We had families coming out and having strong opinions on what went on, and both before and after the tribunal verdict. And obviously they've witnessed their great friend and someone who they know well in Angus Brayshaw, who's got a history of head trauma, suffer another concussion. How do you guard against that as a group, knowing that you have to live through it and then you've got to try and pick yourself up and play 48 hours later?
Yeah, if I can just jump in there, I'll say this right now. Because it happened last week, and everything was decided later after that and gave some fresh air between the tribunal case and the game. Not that the tribunal case should have been an influence on and how Melbourne play, but I reckon there's enough days in between for them to regenerate. My take on a lot of things is the longer things hang around, they start to drag you down, and then you've only got 1 or 2 days to actually get your mind focused on what you should do. I have no doubt. And I know this is a long time ago, but we challenged the Anthony Rocker thing for a grand final, which I still to this day think he should have been playing. But it went right through. I think it was a Thursday night.
Yeah.
And the players got locked out of it. And by the time we got to match days, I hate saying it, but we looked exhausted. And I can still remember we had 5 or 6 players reported. This is West Coast against Footscray, and for some reason or other, Collingwood somehow got involved, and it got delayed again until the Thursday. This is the old rules when first played 8th. We snuck in by a point, and I can say right now, our players' minds were everywhere but the game for 4 days, and it was very hard then to generate something very quickly. So my take on this is it happened early, and they've got days to get over it.
And my players' take is, well, you just have to compartmentalise it. It's a brutal game, and you almost have to say, for now, I can't care about you.
Yep.
I've got to get on with training, my own preparation, my own mental and physical preparation, and then play the game. And then I will come back to you and be a great mate and a great teammate. But you have to. I remember Matty Egan, 2007, our first run to 44-year drought, all of that, all-Australian centre-half back that year.
Did his foot.
Last game of the year. Did his foot. We all knew he wasn't going to play the finals. What we didn't know was he was never going to play football again.
Yeah.
And we lost our All-Australian centre-half back on the eve of finals. We were still this insecure, unsure team. You just have to be brutally, ruthlessly onto the next thing, onto the next training
session.
The
Dogs did that. Bobby Murphy. Full credit to the Dogs when they won their premiership. Bob Murphy's the heart and soul of that side. I think a lot of people, including me, thought, well, this will be the end of the Dogs, because they just won't be able to cope without their spiritual leader and their leader on the ground. Well, not only did they overcome it, but they've marched through that final series and created their own history.
I just don't know if Mick's coaching Melbourne and Braden Maynard knocks on the door, he's going to open up the door and say, come on in, sit down on the couch, join everyone. Because behind the scenes, that sounded intriguing. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when they all got together. and whether the flowers were put in the vase or not.
Yeah.
Hasn't that been a little storyline behind the storyline?
I'll give you my opinion on that later if you like.
Yeah, that's a great way to tease it out. The full preview from Mick and Lingy coming up in just a moment. Just repeating, there's no late change. Josh Shackey and Ollie Hollands are the tactical subs tonight. The banner crews are ready to go. We're awaiting the arrivals of the teams next.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals.
Petrarca, he gathers, gets the 40, steadies, and steers it through like the star in which he is.
Unguarded goal square, kicks it. The Blues have something special cooking.
The first semi-final, Melbourne versus Carlton, live from the MCG.
This place is absolutely jumping.
Here it comes, here it comes.
AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Melbourne are trying to turn a drought-breaking premiership into a Demons dynasty. They have to win tonight to keep their season alive. They play a Carlton team. It was a decade in the making last week, their victory over Sydney in their return to finals. But as the old saying goes, they haven't come this far, only to come this far. A place in the Final Four at stake for the winner and a date with the Brisbane Lions up north next week. Welcome to Grandstand AFL's coverage of the first semi-final. The Baggers are on their way, led out by Patrick Cripps, as we're looking at them on our monitors, and they're being shown on the big screen. And it is another postcard type day in Melbourne today. Top of 23 degrees. It's still 18 degrees, a clear night. The floodlights are on, and as we know, those lights burn a little brighter in the month of September. We might take this in as Patrick Cripps leads his team through the smoke and back out onto the MCG for a cutthroat semi-final.
With all the champions, they like to send up the deeper end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous Bulldog Blues.
Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch in commentary, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, your Grandstand AFL experts. Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. There's no late change. Josh Shackey to sub for the Demons and Ollie Hollands for the Blues. There are 2 forced changes for Carlton from the team that beat the Swans last Friday night. Harry Mackay's out. Jack Martin is also out. In comes Kennedy and Hollands. So they're the 2 lads both playing their first final tonight. They're the only 2 in the game that are on this stage for the first time. Interestingly, there's been a bit of talk, Lingy, about the last time that these 2 teams met. Carlton won by a Caleb Marchbank fingertip in the waning moments. But in those 2 games, they had 92 forward 50 entries for just 29 scores. So that's really been Melbourne's plight in recent times, and yet Carlton against this opposition have had the same struggles.
And I don't think they kicked a goal in that game, the last one, from a stoppage until the 4th quarter, which is the strength of Carlton, scoring from stoppages. So you're right, they found a way in that game. They found a way in a real thrill. And as I said earlier, right at the top, it was a brutal game. It was a finals-like game. And to their credit, they stood up and won. And you win any way you can. But I'm so intrigued as to how Carlton handle this moment again. I loved the way they started last week, Mick. They looked settled, sharp. Nerves were gone pretty quickly. But this is a whole different ball game, I reckon. Melbourne, much, much better team than the Sydney Swans this season.
Yeah, totally agree, Lingy. The thing about what I am trying to take on this is that I wonder how much as you want to say, no, we're not satisfied, how much that relief was of being a club relief. 10 years before that we're in the finals, 10 years before after we'd won a final in 2013 or something. So it's such a long time, and that relief will be exposed early.
Here come Max Gawn and the Demons. Complete with all the pyrotechnics that you'd expect. It is a Melbourne, it's not a Melbourne home game, they're the higher ranked team, so they're decked out in the navy blue with the red V and the blue shorts, and Max Gawn to lead them through the banner. And that looks like the gates of hell, doesn't it, Nick, with the flame coming up in the darkness here at the MCG. The D's have had to make 4 changes. 2 of them forced, Van Rooyen and Brayshaw, the 2 that are out. Obviously, Van Rooyen suspended, Brayshaw concussed. Hibbert's been dropped, and Bailey Laurie, the sub, has also been left out, while Jordan, Tomlinson, Spargo and Shackey is in as the sub. Josh Shackey playing his 6th final in 75 games, but just his 3rd match of the year, and of course his previous finals appearances for the Western Bulldogs. It all seems the same kind of conversation around the Demons. Their mid-forward connection, how do they turn all their supply into scores?
Can I just say one thing that I've looked at during the week and seen this face so regularly through the media, and I just love the bloke, and I think football does. The great Ron Barassi. Isn't it great to think that this is his side? As he said, you know, he's coached at North Melbourne Premierships, he's coached at Carlton, he's played at Melbourne and all those Premierships. It's just great to see some of these older players still, I guess, adored by the crowd, this sort of stuff. Because I know myself, one of my, if you said about coaching, one of my greatest things was to coach against Ron Barassi, because just simply Ron Barassi, straight away you trembled.
See the vision during the week that's resurfaced from his last game in 1969 in colour.
69.
So he's playing for Carlton, wearing the famous number 31, of course, against Melbourne. It was his only game of that year. Went on, obviously, to coach multiple premierships with the Blues and then with North Melbourne thereafter. But a nice touch, how much been made of Ron for good reasons this week, and what an all-time
icon
of the game of Australian rules footy.
Absolutely, and I'll say no more about that, but it was just terrific to see his smiling face there.
We like to throw the words like champion and legend and all this around far too often.
Yeah.
But that is a term, legend, that fits him very, very comfortably. That's almost the benchmark, isn't it?
Now, while we're on that, I've just got to say there's another one through the week. And I just only thought of that when you started to say legend. Yes. We're at the great Bobby Skilton. Australian Sports Hall of Fame. And what a recognition. What a great little bloke.
So only the 47th to receive the honour, just the 4th Australian rules footballer, including Barassi, EJ Whitten and Lee Matthews.
Yeah, well
done to Bobby.
You wouldn't get on there unless you've done something special. And never won a premiership. I don't know any finals he played. I know, South Melbourne were always around the bottom. But who can forget that famous photograph of those young people? Let me tell you, there's a photograph of him at home. He's just won the Brownlow and he's got 2 black eyes. And they're both swollen, and someone knocked on his door and said, "Oh, by the way, Bob, you've just won the Brownlow." Because in those days it was done at VFL House. You weren't invited. And how far we've come with that.
Absolutely. What a stage that's going to be, Monday week, of course, when Charlie's presented again to the next in class. The stage is perfectly set for Melbourne and Carlton. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse with their preview. There are storylines in any direction in which you look, but where are you guys looking in particular that you feel like is going to decide this final tonight?
Well, the tendency for both of us, Mick, is to go straight to the middle of the ground. And you could probably go to the biggest guys on the field. Max Gawn's the best ruckman in the competition. He wasn't the All-Australian ruckman this year because Melbourne didn't play him in the ruck for the first half of the year. But by the end of the year, he'd re-established himself in that pecking order as number 1. Great challenge for Carlton to take them on with De Koning and also Pitternet. But it's I don't want to say it's irrelevant how well the midfields go, because we know that's going to determine the game. But if there isn't the connection to the forward line and the ball doesn't go in from that midfield well to that forward line, last week showed you can get it in there 100 times and you're not going to kick a winning score if it's not going in the right way.
And you want midfielders actually kicking goals from the midfield, breaking from a stoppage, whether the stoppage is in the front 50 or whatever, and scoring goals. Collingwood's goals last week against Melbourne came about because of 2 players they got from other clubs. McStay and Bobby Hill kicked 5 of their 9 goals. And we always looked at Collingwood coming home, but they held on to a Melbourne who thought that enough in there would turn it around and someone would fall on the mark or whatever. When you're playing a good backline, it's essential you split that backline. Now, we always talk about May and Lever. Can they be split? Well, they can be split. But then someone else, and that's why I'm surprised that Hibbert's not down there, because he's tough, hard, and they say he lacks pace and stuff, but he's so reliable. But anyway, he's not there. It'll be interesting now. Can Salem take over and do something, because he's not doing it at the moment?
No, he's not. And Christian Salem, the best version of, is a dynamic kicker and takes the ball forward and runs the 10 and then uses the ball really well. I think at the moment he's just tending to go a little bit chipping with his kick, sideways, backwards.
What about his knee, Lingy?
Maybe.
He's come off that knee.
Maybe, yeah. And that's a good question. I remember your words last week, Mick, when we were together here on Friday night. Carlton versus Sydney. I reckon about 6 minutes into the game, you said Jacob Wiedering and Brodie Kemp were going to be both best on ground, or Wiedering first and Kemp second, if Sydney keep kicking the ball in the way that they were doing it.
Yeah, it'll happen again.
If you talk about a back line that sets themselves early and is the Carlton back line.
Yeah, they do.
If Melbourne think they're going to enter the forward 50 at all like they did last week, well, those two are going to be best on ground again. So,
sacrifice, Lingy. I still think, look, I know I might be this old school here, but I still think that if you haven't got a dominant forward who can get out and on the lead on Wiedering and take a few marks and kick 4 or 5 goals, Melbourne haven't got that player for Wiedering. So I would reverse it and say, righto, if the ball's going to be bombed in, we do not want Wiedering taking an easy mark. He might push me under the ball a couple of times. Okay, I can put up with that. But I want you, when that ball comes in, if you can find space, take it. But other than that, come back, close him up and make sure he does not influence. And let then it all come back to Fisher.
Brodie Kemp.
Kemp. Yep. So all of a sudden, Kemp has to take the marks, and Kemp has to do the running, and Kemp has to be the intercept player.
So can I say, that, and I think you might have alluded to it earlier, that's Tom McDonald. Tom McDonald leadering, and then are the others in that Melbourne forward line a really hypermobile forward line.
Have to be.
Spargo, Neil Bull and Fridge, all those buzzing around, Cozzy Piggott, just a bit of chaos so the rest of the Carlton defenders can't have a reference point.
Exactly.
There we go.
Who has the better midfield out of Melbourne and Carlton heading into the night?
Who has the better midfield?
I think
Carlton's is deeper.
Carlton's is better balanced, I think, with
Carlton's
inside and outside.
I'm wondering, so a few weeks ago when Oliver was out, it was going to, because he was out for so long, it was going to take him 3 or 4 weeks to get back to his best. He's almost back to it.
Yeah.
Petrarca in there makes sense.
But he's got to spend time forward.
He has to. Then that's where I reckon the deficiency is. I don't think they're as deep as Carlton.
Viney's been superb all year.
Yeah. Give me a split on Petrarca, like a percentage-wise.
A true 50-50 for me.
Wow. Yep. So over the season so far, he's 71% mid, 29% forward. Interestingly, in round 17 and 18, when he kicked 8 goals across those 2 weeks, he spent 61% time forward.
Yeah, and he's only kicking goals because the ball was in there enough and they felt comfortable enough that they were winning the game. So to me, he's the go-to. When things aren't working out, they have to rob Peter play Paul. They take him out of the forward line, put him in the middle. It might resurrect the football, but doesn't kick him goals.
Can I say, though, the other move they made at that exact same time as Petrarca went forward was Angus Brayshaw to the midfield.
Yeah.
Not playing tonight. So I don't think he can go as far as 60-65% forward for that reason, because they don't have a Brayshaw to play there.
They're going to have to try and...
it's Sparrows more there.
They're going to have to rob Peter twice.
Both they will. And just looking at their side, there's no one that jumps at you and says, I can go into the middle and I can... like Harms is not there. And he's had his moments. Yeah. So everyone goes, oh, he's not a great player. He was a good, hard tagging player for a number of weeks when he found his niche as a tagger. But I look through that side and think, I really honestly cannot find a player that goes in there and makes a massive difference. I will say, just watching in the rooms, you should never be overly get too emotional about players, but I just felt so sorry for Brodie Grundy. He was walking around the rooms like a lost soul, but he's hugging all his teammates. He went there with expectations that he would be part of this side playing the finals. I feel desperately sorry for him. I think it was badly played by wanting him, not realising that Gawn's has to ruck. Gawn's not a key forward. But anyway, the damage is done. But getting back to it, I don't know whether they can go deep enough against Carlton.
Yeah, so the Carlton argument is Sam Walsh's game last week. He was superb against the Sydney Swans. Hewitt, the hardness. Cripps, we know he's an absolute superstar. But Chera and Walsh now having their games under their belt points towards a slightly deeper midfield for the Blues.
I think it's well and truly. But I'll go back to Hewitt. Hewitt may well take Oliver. And if you take Oliver out, Petrarca has to go in the middle.
7 goals, 11 last week for Melbourne. I reckon Bailey Fritsch and Cosy Pickett, their heart might be fluttering a little bit if they get the ball early. You want to start on a positive note.
Just repeating, there's no late change. Josh Shackey is the tactical sub for Melbourne, and it's Oliver Hollands playing his first final for Carlton. So just 2 players in the match playing their first final tonight, both for the Blues, Hollands and Matt Kennedy, who's their other inclusion. Shout out to Marcus. Nice to hear from you. Always great to be with Grandstand off the SMS 0437 774 774. And in the AFLW tonight, it was North Melbourne. Big turnaround in the second half by 9 points over the Cats. Both teams are lined up. Nat Edwards is the master of ceremonies. Melbourne predominantly in navy blue with the red V, and the blue baggers all in white with the outline of the monogram. Here's Nat Edwards.
Welcome you to the 2023 Toyota AFL Finals Series and tonight's first semi-final between Melbourne and Carlton. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders both past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging that this evening we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone here this evening. But I'd also like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge them and pay my respects to them. Womenjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balak, Yemen Kundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budambor War Kundi Nagnak Durban Bik Balak Bor Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Worldwide Language Group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands on the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Womenjeka, welcome. Enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. If you are able, would you now please rise and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem performed tonight by Sam and Sam.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our lands abound in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
It takes a few minutes for the Goosebumps to go down after that. A roar before a big-time cutthroat final at the G. For the first time in 23 years, these two teams to meet in September. Two of the original 8 in the competition going way back to 1897. It is Melbourne versus Carlton. For the Blues, it's also 23 years since they made it through to a preliminary final, while for Melbourne, they're trying to win at the home of Australian sport in September for the first time since 2018. Of course, their drought-breaking premiership coming over in the West back in 2021. The captains are about to meet in the middle. Before that, last thoughts, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
just going to be a tough game, Lingy. I changed the game. I just look,
where have you landed, Mick?
As the cameras went past them, I think Carlton blokes look a bit more. They're better looking.
Right. Back on the Blues.
So Melbourne's got a few blokes that haven't had a shave, so I'm thinking maybe Carlton.
I tipped Melbourne to make the grand final before the final, so I'm going to stick with it.
Tim Hodges is with us again in the front row. Hello, Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, team. Nice to be with you. A win for Patrick Cripps, as you could probably tell from this very blue crowd. The Blues will kick to the city end. There is zero wind whatsoever. It is a heaving crowd. The MCC expecting the biggest crowd of the year, 95 to 96,000 people. The MCC is the best guide on nights like this, and it is at capacity. The place is just completely chockers. It is so good down here on the Boundary. And why not? An awesome stage, an awesome game, and awesome weather. Still a balmy 18 degrees down here, so simply perfect conditions. Just repeating, no late change. The subs for the Demons, Josh Shackey. The surprise, I think, for the Blues, it's Ollie Hollands. A trip to Brisbane awaits the winner. This could not be a better atmosphere to kick off semi-final weekend, guys.
Have you got a tip for us, Hodgie?
I'm a bit like Mick. I have no idea. I'm leaning towards the Blues, actually. I agree with him. The Blues look confident. The Demons, you could tell in the interview around the guys with Adam Uze, I think they're really, really nervous of if things go badly, what will happen? Another straight set exit.
Timmy, I'll give you a tip. Can I give Timmy a tip? Don't lose your mic.
Who do you like, Clinchy?
I'm with the Demons.
There we go. So we're split 2-2. No more second chances. The first semi-final is upon us. It's Melbourne versus Carlton from the mighty MCG. You're with Matt Clinch on ABC Sport.
Grundy and Pitnet to get things underway, and Max Gawn wins down the tap. It spills down the way of Chera, trying to knock it on, and a free kick before a disposal has been laid, and it's going the way of Chera. So Chera to take the first disposal of the game. He drives Carlton inside 50. Lever rises and takes the mark on the back of Stephen May. So Melbourne have a mark inside the defensive half. That's how they want to set up. Kicks out towards Langdon, who marks it right half back.
And that's the Harry Mackay absence already.
Langdon around the boundary line, very close to the line. Spargo takes the mark just inside, under the Shane Warne stand, centre wing on the outer side. Looks to drive it up towards half forward. Tom McDonald the target. In from the side. Smith can't complete the mark. Blues tried to race back. Chera had it, lost it. Petrarca for the Demons. Shovels a hand pass forward. Not sure it was a hand pass. Spills out to Wiedering. He's tackled by Spargo. Then to Walsh. He's locked up straight away. Cripps with a hand pass out to Doherty. Toe pokes it up the wing. Cottrell can't get a touch onto it. To Koenig and Tomlinson over the footy. Doherty with a hand pass forward. Rivers close to the boundary line. Keeps it alive with a hand pass to Langdon, but turns it over.
Langdon went straight to Doherty. Spirals a kick to half forward. Curnow leaping over the back of Lever marks. Heads for home. That's a loud start, but it's a behind. Ooh. Just clipping the post on the way through. Would have brought the house down. Curnow with the opening score. The Blues one behind. We're 90 seconds in.
Lever is using Charlie Curnow as his total reference point.
Absolutely is.
He's no regard for where his opponent may or may not be. He's going to just sit and help Stephen May all night.
May into the left back pocket where Salem takes the mark. He plays on. Kicks up towards Gawn. He can't get a run at his held against Pitnet. And the Melbourne captain will take it at left half back. Reports that he might have a broken toe during the week. Simon Goodwin cleared the doubt and said he's right to go. Max Gawn couldn't have done too much more last week. 10 clearances, 10 inside 50s. As he veers out to the right, kicks up towards Viney. What a beautiful pass. He marks it left half forward. Has Hunter running past, ignores that, goes centrally, inside 50. Neil Bullen can't take the mark. Pickett, hand pass to Petrarca. A driving kick towards the goal mouth. Flying in the pack, Langdon. Here's Spargo around the body. It's online and it just misses to the right.
Good crumb.
A behind a piece in the opening 2.5 minutes.
Adam Sard's got to be careful there. He went to the back of that contest. Let Spargo get to the front.
McGovern hits up Newman. Halfback takes the mark, lays it off to Walsh, checks his kick, dangerous one in front of DeConing, spills to Viney, the Demons. Hand pass to McDonald, gives it to Tomlinson, 60 out, kicks to the top of the goal square, reaching for it, Smith, was their front on contact? No. And it bounces through off the boot of Tomlinson, so a long range behind. Melbourne have 2 of them, Carlton have 1. D's by a point. First lead change, 3 minutes in.
Yeah, good decision by the umpire. Could have been really, with 95-odd thousand, could have fallen for that. There was contact, but certainly wasn't a free kick.
McGovern brings the Blues back into play. DeConing's held out of it by Tomlinson, and Lever takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne. So 2 strong marks from Jake Lever early. Hand pass away to Stephen May. Drives Melbourne inside 50. Pickett's brought down. No whistle. Doherty trying to rush it through.
No.
Hang on. Advantage is paid. Langdon volleys it through. And the opening goal of the match comes through advantage. Melbourne strike first. 3.5 minutes in. Ed Langdon, the goal scorer. There was a pause for a moment, but the umpire waved advantage. The Demons 1-2-8 to Carlton 1 behind.
Yeah, but Clinchy, so the free kick was paid from the umpire in the middle of the ground.
Yeah.
And that's why Carlton players paused, as you called it, and advantage is paid. I didn't think advantage was allowed when it is paid by the out-of-area umpire.
I'm not sure about that, Lingy, but one thing is certain, as a team rule, if there's a free kick in the 10-yard square, don't play on. Let the bloke, just in case you miss, let him have a shot on goal.
Umpires tonight, Nathan Williamson, Simon Meredith, Andre Gianfagna and Jacob Mollison. The 4 men in yellow. As I touched on earlier, the Blue Baggers in neutral white with the blue outline tonight as Pitternet gets his hands on the footy down to Cripps, who fumbles. Oliver on his knees, hands it out to Gawn. He's tackled and a ball up.
Jake Lever's already a problem, Mick.
He is. I can't understand why that kick went straight down the ground. It's got to go sideways. Or not sideways, on the 45.
Pitternet wins it down to Walsh. Hurried handball. Salem had it, lost it. Cripps in the end inadvertently sockers it out to the wing. Here's Akers, paddles it out in front. He's got Hunter sweating on him. Hunter lays a big tackle and forces a ball up on the wing.
So Jake Lever is taking the Matt Cottrell matchup at the centre bounce.
Yeah.
Which means straight away Lever has no regard for Cottrell and just... he wants to be back to help on Charlie Curnow.
Gawn wins down the tap against Pitnet. Viney can't break clear as Walsh locks him up. On the members' wing. Tossed in the air. The 2 rucks tangle. Gawn slaps it down. Boundary side. Gains another 10 metres. First back onto it is Akers. Hand pass of the Blues to Walsh. Links it up with Newman. Squeeze the kick up towards half-forward. Hunter underneath. Pitnet in from the side. Spoils it down. Melbourne still have the numbers. Salem and Tomlinson looked at each other. Akers came charging through. The ball smothered and Cherron middle in the back by Salem. Carlton will take the free kick and there's a bit of afters as Cripps is dragged down. Salem's in there. Carlton will have it at right half-forward. Adam Cherra with the ball in his hands.
Silly free kick by Salem. Really silly.
Cherra looks into the pocket, kicks towards Charlie Curnow, can't take the mark. Off hands, he then lays a big tackle, locks it up in the right forward pocket with Hunter on the bottom of the pack. Blues in attack, Melbourne leading by 7 points.
Just repeating, no late change. Shaki and Hollins, the 2 subs. Up it goes. Pitternet hooks it back into the corridor. Dangerous spot. Rivers worried out of it. Comes to Salem. Hand pass to Cripps. Kick smothered. Ricochets away to Petrarca. Half back for the Demons. Handball to Hunter. Gives it to Salem. Left leg against the boundary line. Kicks out of the defensive arc. Bouncing foot in front of McDonald. Can't trap it. Stolen by Neil Bullen. Hand pass to Oliver. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Unkind bounce from McGovern. It'll turn out okay for the Blues. Chincotta trying to keep it in front of him. Grabs it. Spargo's got him. Chincotta's in strife holding the ball. Spargo in his first game since round 18 has been like a spark plug straight into this game and having an impact. He kicks the Demons deep inside the forward 50, leaping up and marking. It's Smith. Left forward pocket, rips it down for the Demons.
Corbs, they've reversed the free kick.
Oh no.
I reckon it was Cozzy Pickett got in the face of Mitch McGovern.
Just a jumper punch on McGovern and the frustrations. Really passionate emotion boiling over from the Demons. It's cost them an early shot at goal. The Demons by 7 points. Carlton footy deep in defence.
McGovern switches to Kemp, who gathers on the half volley up towards Cottrell. What a game he played last week. 2 goals as he plays on. Runs away from Langdon. Links up with Wiedering. On the outer side. Kicks up towards Owies. Back with McVie. Gave away the free kick. With eyes not on the footy. And Carlton will have it at left half forward. Still 2 kicks out from goal. Melbourne leading by 7 points. Centering ball on the bounce for Walsh. Couldn't gather from the Owies kick. Sparrow tries to knock it out to Viney. Hand pass to Pickett. Feeds the hand pass away. Chandler had a fumble. Tries to link up with Pickett once more. Melbourne work the southern wing. Sparrow's hand pass out wide for Langdon. gathers hard against the boundary line, chips up to Tom McDonald, who marks on his chest at right half forward.
Looks inboard immediately. Kick comes back inside to Sparrow. Kicks inside the forward arc. Smith forced to spoil at the back. Down to Hewitt of the Blues. Hand pass to Doherty. Hurried kick out of defence. In front of Owies. Paddles it forward for Carlton. It'll sit for Kennedy. Takes on the tackle. He's caught. Hot hand pass to Motlop. Ripped off it without the footy. Ump says it's all okay. Motlop tackles Salem. Ball spits out the back of the pack. Now you can throw a blanket over 8 bodies. Again, the up lets them roll. And again, Carlton work it out. Motlop back to Chera. Tackled by Salem. It's hot early, and again the umpire lets them go as we look destined for a stoppage. Hewitt back to Pitternet, down to half forward. Lever spoils, straight down to Walsh. Hand pass to Kennedy. Umpire says play on. The D's are going to win it back. Viney to May, and a sweeping hand pass finds Langdon against the boundary line.
Got him, but Melbourne take the footy. As Jordan at right half back kicks up the wing. Spoiled away in the end by McGovern. Got it away from Fridge. Bowie hit it with speed. His hand pass is chopped off by Chura of the Blues. Hand pass to Hewitt. Away to Walsh. Drives a kick inside 50. Lever getting back. Charlie Curnow flies. Can't take the mark. Gawn's in defence. He's stripped by Owies. The ball spills out to Tomlinson. Gets the hand pass to Stephen May. Hacks the kick out to Neil Bullen. Sard coming in the other direction. He made the spoil. Sard back onto it. Hand pass inboard. Beautiful link up to Kemp, who chips it inside 50. What a pass. Beautiful control by the Blues, and Fogarty marks. Out to the right, 45 metres out from goal.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Lee, there's no way they're going to be able to keep this pace up. This is just absolutely chaos.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, it's finals football at its best.
There are fumbles, there are mistakes. You've got to come back, outnumber, go again, repeat efforts. Oh, it's good to watch.
Lockie Fogarty, out of contract at season's end. He comes in for the Blues opener. It's out to the right. And a second behind to Melbourne. 1-2-8. 10 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport.
It's so important, though, just after all that effort, you're able to execute skill.
Yeah, but also it's just settle.
Yeah.
You know, don't go with the maddening crowd. Just settle a little bit.
Had 8 tackles last week, Lockie Fogarty in his first final. As May goes on a run and then kicks a high drop punt up to the wing. Gawn can't mark it. To Koning, tears it down. Touched by Gawn first. Ump says play on. Spills to Jordan. He's tackled, ripped to ground by Walsh, and now we got a stoppage on the wing. What a hot start to this final. 11 minutes in. Melbourne by a goal. Brisbane for the winner next week up at the Gather. From the restart.
The wrong way.
To Koning, kicks it backwards.
Smart kick in the end.
Yeah. Turned out all right to Sard. He puts it across the ground and finds Doherty backward to the centre circles for Carlton.
He chips it out to Marchbank, who takes the mark and continues out to the southern side wing. Motlop takes the mark. Jesse Motlop. His chip kick, it wasn't all that well intended for Marchbank. It's spoiled away in Melbourne on their counter-attack. Smith with the half pass to Chandler. To Pickett, who slaps it forward. Langdon's free at right half forward. Fritsch on the lead. Just has to hit him up, and he does. In the right forward pocket, Bailey Fritsch takes the mark.
There's not many better at sniffing a turnover and getting forward than Bailey Fritsch. He just takes off.
Yeah, he does.
Carlton haven't settled real well with their skill execution, Mick.
No. A lot of those free kicks, not free as in, but when a player's running free, kick the short ball, it hits the ground.
Yeah.
So the player then can't settle. He has to make a decision to go and hit the football.
You can't question their intent and their effort now, but just the skill.
Will kick from just inside 50 out to the right. Fritsch 2-2 last second, one which barely hit his foot. For a confidence builder, Fritsch comes in and misses to the right-hand side. Melbourne all of a sudden 1-3-9, leading Carlton 2 behinds, 12 minutes gone opening term.
It's almost like they're used to this type of scoreboard. Rarely can they get goals after each other. They just tend to, like even that shot there, that missed by a long way.
Sard short to Wiedering, comes out of the defensive 50 to the wing, but kicks it straight to May. Intercept mark, and the Demons keep it in their front half. May goes back and across to Tomlinson.
I'm not saying it's easy because your legs feel like they weigh 1,000,000 kilos right now because you're so much adrenaline running through it, but Carlton's kicking is really poor.
Tomlinson deep entry inside the forward arc. 3 Blues fly it up. Marchbank spoils it away, but straight to Hunter of the Demons. Sweeping 30-metre hand pass to Smith. Tackled front on. Says tackled high.
Oh, he got sucked in there, the umpire. One umpire was prepared to let that one go. Another umpire's come in.
He had his last set shot taken off him after Keziah Pickett
I'm not sure.
wrestling with a Carlton player. He's going to go back and have a kick here. Joel Smith from 20 out straight in front.
He's lowered his centre of gravity completely, buckled at the knee.
And his arm's gone over the back, and when he's ducked his head, it's come. Yeah, that's a play on. Don't you think, in today's football?
Absolutely. That's the ones they're supposed to call as play on.
So Marchbank penalised for the tackle, and Joel Smith to try and cash it in. He skips in, stabs at the kick, and the Demons build an early lead. Melbourne by 13 points. 14 minutes in, the Demons 2-3-15. Carlton the two behinds on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
If you're going to umpire a final, Mick, I think you've got to be better than that.
Yep.
The crowd noise, and it looked like a high contact, but you have to be ready for the fact that players are going to try and draw free kicks and go really low and buckle at the knees in order to draw high contact.
Yeah, I don't even know whether he actually wanted to draw the free kick. It was a natural thing. What players do is they're going to get tackled, so they automatically just drop their knees.
Drop right down.
Two things they don't want to do is get hit in the knees or on the legs. But what it does, it draws that tackle over the shoulder. And I thought that we've preached all year. If you add to that fall, play on.
Joel Smith and Ed Langdon, the opening 2 goals of the match. Back in the middle, Gorn one down the tap, but it's Chiro for the Blues. Drives it inside 50. Kennedy pushed out of it, and Lever takes the knock.
See, that's 50. These umpires are right off right now. So Jesse Motlop has just run between Kennedy and Lever. If you can umpire a final, you have to be better than this. They have missed so many decisions.
Good great mark. Long kick up towards Gorn, but Wiedering flies through the pack to take the mark for the Blues. Jake Lever had 12 intercept marks the last time these two side played. He's had 3 already. And Jacob Wiedering trying to get involved for the Blues. That's a nervous kick looking for Sardi. Couldn't take the mark. Chiro tries to clean it up to Cunningham. Breaks away from the Oliver tackle, but not Rivers. No, push in the back. It's going to be a Carlton free kick at right half forward.
Well,
David Cunningham will be relieved that this ball is coming back to him. Otherwise, it might be quickly going down the other end.
Well, that's the right decision.
They kicked the first 2 last week, the Blues. They've conceded the first 2 tonight. Cunningham to the top of the goal square. Pack of 5 or 6. Spoilt down to Tomlinson. He wants to get it out of there. Out to half-back for the Demons. Spargo throws his body out at no mark. Hits the deck. Pickett's there. Hand pass out to Hunter. There's Smalls involved early. Short kick to Rivers. Rivers hands it back to Hunter. Running out of room. He's tackled out by Doherty. And a boundary throw-in, half forward for the Blues. 60 out. It is Melbourne by 13 points.
Carlton desperately need a goal, Mick, to settle down.
Tomlinson's playing a really crucial game down there because he's virtually picking up any free player behind that Lever goes, doubles up on.
Inside 50s are 7 apiece. As from the throw-in, Gorn wins down the tap against Koning. It spills the way of Hunter around the body up towards the wing. Spargo's outnumbered against 2. He spoils it down. Hewitt receives the hand pass off the outside of the boot inside 50. And a great kick for Cunningham, and the mark's taken by Rivers.
Great pressure by...
Into the middle of the ground. It's a 1-on-4 as McVie can't take the mark. Motlop gathers for the Blues down low for Owies. Great tackle, Oliver, holding the ball. Melbourne was severely outnumbered, and Clayton Oliver came to the rescue.
It's a missed kick that caused it again. Got to hit that target.
Should have made more of that opportunity as Oliver goes out wide to Langdon for the Demons. Hand pass to Lever. He's off and running southern boundary line. Kicks down to half forward. D's outnumbered. Wiedering clean runner that takes the intercept mark for Carlton.
Well, that was a shocking kick by Melbourne into that forward line.
They're queuing up in the corridor. Newman marks. Dangerous hand pass out to Cottrell. D's with the numbers now. Viney has it. Missed the target. McVie by hand. Marchbank sockers it to centre half forward for the Blues. Here's Kennedy. Tackled. Got it out. 2 D's collide. Viney bumps into Oliver. Footy's still there to be won. Kennedy picks it up. They've got him in a ball up front edge of the centre square. Centre half forward for the Blues. It is Melbourne by 13 points. 17 and a half minutes into the opening quarter.
Well, there's been more mistakes than inside 50s at the moment.
Koning won the tap for the Blues down to Cripps. Kicks inside 50. Cunningham can't get a run at it. And the mark taken by Jake Bowie.
Melbourne are all over this game.
Melbourne by 13 into the middle of the ground for Rivers. He's kicking as long as he can. Fritsch 1-on-1 wrestling with Wiedering. Wheatley almost juggled the mark. Slaps it forward. Chandler first onto it. Newman lays the tackle. Hand pass to Fritsch. Chips it into the pocket. Petrarca's underneath it. He takes the mark. Thought about playing on. Took a step. Fires on goal. Great finish. Not sure that was the plan, but it worked. And Christian Petrarca is on the board. Melbourne with the first 3 goals of the match. 3-3-21 to Carlton, 2 behinds. 18 minutes gone, opening term.
Unfortunately, Mick, it's got all that sort of feel about
Hallmarks.
it. Carlton were only hanging close for this first bit through all that effort.
Yeah.
There was no composure combined with effort from Carlton, and now Melbourne are just starting to get rolling a little bit.
Well, Melbourne have made just as many mistakes as Carlton, but they've made them in a position where they've been able to back up and get the next ball. Nick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
I'm just keeping an eye on Jacob Wiedering, and the doctor's on his way out to him. It's a right wrist. He's been holding it ever since that spoil that set up the Petrarca goal. So he's in a hell of a lot of pain out there.
Melbourne by a game high 19. They've kicked the first 3 of the match. McDonald doing some of the ruck work. Pitternet outpoints him. Wins it down to Cripps. Knocks it away to Walsh. He went without it. Viney for the Demons. Hand pass to Oliver. Hurried kick inside 50. Wiedering trying to spoil it down. Spills to Petrarca. Shakes the tackle. Kicks goalward. Petrarca's offline. One bounce out of play in the left forward pocket. He missed the whole set by about 15 metres.
We had 2 players in front of him who could have hand passed to. I don't know whether he was overly rushed, but he's a good... He can generally see what's around him. A bit disappointing there. They could have capitalised on that.
They've got him on the ropes.
They have now. This is where the secondary ruck has got to... They've got to take full toll of McDonald.
Pitnet goes up uncontested in the end. He slaps it down, but straight to Neil Bullen in Melbourne. He slips over hard against the boundary. Gets up around Walsh, but he was over the line in the eyes of the boundary umpire.
Oh, he got lucky there because that was a missed tackle too, if he got through.
So Gawn's off. McDonald's in the ruck. Carlton have got a ruckman against a half forward or a forward. So this is where Carlton may be able to pinch.
They're not even playing one.
No, so no one is contesting for Melbourne. So Pitnet takes it out of the ruck, but hand pass it straight to Neil Bullen to Melbourne. Hand pass to Sparrow, trying to break his way through. Got it out to Oliver, dodging and weaving hard against the boundary. Retreats outside 50. Hand pass to Viney, drives it inside 50. Dropping the mark was McGovern. Onto it, Chin Cotter. Hand pass to Cottrell, all under enormous pressure. Jordan for Melbourne, bumped off it. His hand pass straight to Motlop of the Blues. Hand pass to Chin Cotter, high up and under kick to halfback. Lever comes charging out, makes the spoil. Salem onto it for Melbourne. Kicks inside 50, over the head of Fridge from McGovern. And the mark is taken by Kemp for the Blues. Sliding in 35 metres out from his defensive goal at the punt road end.
Hits up Newman, who marks at centre half back for Carlton.
10 times in each. Carlton, no goals clearly.
Newman comes wide to Akers, kicks down the wing to Cripps, who gets in a bit of room. Good transition there, it's long down to De Koning. De Koning takes the juggled mark. Had the mismatch on young Bowie. And De Koning has it right half forward, 40 metres out.
I don't know what Tomlinson was doing. He was miles off him and then left it to a smaller player. I know this backline stuff is you swing things around, but you've got to get your talls on your talls and your mediums on your mediums.
It was good awareness by Cripps to realise the mismatch. Just get it in there.
It's a settler they need. De Koning delivers. And the Carlton fans erupt. They're on the board. After giving away a 3-goal start, Melbourne 3-3-21, Carlton 1-2-8. 22 minutes into the opening term. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just watching the Demons skipper Max Gawn. He had 3 minutes on the bench and that was all he wanted, and then it was any player he could yell out to get off the ground to let him get back on the ground. So he's straight back out there. I don't think he liked what he saw when there was no Demon contesting that boundary throw in, so that was enough for him. I don't think he wants to come off at all night.
Well, that sort of stuff, Tim, really is practice of training and certainly pre-match on what happens when Gawn comes off. So
I reckon it's tactical.
Well, it may be tactical in their forward line, but certainly not around the ground.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's a guy sitting in the stands, Brodie Grundy, who would be happy to fill the second ruck void. Back in the middle, Pitnet takes it out of the ruck against Gawn. Kicks up towards half forward. Fogarty picks it up. Hand pass back to Akers on the wing. Drives a kick inside 50. De Koning comes charging out.
Huge
Can't
push
take the mark. Push in the back. Free kick.
Huge push.
Tomlinson panics. Hands right in the middle of the back.
I would say right now, Tomlinson has cost them the first goal, and he's certainly given there's 4 umpires out there. I don't get what they don't see, these players.
It's a crazy push because he had made help.
Absolutely.
De Koning is wasting no time from 35 metres out for back-to-back goals. The rising ruckman strikes. And Carlton are back in it. Melbourne by 7 points. 3-3-21 to Carlton 2-2-14. And both goals for the Navy Blue coming courtesy of TDK.
Gee, a couple of huge moments there, Mick, for a bloke who's playing in his 59th game, because Melbourne had this. They had the momentum. Carlton were panicking. They weren't using the ball at all well. There would be a completely different feel around 21 other players now because of that young man to go back and nail those 2 set shots.
And just went back with authority. Just not even a, you know, you had faith even from up here looking and you think, well, he's got the right action, he's cool. But more importantly, it's how he got them. You know, you're tempted to say, listen, you're down there, you stay down there, because at the moment you've got your opponent really worried.
Crooked bounce back in the middle, and the upsets play on as Gawn wins it down. Sparrow whacks it forward a second time. Jumping in on top of it is Walsh. He got it out for Carlton. Hand pass to Hewitt. Tumbles a kick forward. It'll sit for Cunningham. Blue still with it. Hand pass out wide. Misses Akers. Trying to weave his way around Hunter. Hand pass to Cunningham. Gives it to Chera. Shakes the would-be tackle from Pickett. Chera kicks inside the forward arc. Big fly from Curnow. No mark. At the drop, Rivers. Trying to hand it off to McVie. Tackled, lost it. Gives it back to Tomlinson. And the surge kick out of defence. McDonald forced to spoil from the back, but Carlton win it again. Riedering to Chera to Saab. The long entry to the top of the goal square. Lever tries to spoil. Down it comes to Walsh of the Blues. Hand pass to Rivers. He hands it out to Tomlinson. Kick smothered. Rivers gets a second go to clear the defensive 50.
Charging out, Tom McDonald made the contest. He made eye contact with Chera, he did. And Chera will get the free kick at right half forward for the Blues.
Well, McDonald did everything right there. There was a really bad kick that come out of the back line, and he had to spoil the ball. It's twice he's had to spoil it. Just needed ground coverage.
24 disposals last week. That's not his best kick, but it may find a target. Spargo just slips in front of Doherty to take the mark. It wasn't the best kick, and that's short and a little risky as Charlie Curnow loomed, but Jad McVie takes the mark. The 20-year-old youngest demon on the field kicks out to the right back pocket to May, who can chip it over the top to Lever at right half back.
Lost a bit of their run, Melbourne. Had it all up early, but I think Carlton have taken that run right away from them.
Momentum with Carlton on the back of the 2 De Koning goals in the space of a minute. Long kick down the line, intercepted as Marchbank floats across and takes it for the Blues. 7-point lead for the Demons. They kicked the first 3 goals. Carlton with the last couple. 26 minutes in. Back to Saab. The big wolf cries across the half-back line as a left footer finds another southpaw in Newman. Short kicking game for Carlton. Dabs it to Fogarty. No late change coming in. Hodgie all over a wrist complaint for Wiedering, who stayed out there, but we saw him with the trainer a short time ago. Threw his head back and clearly in pain with that. As Fogarty goes short to Newman, short to Cunningham. Trying to just control the tempo of the Blues. Now the dangerous kick down the line. Oliver in the hole. Intercepts for Melbourne. Hooks the kick back to half forward. Petrarca's got to go. Marchbank reads it best. Takes the intercept mark on the Members wing.
Chips it forward to Walsh, who takes the mark between wing and half forward for the Blues. Members side. Looks up. Here comes Curnow on the lead. 2 Melbourne players get back. Lever and May sport each other. May's first onto it. Hand pass looking for Hunter, and Oliver takes it over the line. A throw in under the Ponsford stand. It is one of the great sights of our MCG when you can see the red and blue in different pockets surrounded by the blue. The Navy Blue are in attendance tonight.
Who's louder so far, Clinchy?
I think it's no doubt Carlton.
There's a different kind of decibel when those goals went through for De Koning. And the boundary throw-in. Viney knocks it out towards Gawn. He takes on the tackler. He's caught. Umpire says ball up. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just a really interesting one. Patrick Cripps is trying to get back on the ground, and Michael Voss just walked over, put his hand on his back and said, mate, just sit down. So Cripps has gone over and just sat down, just to take the pressure off him, take him just to ease the tension of trying to get back on the ground.
D's dump it out of the defensive arc. Hunter's kick finds the chest of Spargo. Been busy. First game since round 18. Back for the semi-final tonight. Kicks down the line. Wadden McDonald caught at the back, and Wiedering did enough to spoil it out of play. So boundary throw-in between wing and half forward for the D's. Melbourne by 7.
Both ends of the ground. Lever at one end, Wiedering at the other. Are influencing the game.
Yeah, Curnow's trying to mark everything. McDonald's trying to bring him into the ground. And I admire that, because he's obviously been told just put some pressure on those balls coming in.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling Chance for Sparrow, who overran the footy. Viney's back onto it for Melbourne. Driving kick inside 50. Petrarca works his way to the front. Marchbank pulls it down. Spargo's onto it. Hard against the boundary. Trying to link up with Neil Bullen or the leading Fridge, but getting back a great intercept mark. Nick Newman was awake to it.
Spargo's been good. Been very dangerous.
Claims the mark in the right back pocket. Drives the kick up towards Pitnet and Charlie Curnow. Curnow rises down to the front. Walsh tries to knock it on. Hunter takes the tackle of Motlop. Gets the hand pass back to Gawn. To Salem on the wing. Side steps Walsh. Kick smothered by Motlop. Blues her away.
The hand pass away towards Walsh. He gives it to Curnow. Handball out wide to Motlop. Kicks inside 50. Oh, he's the target. Time beats him. As McVie lays a fist on it right on the bell. And Melbourne carries a 7-point lead into quarter time. The Demons 3-3-21, Carlton a 2-2-14. In front of another full house at the MCG. It is heaving tonight and a pulsating opening term as you'd expect in the second week of September. It is Melbourne by 7 points, a goal each for Petrarca, Langdon and Smith. While for Carlton, Tom De Koning has both of the Blues goals. Rob in Greensborough, who's up in the members tonight. Hello, Rob. Says TDK does amazing things. He was 2 GK in that opening quarter, 2 goals kicked for Tom De Koning. And Marcus in South Melbourne. Melbourne have never lost 4 finals in a row. They're trying to avoid that tonight and the ignominy of going out in straight sets in back-to-back years.
How many people under the age of 30 would get that TDK does amazing things gag?
I'm not one of them.
Oh, you don't know it? Oh, come on. It was an old cassette manufacturer and it was an ad. TDK does amazing things to my system.
Back in the VHS days.
Yes.
Well, how long ago?
Corbs, you're so young.
Went straight over my head. But
with all your electronics.
That one passed me by. But well done to Rob. The SMS number 0437 774 774. I'm keen to hear the thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. It's quarter time in the first semi-final at the MCG. It's Melbourne by 7 points. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen.
I'm Helen Norval.
And I'm Dale Jennings.
And I'm Lee Sales.
And I'm Lisa Miller. And we're so excited about the return of the newsreader on ABC TV.
But even more exciting is our new companion podcast to the show.
It's going to be huge.
We'll talk about what's happening in the show, but also give you some context around the real 80s news events. Plus, what was it like working in those newsrooms?
The Newsreader podcast, available now on the ABC Listen app.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Hand pass away to Stephen May. Drives Melbourne inside 50. Pickett's brought down. No whistle. Doherty trying to rush it through.
No.
Hang on. Advantage is paid. Langdon volleys it through. And the opening goal of the match comes to advantage. Melbourne strike first. 3.5 minutes in.
It's Smith. Left forward pocket, rips it down for the Demons.
Corbs, they've reversed the free kick.
Just a jumper punch on McGovern. Really passionate emotion boarding over from the Demons. It's cost them an early shot at goal. So Marchbank penalised for the tackle. And Joel Smith to try and cash it in. He skips in, stabs at the kick, and the Demons build an early lead.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Lee, there's no way they're going to be able to keep this pace up. This is just absolutely chaos.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, finals football at its best.
Chandler first onto it. Newman lays the tackle. Hand pass to Fridge. Chips it into the pocket. Petrarca's underneath it. He takes the mark. Thought about play on. Took a step. Fires on goal. Great finish. Melbourne with the first 3 goals of the match.
Cripps, who gets in a bit of room. Good transition there. Long down to De Koning. De Koning takes the juggle mark. It's a settler they need. De Koning delivers.
De Koning is wasting no time from 35 metres out for back-to-back goals. The rising ruckman strikes, and Carlton are back in it.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It's another special night at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It is the Demons by 7 points, quarter time of the first semi-final. Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Mick, I had my worries, just the way the game was starting to progress through that first quarter with Carlton's mistakes, simple skill errors, a couple of missed shots for goal, and then Melbourne started rolling. I thought, oh, hang on a second. Carlton are going to end up worrying so much, playing tight, playing with lots and lots of mistakes, and Melbourne will get on top. But credit to them, the last 5-6 minutes of that first quarter, and in particular, it was Tom De Koning, who settled their nerves with 2 terrific goals, they got the game back the way they wanted it being played towards the end of that first term.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly enough, there was one stage there I looked and I saw 10 each or thereabouts in the front. In fact, I might have called it inside the front 50. It's now gone 18-12. So in that time, Carlton went in there 8 times, 2 goals. Unlucky that last one, another couple of seconds, but nonetheless, they're back in the game. I've been absolutely impressed in the tackling of both sides. I've been unimpressed with the delivery, and that sometimes can be nerves or whatever, but I can understand the mongrel kicks that come out of packs because you're under that much pressure and you've got to get the ball forward. In fact, you've got to go better than get it forward. You've really got to get the ball in a position where the opposition can't take it straight back from you. But the kicking around the ground has probably contributed to Melbourne getting those first 3 goals because Carlton just couldn't hit a target. They started to hit those targets. Maybe they've settled a little bit. Still waiting to see the second bit of depth, as I said before about Ruckman. I noticed Gawn, Timmy, I think, said only 3 minutes on the bench. That's significant because when McDonald was in the ruck, Carlton, they may not have got the stoppages, but they were able to smash the ball where they wanted it. So that is going to be a problem all night. And it's I know they're 3 goals, Melbourne, but who's going to kick the goals? Because no one's getting... I mean, OK, Petrarca can't spend all day down there. Curnow hasn't opened his account yet. No. The Conning's already kicked 2. I think Carlton have got a better avenue now, just looking at this game unfold, because Fitch is falling back into nothing, and Pickett hasn't been able to get a kick in the forward line.
It's smart to have that De Koning down there because Lever is using Charlie Curnow and May so much as his reference point that he's going straight to them off Cottrell, which means De Koning will get some chances. Well, he's on one-on-one.
On Tomlinson.
On Tomlinson.
And he's just belting Tomlinson up. I'm amazed. Tomlinson's a reasonable player, but he has panicked twice.
The most dangerous forward for Melbourne so far has been Charlie Spargo.
And he hasn't got a goal.
Ground level. Yeah, absolutely.
7-point lead for the Demons. They kicked the first 3 goals, Carlton with the last 2. Time to roll in the second term. It is Gawn and Pitternet to go at it. Bounce favours Gawn. He wins the hit out, but straight down to his opposing captain in Cripps. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Blues get another centre break to De Koning. Hands to it. No mark. Slides out the back. Favours Lever. Just whacks it back to Hunter. Shoots a hand pass over his shoulder out of defensive 50. Salem close to the boundary line. Helped out by Walsh. A boundary throw in half forward for the Blues.
He's another one that is just off Salem. He's probably had no pre-season, and his lead-ups because of his knee, he gets turned pretty easily, and his depth of kicking is a bit horrible at the moment.
He missed till round 10. Christian Salem has played catch-up all season. Thrown back in. Gawn and Pitnet neither get a decisive tap. Cripps to Akers. Oliver Hart against the boundary. Kept it alive. Kicks a high ball. Other side of the line. Out on the full. Into the front row under the Shane Warne stand.
Just trying to there, Matty, just seeing if anyone's picking up Oliver, because he's not getting free.
No, I reckon it's... I feel like it's almost Walsh and Oliver going at each other in tight, which seems strange, but...
Alex Chincotta for the Blues, up towards half forward. Cripps had a big piece of it. Gawn spoiled it late. Oliver's kick towards Sparrow, hard against the boundary. Kicks over his shoulder. Chincotta's under it once more. Takes the mark despite the pressure from Cozzy Pickett. Between wing and half forward for the Blues.
That's why Melbourne love Max Gawn so much. What an effort.
Chincotta to put Carlton inside 50. There's a queue of them all bang into each other. Spills through to De Koning. Dangerous hand pass out in front of Owies. Can't get boot the ball. Trickles away to McPhee. Jams it on the boot out of the defensive 50 for Melbourne. McDonald soccers it out in front, but straight to Hewitt. McDonald tackles him. Ball comes out on, says play on. D's go back and win it. Jordan to Salem to Petrarca. Kicks out in space at half forward. Chandler the target. Paddles it out in front. Defender falls over. McGovern hit the deck. Chandler grabs the footy, can't steady on the run, he's offline. And behind across the goal face.
Well, it's great play by McDonald again. He's not that quick, but he just made a terrific contest there.
Melbourne by 8 points. D's to the city end in this second term, which is 2 minutes old.
Another couple of little moments. Mitch McGovern has to stay on his feet there down the other end of the ground. I missed it. Was it Fogarty who had the shot running in? Had Doherty as a definite handball.
Owies.
Owies it was. Thanks, Corbs. Clinchy. Got to see that. Got to be able to settle enough amongst all the chaos and the intensity and the pressure, which is really enormous at the moment. Got to still see those targets.
Had that one last week with Charlie Curnow, Matt Owies. It was all smiles by the end as he finished the goal. Walsh from the back pocket kicks the Blues up towards half-back. May in front. Curnow spoils it down. Sparrow's hand pass towards the boundary for Melbourne. It goes out of play in front of Nick Newman and the MCC members. Melbourne by 8 points, 3-4-22 to Carlton 2-2-14. Melbourne keep the opening 3 goals of the match. Carlton with the last 2 through Tom De Koning. Thrown back in. Gawn wrestles with Pitnet. It spills down to the front. Doherty trying to get after it. Comes over the top.
The footy.
Was he in the back or is it holding the footy? It's the latter. Holding the ball. Carlton will take it back.
He's a bit stiff. He actually fell on it.
Yeah.
They just jumped on him. I mean,
they're all on Jordan's back and Doherty will get the free kick.
He'll be getting the job in November at Flemington.
Kicked the first goal last week. Doherty in his first final heads down to half forward. Big fly at it from Lever. No mark. Spills to Petrarca. Hand pass to Gawn. Back into dispute. Comes to Bowie. Hand pass to Langdon for the Demons. Jams it forward. Turns it over. Newman had it. Hand pass into dispute again as Motlop and Petrarca bang bodies. Ball left behind. And in the end it's extracted by Walsh. He grabbed the footy. He was tackled immediately and will have a ball up half forward for the Blues. 60 metres out. Just whacked forward by Gawn.
Great hit.
Makes 20 metres. Petrarca runs onto it for the Demons. Hand pass to Sparrow. Up over halfway. Kicks down to half forward. Weeder into the box seat. Chandler spoils. The little man had to jump up and force it out of play. Does so successfully in a boundary throw-in. 60 out from the Melbourne goal.
The magic of that hit from Gawn wasn't just the big hit. He gave a little wink to Petrarca, who was on the fly, boundary side. Just immediate communication and execution. Really well played.
Such a strong element of the Blues game, the clearance game, as Gawn does once more. Slaps it to half forward. It's the Blues through Sard. Hand pass to Newman. Eventually Cripps is able to make something of it and keep it alive. Around Chandler, the kick up to Curnow. Drop the mark. Sliding on his knees off his chest. Stephen May for Melbourne. Hand pass to Jordan. Gets it away to Bowie. Around the members' side wing. Hand pass to Viney. Drives a kick inside 50. Up. Chandler can't quite take the mark. And Sard for the Blues gets it to Newman. Underground hand pass to Doherty. Pickett brought the pressure. Hand pass to Cripps into the middle of the ground for Hewitt. He gets the hand pass away to Chincotta. Free kick and advantage taken for the Blues. They're out now. March back on the outer side. Kicks up towards Hoey. Getting back McVie. Cleverly used his body. Spoils it down. Tracks it towards the boundary line. Hoey lays the tackle. Turns to the umpire. He's yet to blow his whistle, and now he will and will pull it up. Just had a look for a moment to trying to work out if he was knocking it out, and Patrick Cripps, Hodgie, is pretty sore.
Yeah, he's been crunched by Max Gawn and then was crunched after he got rid of the ball there, and he's given the umpire a mouthful for not getting the free kick. The physio has been out to him, and he is now coming to the bench, guys.
Cosy Pickett got him, and that's going to be looked at.
Yeah, he looks sore too, and we know he's got his midriff taped up. And there's a bit of claret on his nose too, so Keziah Pickett will have a nervous wait. Cripps looks like he's going to be okay to return, but he's certainly getting his snoz tended to at the moment. The kick heads down to half forward for the Blues. Punched inside the forward arc. Bowie, first one there. Motlop tackles him. Comes to Hunter. Is he clipped high? The ball's out of play. Says no. Boundary throw in. 25 out from the Blues goal. It was a big crunching tackle as De Koning ripped him out of play. We're getting more replays of the Pickett bump on Cripps. The ball had passed.
Gets him, it makes contact with his head.
There's that whiplash motion for Cripps as well. Close to the boundary line. Hurried kick forward by Walsh as he's off balance and puts it out on the full. So free kick Melbourne next to the behind post, deep in defence. Demons lead the game by 8 points, 6.5 minutes into the second quarter.
The bump sort of starts shoulder high and then slides up, so it'll definitely be looked at. As Viney takes the free kick for Melbourne in the back pocket up towards Smith.
The trouble for right now is Paddy Cripps, the doctors will go through the process, but may need to do a head injury assessment on him, and concussion protocols could be in play.
Joel Smith gets the hand pass away to Viney, links back up with Smith, kicks up the wing. Chandler's worked underneath it, and Wiedering takes the mark. The Carlton general across half-back.
How many times he finds himself on a small play, Wiedering too. He's not worried about, just does the right thing by his team.
Melbourne by 8 points up towards Nick Newman, who takes the mark at right half forward. Swings onto his left-hand side, kicks into the pocket. Motlop's on his own. He marks just inside the boundary, plays on, Bowie comes racing at him, kicks off the outside of the boot and finishes. Jesse Motlop on the run in the right forward pocket, strikes truly, and Melbourne's lead is cut to 2 points. The Blues with the last 3 goals of the match. 3-4-22 the Demons to Carlton 3-2-20. Ahead of Mick and Lingy, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Oh, Patrick Cripps is in so much pain, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a crack in his nose. They've just been trying to stop the bleeding. They've shoved toilet paper up there to try and stop it. And he wants to go straight back on the ground. I think you're right, Lingy. I think the doctors haven't even got to the point of looking at the vision because they've been trying to fix his nose to then actually work out whether he needs a HIA. And I reckon the doctor is actually stopping him from going onto the ground until they look at that vision. So, yeah, this is a big watch on the Blues skipper right now.
Thanks, Hodgie. Keep us updated. So first 3 goals for Melbourne, last 3 goals for Carlton. 8.5 minutes into the second. It's Melbourne by 2 points. Pitternet and McDonald to go at it in the middle. Pitternet wins that battle, hits it forward. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick for a hold. It's going to Walsh.
That's because of the second ruck. Cannot ruck.
Another centre break for the Blues. They've won 6 of the 7. Kicks to the hot spot. Lever hands to it. No mark. It was ripped down illegally. Advantage applied for Melbourne as Oliver goes racing away with the footy. Nothing up ahead. Hands it back to Rivers. Lever gives him a spray too for taking the advantage. And Rivers turns it over. Just kicked in hope out of defence, and Newman has it, and it's coming back for the Blues. As the left footer pokes the pass inside 50. Cottrell got to go. Rivers makes up for it. Leaps up, third in the pack. Takes the intercept mark for Melbourne, half back.
I don't think you want to pop it up to Cottrell and 4 Melbourne defenders as your option inside forward 50.
They're under the pump though, the D's. They're just not making any play out of this.
The Blues have had 12 of the last 14 inside 50s of the match. Neil Bullen was he legged. Hand pass close to the boundary line. It goes out of play. A boundary throw in front of the 2 benches, not far from Tim Hodges.
Clinchy, they just went to strap Patrick Cripps' nose like right around his head. He said, I'm not having that. So he's gone straight back onto the ground. The nose is still bleeding and there's nothing to stop it, and he's got a white jumper on, so I think he's going to be in a lot of strife here.
Alongside Clayton Oliver as it's thrown back in. It spills down the way of Nick Newman. Kicks up towards half forward. No one there for the Blues. Salem gathers to Melbourne. Hand pass to Sparrow. Back to Salem over his shoulder. Looking for Langdon on the half volley. He's taken out of play by Chera. And a boundary throw in, much to the delight of the Melbourne fans below us.
Not giving much to their forward line, the way they play with this hand pass, because on 2 occasions they could have kicked that ball in the forward line. Carlton have 1-on-1 on their back line.
Melbourne by 2 points. McDonald grabs it out of the ruck for the boundary throw-in. Hurried kick forward, touched on the way through. Ricochets to Petrarca of the Demons. Hand pass out to Neil Bullen. Just had to get a kick forward. Cut out by the Blues. Newman got an awkward bounce. Hand pass to Sard. Half-back foot Carlton, but under pressure. Gives it to Chincotta. Handball to Chera. Kicks down the wing. Oh, Kennedy turned around. The ball was coming to him, and Lever takes an easy intercept and then butchers it straight to Cunningham. Carlton back with it in the corridor. Hits up Fogarty. Hand pass to Cripps. Runs straight into Chandler. Holding the ball. Free kick for the Demons. And Cripps had the blinkers on, and Kate Chandler came and got him.
Short to Sparrow, who takes the mark for the Demons. Swings onto his right-hand side. Kicks long, looking for Neil Bullen. He's outnumbered. Newman dropped the mark. Petrarca's onto it. Fires on goal. It's out on the full.
Wow.
Sprayed out to the right-hand side. Out of bounds on the full. Demons leading by 2 points.
Joel Smith quite rightly just turned round to Christian Petrarca and said,
that's twice he's been very selfish, which is unusual.
Yeah, it's not the way he normally plays.
No, this is Collingwood very visited the way they're going with goals.
Kicked a great goal in the first quarter, but he's had the blinkers on since. The clearing kick for the Demons is cut off, and Walsh takes it back. Hand pass away. Fogarty one direction, Lever the other. Big collision. Spills out the way of Walsh. Hand pass mistakers. Salem over the footy. Charlie Curnow's up on the wing. He shovels a hand pass forward to Cunningham and now to Kennedy. Has Tom de Koning over the top. Hand passes to him at left half forward. A driving kick. Cottrell and Tomlinson getting back. Hunter takes the mark. And de Koning is down at left half forward for the Blues.
Swinging arm of Sparrow got him around the midriff. I think he'll be okay with it, but it would have hurt a lot.
There is a lot of continuous footy, not a heap of stoppages, as the kick from Tomlinson out to the wing, slides through to Smith. There's a whistle on the play. There's a free kick.
That was well played there. He knew if he could take that Carlton play underneath the football, he knew that there was a big gap underneath him, so well played.
Drawing the free, Chincotta giving away the kick, so Fritchoff half-back, kicks Melbourne down the wing, Marchbank spoils, but straight to Petrarca. Hand pass to Neil Bullen between wing and half-forward, kicks inside 50, gets to Newman on the hop, back pocket for the Blues. Hand pass out to Kemp, short kick along the boundary line, Marchbank marks at half-back. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Guys, you can see me, I'm right behind the Carlton doctors. They're looking at the vision. They're only just getting now to the Patrick Cripps vision. I wouldn't be surprised if they have to send the runner out to bring Patrick Cripps off the ground. I think he's gone back on the ground probably before he was probably allowed to.
Up to Charlie Curnow, thanks Hodgie, Sport away. Cottrell's hand pass to Doherty. Here's Cripps on cue. Broke the tackle of Fridge. Hand pass to Chera. Drives it inside 50. Kennedy one-on-one. Lever slips over. Kennedy trying to tap it to Motlop. Now goes himself. Hand pass to Fogarty. Dodging and weaving. Great desperation from the Demons. Bennedy's hand pass to Walsh. Outside of the boot. Sammy Walsh delivers. Carlton are in front. Listen to the Carlton roar with the last 4 goals of the match to take the lead by 4 points. 4-2-26 to Melbourne 3-4-22. 13 minutes gone, second term.
Settled, Lingy. Yeah. Really settled. Last 7 or 8 minutes, first quarter. This quarter here, Melbourne appeared to be on the back foot virtually all the way through it. There's been nothing systematic about it. There's been no... even a couple of times when they've got a chance to get the ball in the forward line, they've taken the wrong option. Carlton have been able to take all the loose football, seems to be falling Carlton's way, and they're making they kicked the last 4 goals.
What are we halfway through the second quarter? How's this for Sam Walsh? 16 touches, 7 of those contested, 2 clearances, 5 tackles, and a goal.
Yep.
Wow, huge game.
Built for this stage. What a game he had last week, and he's backing it up. Sam Walsh in his first 6 quarters of finals. DeConing gets the centre break for the Blues. Tumbling footy into the forward pocket. Bowie sockers it out wide. Fogarty just inside the boundary line, and Tomlinson shoves him out of play. Throwing 50 out from the Blues goal. What's changed, Nick? What's been the turnaround?
Well, one is Carlton have been able to win, I reckon, the contested football more. They're better contested football. They're winning the clearances, and they're cleaner with the ball.
Blues the last 4 goals. Melbourne kicked the first 3. DeConing down to Cripps. Short kick away to Cunningham, half forward. Gives it to Fogarty. Kicks to Curnow. Curnow, the Colossus, marks it full forward, 15 out.
Mick spot on, Corbs. Disposal efficiency this quarter alone. Carlton 84%, Melbourne 54%.
Big gap.
Huge gap.
Listen to the roar if this goes through. Curnow got it. Carlton in control. The Baggers have kicked the last 5 in the game. They lead at 5-2-32. Melbourne 3-4-22. Flat foot at the D's. It is Carlton by 10. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, if I just say, I know you're a midfielder, but Petrarca's had 2 and 4, and half that's on the forward line. Oliver really has been not there. He's been swamped. Actually, Oliver's been swamped by better players. Viney, as much as he's getting a few, he's got 5 possessions, nothing has come of it. Their back line, Melbourne's back line here, has not been able to deliver the ball to the midfield and then the midfield into the forward line. That is a massive breakdown in that link between those lines.
It's been all Carlton so far in this second quarter. Gawn reaches up, trying to lift his side. Can't get a toe poke clearance. A hold, and Gawn will get the free kick. In fact, it's Oliver in the centre circles who is being held when not in possession. No one's on the mark as he races back. Realises that now, hurries up and drives it as long as he can in the direction of Joel Smith, who juggles the mark. Flying from right behind the pack and eventually coming to the front and claiming the mark. Directly in front, 35 metres out. His old man would have liked that.
Well, Kemp fell in behind him.
Yeah.
Smith's a marking player. You take him away from the run, you don't run behind him because you're not going to get up as high as him. Kemp fell for the trap of, I can get up as high. No, you can't.
Tom McDonald did a good job as well, man. Did a lot of work on Wiedering there.
Joel Smith, the makeshift forward. Carlton with the last 5 goals of the match, looking for the Demons' response. Smith comes in, cool, calm, and drives it through. Melbourne with a steadier. Carlton's leaders cut back to 4 points. The D's first goal since the 18-minute mark of the opening term comes at the 17-minute mark of the second term.
Well,
Carlton 5-2-32, Mick, to the Demons 4-4-28.
Yeah, well, it took Oliver to get a free kick. It took Oliver to kick the ball in. It took McDonald to do what we thought that he had to do on Wiedering. And Kemp played him wrong. So I'm not sure about the big bomb in like that because Wiedering generally punches back. But if you're being told pre-match, your job is to make sure that Wiedering doesn't have access to it, okay, put the ball there. And as you say, well done, McDonald. He looks slow, but if you can just keep that pressure on their back line, their best back line player.
He's just going to have to fight that all night.
All night, yep.
It's going to be a big, unrewarded job potentially, but it could lead to his team winning the game.
Yeah, well, Fritsch is having no impact whatsoever, so they're going to do something.
5-goal run comes to an end. Blues by 4 points. Cripps again involved in a collision. Salem in the other direction. Ball spills down to Oliver. Hand pass to Jordan. Kicks from one side of the centre square to the other. Up the centre half forward, but the Blues work it out. Oh, McGovern went short to Akers. Missed him. Langdon collects. Akers slides in, lays the tackle. Langdon gone. Holding the ball.
Cripps is going to stay forward now after he got an accidental whack in the face in that contest in the middle of the ground. He's just going to stay forward. He's copping it left, right and centre, the skipper.
Blake Akers had the game of his career last Friday night. He kicks down to half forward. DeConing in the pack, swatted down by Rivers. Bowie had it, lost it. Rivers tackle without it. As he hand passes away to Jordan, he gives it to Bowie, advantage applied. Chips it down the wing to Gawn. Bit of run now for the Demons. Langdon rides the bump, gives it to Bowie. Short kick to Petrarca. Demons between wing and half forward.
Petrarca looks inside 50, sends in the direction of Smith, sets himself against Kemp, can't take the mark, spills down to Neil Bullen, goes on the outside of the boot, pure instinct! Great finish in the right forward pocket, and Melbourne will take them anyway they'll come at the moment. Demons back in front by 2 points. So many goals normally come from Alex Neil Bullen's pressure, but this time he creates one himself. 5-4-34 to Carlton 5-2-32. 20 minutes gone, second term.
That's another case of getting the ball in there quickly. Don't let Carlton get the extra numbers or settle. Because Carlton are so used to either marking that ball through Kemp or Wiedering. If that's not marked, all of a sudden you've got that loose football on the ground. And I don't think there's a side in the competition that coped with a haphazard ball coming into your forward line very quickly without the extra numbers. About 3 minutes ago, Mick, contested possession was even. It's now +5 Melbourne. So I know that's not a huge gap. I'm talking in this quarter. It's just been the last couple of minutes. Crucial contest. What are they going? They must be reviewing this.
Score review coming up.
Brody Kemp, or was it?
It's
touched off the boot.
Kemp's fingertips, outstretched right hand. The Blues fans like the replay. I think we see some fingers move there.
Do we? I don't know if we do.
You're not sure?
Corbs, you've got better eyes than me. No, they have changed it.
Right hand.
Wow.
It's his index finger and his sort of middle finger.
Oh, well.
Melbourne fans can't see it, I know that for sure.
It's amazing. Oh, and 50 as well, so this is probably for dissent.
I reckon because he come off the mark really quickly.
Too early.
So Carlton in front by 3. You can scratch that goal from Neil Bullen. And Carlton from halfway with McGovern. Kicks to centre half forward. Hewitt competes, no mark. Hits the deck, spills to Akers. Akers got a hand pass away, but straight to Rivers. Rivers run down by Hewitt. Holding the ball, free kick Blues.
Well, great tackle, great effort by George Hewitt. He's just a workhorse in the middle of the ground. He's going to play on quickly, get a little kick to Cottrell. Melbourne went to sleep there. He's going to have a shot about 10 metres closer to goal. A bit more of an angle. What is it with Carlton and fingertips working so well for them?
Had the Akers ones last week, the Marchbank one last time they met.
See, 187 is better than 186, Corby.
Yes.
Height. And reach.
That's exactly right. What a final this guy played last week, Matty Cottrell, the highest rated game of his career in game 52. Kicked a couple of goals. This would be some swing in the game. Cottrell's drop punt is offline. Goal cancelled out at one end by the arc, a behind at the other for Cottrell. And Carlton's lead is back to 4 points. 22 gone, second term, 5-3 to 4-5.
Stephen May quickly brings Melbourne back in. McPhee the target. Doherty came sliding in late. Free kick.
That might be underneath, is it?
Umpire hasn't pointed, and now he does. It's a Melbourne free kick.
Doherty's done his shoulder.
Sam Doherty is grabbing at his shoulder. He knows the pain.
Oh, that's dislocated.
And that might be his night over.
You can see it on him. I can see under the shoulders, like, let me tell you, that's poking, not poking through the skin, but it's out of joint.
Inboard to Oliver, to Petrarca, run down, oh, he's laced the tackle. Carlton take the advantage. Walsh with the half pass to Koning, back to Sam Walsh at left half forward. Charlie Kern on the target, in the pocket, May collides with him. It clears everyone out on the full. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a left shoulder for Sam Doherty. He's been helped off and helped straight down the race. I think it had popped back in if it had popped out, but he is in a hell of a lot of pain. You would think that's probably his night done.
No, not necessarily with a dislocated shoulder. It's going to sound a little bit brutal, but if that goes back in, you can play with that.
You could visibly see how it had moved and the side of his skin. It makes for gruesome viewing.
They hurt initially, Timmy. I can been through this. Once it goes back in, it's great relief, and you've just then got to, put up with it.
If this was a home and away game, you would say night done, but being a final, no next week.
Nader half-back finds Jordan. So Melbourne with the footy, half-back flank. Carlton lead the game by 4. Kicks down the wing. Koning goes for a big fly, and the mark's going to be paid. Melbourne fans wanted a free kick for what was in front of that, and the shove to Max Gawn. It's not forthcoming. So Carlton with the ball. Members wing. 5 minutes to go on the game clock before half-time. Blues by 4. He kicks down to half forward. Gawn's in the pack, off his fingertips, spills through to May, jams it on the boot, but only as far as Walsh. Hand pass to Motlop, gives it to Newman, runs into a dead end. Rivers caught him holding the ball.
That's 1 for 1.
Free kick going the D's way. It's Sparrow, the tackler, is going to be rewarded. He'll get it at half back for the Demons.
You're not going to get too many chances for a second option tonight.
No.
If you don't give that first one, you're gone.
Tim Hodges on the bench.
Clinchy, so Ollie Hollands has been told to get ready, so he's doing his full warm-up around the boundary right in front of me as we speak. Whether he's required now or later, we'll see in a few minutes' time, I think.
Now Bullen couldn't take the mark from the Sparrow kick, trying to link up with Viney, running the boundary. It goes out of play. And a throw in front of the members. Carlton leading by 4 points. After the Alex Neil-Bullen goal was scratched. Closing in on half-time, thrown back in. Gawn wins down the tap. Petrarca trying to break a tackle of Walsh. Cherub for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman. On left half-back. Kicks up towards Koning and Tomlinson. Over their head. Motlop flies with Lever. Spills to the front. Gawn for Melbourne. Hand pass to Langdon. Links up with Viney. Chips his kick up to Spargo. He has it between wing and half-forward. Needs Viney. Charging in. Hewitt lays the tackle. Lost the ball. Oliver gathers. Another big tackle from a Carlton point of view.
Ooh, that's 2 big tackles too, Clinchy, because that's Viney and Oliver. Yep. So often we see those 2 break tackles. They're so strong, powerful guys. Nailed them both.
First was Hewitt, second was Newman. As the umpire quickly throws it up, Gawn wins down the tap. On all fours, Hewitt tries to knock it out, but it's Viney for Melbourne. Hand pass to Chandler, cuts past Kemp. Hand pass to Sparrow, hard against the boundary, drives it into the pocket. Pickett comes charging out, Wiedering is able to get a spoil in there. Working his way in front of Smith and sees it out of play in the right forward pocket. Melbourne deep in attack, Carlton by 4.
D's kicked the first 3 goals, Carlton the next 5 either side of quarter time, and now Melbourne with the last. 26 gone, second term. Pitternet goes it alone, the double fister back out wide, lands in the lap of Langdon and he spills it straight back out of play. We'll have a throw in, 45 out from the Melbourne goal.
Just wondering who's doing the ruck work down there. They just seem to, no one, I don't think anyone's put their hand up. It's only one ruckman.
No, they've dropped Gawn behind the ball. Is Petrarca going to try?
I don't know whether Petrarca put his hand up.
He's standing alongside Pitternet from the boundary throwing. Petrarca goes up here and gets a hit out. Just whacks it forward 20 metres. Bounces through to Wiedering. Jams it on the boot out of the defensive arc. Pack forms half back for the Blues. Curnow throws his body out at no mark. Gawn hands it out the back door to Tomlinson. Kicks a high bomb to the top of the goal square underneath it. Marchbank spills it. Pickett sharks it. Misses. Hurried shot on goal and a minor for Keziah Pickett. Kicked 1-3 last week from his 6 shots. He's got it behind here in the first half. 27 gone, second term. Carlton by 3.
McGovern brings the Blues back into play. to Sadu marks in the left back pocket.
Not a lot of run from Carlton right now, is there? They're tired. Melbourne have got Gawn set down the line. Yep, too obvious.
It is obvious. I know I'm struggling to work out why you would go there.
Work to Koning underneath Max Gawn to take the mark. The Melbourne skipper. Call to play on. He pokes the kick towards Oliver at half forward. He marks 55 metres out. Fritsch is trying to put a block on for Pickett. Oliver's not quite ready as he's pushed back now behind his mark. Drives it inside 50. Joel Smith is the target. In from the side, Wiedering. All too easy as Pitnet is able to cut across and take the mark, working beautifully with his key defender.
McDonald must be off the ground, isn't he? Surely he must be off the ground. He is off the ground. So it's madness kicking that ball when you haven't got a contest against Wiedering.
No kicking rules on Pittet, so he hands it out to Wiedering, who goes long to half back, and to Koning came from 4 deep to take a pack mark.
Great mark. Down the line, though, he's got is Motlop versus Gawn. Can't go there. Kennedy comes off the bench now. Curnow working back.
Use Rivers for leverage. She kicks down the wing. Hands on it from Cunningham. Can't complete the mark. Spills through to Hewitt. Hand pass to Kennedy. Gives it to Walsh. Handball to Motlop. Took a bounce. Slowed him down. Hand pass out to Cunningham. Was he held without it? No, said the umpire. Tomlinson fumbles. Now he's tackled and a ball up. 60 out from the Blues goal at left half forward. He's Carlton by 3 points. 2 minutes on the game clock before half time.
Thrown up, Gawn and de Koning slowly get there. It bounces off de Koning's chest into the path of Langdon, kicks up the wing. Chandler almost claimed the mark. Umpire says he did, despite the efforts of Saad.
And Maxi Gawn could hardly get there. He is dog-tired and no support.
He's an amazing aerobic athlete for a ruckman too. So he's going to keep going, and he has to keep going, but what an ask against 2 big guys in de Koning and Pitnet.
He is walking Max Gawn at the moment. Viney has it on the members' wing. Kicks up towards Petrarca. Little shove on McGovern. Marchbank couldn't take the mark. Taps it out in front of him. Neil Bullen over the top. Locks it up. Turns to the umpire who will ball it up. Just short of centre half forward for the Demons on the edge of the centre square. Carlton by 3 points.
And Max will get to this ruck drill because it's right next to him.
Competes with de Koning. De Koning hooks it down behind. Saad there for the Blues. Hand pass away to Newman. Tumbles a handball along the ground. Akers collects in the same motion. Kicks it forward, and Bowie backpedaling takes the mark. The young halfback flanker for the Demons. Number 17 on his back. He played in wins in his first 17 games at AFL level, including a premiership and 2 Rising Star noms before he lost one. Kicks down to half forward. Hands on it from Marchbank. No mark. Second grade. Fritsch says my footy.
Well umpired. Good call. Marchbank had a huge chunk of that. Fritsch tried to claim it.
Ball up half forward for the D's.
Takani wins down the tap against Gawn, but onto it Langdon, around his body on the left. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Wiedering underneath. Drop the mark. First back onto it. Tackled by Oliver. Ball spills clear. Picker gets the hand pass to Fritsch. It's coming back. It's out to the left. It won't quite get the right side of the left goalpost as all the Melbourne fans behind the goals at the city end were nervously watching it. Carlton by 2 points.
McGovern goes on a stroll, and then the long kick up to the wing. Curnow got his mitts around it. Marks between wing and half back. He wants to go in a hurry. Kicks down for Kennedy. The kick's out in front of he and Lever. Lever grabs it. Hand pass away to May. May has Kennedy fall across the front of him in a free kick to the Demons.
No, it's going to go Carlton's way, Corbs.
Oh, contact below the knees. So May falling across the shins of Kennedy, says the umpire. Kicks into the forward pocket for Owies. Getting back, nice work. Knocked out of play. Judd McVie forces it out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for the Blues.
I think it's a bit stiff there because he actually didn't go. He went to tap it on, but nonetheless, I guess he's taking the player's legs out.
He dived. He went from standing to
diving. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yep.
31 and a half minutes gone. Second quarter. Carlton deep in attack. Gawn gets it down to Oliver. A clearing kick up to the wing. Smith. Marchbank. Big collision back with a flight. Free kick going the way of Carlton. And Wiedering is worse for wear.
I reckon both Carlton players virtually caused that. I'm really surprised at that.
Marchbank was courageous but instigated the contact. Hand pass to Saad. Long inside 50. Just unable to take the mark was Owies. Only about 25 metres out from goal, but there's still a bit of damage as the halftime siren sounds. Caleb Marchbank goes over to his general in defence, Jacob Wiedering, who got the contact from Marchbank going back with the flight. And Wiedering has his hands on his knees. He is a bit worse aware, but his Blues lead by 2 points at half-time. 5-3-33 to Melbourne 4-7-31. Carlton with 3 goals to 1 in that second quarter. The Blues were able to put on 3 quick goals to start the second quarter before Melbourne finished with the last through Joel Smith. For the Blues, 2 goals to Tom De Koning, individuals to Motlop, Walsh and Curnow. Meanwhile, for the Demons, 2 goals to Joel Smith, individuals to Petrarca and to Langdon.
Few of the senior Blues a bit banged up. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just keeping an eye on Jacob Wiedering trying to limp off with that knee injury. The big news, I guess, for the Blues, and has had so much news down here, Patrick Cripps with a number of big knocks. But Sam Doherty remains in the rooms. One of the Carlton doctors returned from the rooms and asked for more time. So I can only imagine, like the boys said in the back row, that they'll be strapping that up. Can they give him a jab to try and help him through this second half? I mean, that's the extra time I think the doctor was asking for, as I think at one stage they were ready to fire him out of the game and bring Ollie Hollands in. So it'll be a fascinating watch in the Carlton rooms over the next 20 minutes of this halftime break to see if they can get Sam Doherty back in this game in the second half.
Thanks, Hodgie. So Jacob Wiedering, it looked banged up. He had a wrist injury earlier and he's limping around after that last contest, but he's now in a slow jog with the rest of his team off the ground. We heard about Doherty with that shoulder, so TBC on that front. And Cripps had the bloodied nose after receiving that late bump from Keziah Pickett. Now, will attract focus from the match review officer. We know that for sure after Pickett's late bump on Cripps. Gave away a free kick on the spot, but Cripps had a bloodied nose, went off the ground. Wasn't forced to do a head injury assessment, so he leads the team off at half-time. But Wiedering, Doherty and Cripps, all question marks for the Blues in this second half. Oh, there's so much to pull apart. Carlton by 2 points at half-time. Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse.
And Mick, Carlton did the work early in that quarter and played very well. Kicked their goals, kicked their 3 goals. The crowd was going. Felt like, oh, hang on, here's a bit. They could go. I reckon beyond the halfway point of that quarter, though, Melbourne got it going again.
Yeah.
Plus 12 in contested possessions for the quarter. So at the halfway point, I think I looked and it was even. So plus 12 in the second half of the quarter alone. Yep. They got the ball going. And it was 3 goals, 1 to Carlton. Great. To only 1 goal, but it was 1 goal 4. Plus that one that was overruled there. So I think what Melbourne had set up in the second half of that quarter had them right there playing the better footy. Carlton went back to being slow and predictable coming out of defence. It was the long kick
straight to Max.
And it was Max Gawn.
Yeah. The only thing is, Lingy, I'm still trying to look at the side and go, you can get all your... And this at this stage, compared to last week, Melbourne are under Carlton inside 50s, 33 to 24. And that's quite significant. That's 11. That's 9 in a half a game. But they get the football in there. I just still look at it and think, who's going to kick the goals? We've got Smith, who's taken 2 marks to kick 2 goals. He's taken 2 pack marks to kick those goals. So he's not getting him on the lead. Fritsch is trying to get out the back, and he's only done that. Fritsch has hardly had the football. In fact, he's had
4 touches.
4 kicks, but I can only remember one of them. The midfields are roughly even. I would be sitting in there thinking, what have we got to give Max Gawn? Because unless he's absolutely prepared to stay outside 50 on most occasions for the ruck, and not 3 minutes off, but say 2 lots of 3 or maybe a 6 or 7 minute, what does Melbourne do when McDonald goes to the ruck? The setup has got to be changed, because you've virtually got to lull off their ruckman to go, well, we're going to smash this, and then have someone come off the line to see if you can protect it, because they're going to get slaughtered in the ruck. But Max Gawn is only effective at the moment because of what you said. Carlton have gone back to kick it to him. If they move the ball around him...
If they take the ball off the line a little bit and he's either taken out of the play or got to really run hard rather than can just stand there and set himself, it will take more petrol out of his tank. Now, all the planning will be in this quarter from Melbourne's perspective that Max Gawn will play 100% of game time in the last quarter. Because he's going to have to. They can't rely on getting that little rest for him. No. So what they do this quarter is really important with his rest. But Carlton, what they do to him and the way they make him defend behind the ball can set themselves up for taking all of Max Gawn's petrol for the last quarter.
Well, and the only thing in Melbourne's favour is we don't know what side's going to run down the race with Carlton, because they've got blokes that are limping, maybe under consideration for sitting there for 30 minutes or whatever it is to get 20 minutes to see how they come up. Doherty, if that shoulder's gone out and come back and he's not comfortable, and it'll come out again, believe me. So do they get Hollands onto the ground? Does that change the dynamics? There's Melbourne will be going back licking their wounds, but they'll also be looking at Carlton going, well, we don't know what sort of Carlton side is going to run down the race. Can Max get through the game? Because at the moment, if he's not on the ball, we're getting slaughtered around the stoppages. And who's going to kick the goals for Melbourne?
Well, so Melbourne are still going to kick the goals. I completely agree with you. But they would be saying to themselves, we are plus 16 in contested possessions.
Yep.
We keep that up.
Yep.
Eventually, Carlton are going to drop off, and we will find an avenue. That's what they'll be telling themselves, trusting themselves on that.
I agree, but that happened last week.
Yeah, true.
They had everything going for them. They had inside 50s, they had stoppages, clearances, they had contested football, couldn't score. And we are running down where they've had 11 shots to 8. In fact, we know they've had more than 11 because I think 2 has already got out in the full. One of Petrarca's.
Yep.
Well, let's say 1's gone out in the full. 5 last week. The faith of that forward line has got to be now wrapped around probably Smith being able to contest in the air, because Fritsch is just... And Pickett's nowhere near it. So I just don't know how Melbourne are going to kick. I think 13 goals would absolutely win this game hands down by Melbourne. Carlton will get to 13 before them, though.
They were low-scoring affairs the last time these two teams met. They've had a couple of games this year, and the winning score was 61-60 in the 2 games they've played. So
61-60.
The Blues are on 33 after
it.
So we're headed down a similar path. Just a couple of quick ones off the SMS. M from Melbourne. Hi, team. Good call. The decision regarding point, no goal, absolute rubbish. The arc needs an overhaul. That's 1 goal disallowed. Obviously, Neil Bullen seemingly kicked one through, but the review showing that the fingertips went back on the hand of Brodie Kemp, so as a result that goal didn't count. Brendan from Hobart says it sounds like the D's need someone like Luke Jackson. Would be handy for them. Of course, he's now playing for the Purple. From Lachlan in Footscray, great to see the North Melbourne AFLW team get up after a poor first half. Jasmine Garner is a different level to the rest of the comp. They won by 9 points, the Roos. They kicked the only 4 goals of the second half after trailing 3 goals to zip.
We thought the Cats were going to go 3 and zip.
It's looking good at half-time.
Good win by the Kangas.
And Michael in Warrnambool says Lingy would have loved his mixtapes on the TDKs.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Bit of Guns N' Roses.
More of your contributions off the SMS to come. 0437 774 774. It's half-time in the first semi-final. Carlton by 2 points. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Federal Transport Minister's claiming public interest immunity after the government was ordered by the Senate to produce documents relating to the air services agreement with Qatar. The Senate wanted the documents after Catherine King rejected an application by Qatar Airways to increase their number of weekly flights to Australia. But in a letter, Ms King says providing the documents could disclose the nature of Australia's relations with foreign partners. She's indicated departmental officials may provide further information at an upcoming Senate committee. The retired cricketer Stuart McGill's been charged with supplying a commercial quantity of illicit drugs. New South Wales police began investigating McGill following his alleged kidnapping in April 2021. Several people were charged over the kidnapping, which was allegedly motivated by a drug deal gone wrong. Police had previously said they believed the 52-year-old was an innocent party. But they've now charged him with supplying a large commercial quantity of drugs. He's due to face court next month. Australia's Defence Chief warns the world is entering an era of truth decay, where deepfakes and misinformation could damage democracy. In a wide-ranging speech, General Angus Campbell also singled out the behaviour of Russia and China and how Australia could be exposed. He says different forms of misinformation are working to erode trust in democracies.
There may soon come a time when it is impossible for the average person to distinguish fact from fiction. And although a tech counter-response can be anticipated, the first impression is often the most powerful.
The Australian Retail Association says retail crime's discouraging people from pursuing a career in the industry. A survey by the association found that more than 90% of respondents have experienced retail crime And nearly 50% of respondents have seen an increase in organised crime. The association CEO, Paul Zara, says retail workers should feel safe while they're at work.
We've got about 36,000 vacancies in the industry across the nation. This adds to the problem because it's hard to attract people to a retail career if they don't feel safe at work. And, obviously working in a shop shouldn't be a life or death situation. So there's a broader impact about retail as a career if this retail crime can't be curbed.
A seaweed removal program off the coast of Queensland's Magnetic Island has led to a dramatic improvement in coral regrowth. The project was launched in 2018. It's largely driven by volunteer citizen scientists. Senior Research Officer at James Cook University, Hilary Smith, says removing the seaweed was beneficial without risking further damage to the ecosystem.
When it's in high abundance, it tends to outcompete corals, and it has consequences for coral babies finding their home on the reef, particularly after coral bleaching and cyclones. When you lose lots of corals, seaweed comes in first, and then once it's there, corals really struggle to recover.
Overseas and rescue and recovery teams are facing enormous logistical challenges in the Libyan city of Derna following floods that have killed at least 11,300 people. With the details, here's the BBC's Anna Foster.
At the nearest airport to the worst affected city of Derna, you'd expect there to be a steady stream of equipment and rescue workers arriving. But the tarmac I saw was quiet, with nowhere near the volume of support that a natural disaster on this scale needs. I watched one small team arrive, carrying little more equipment than boxes of face masks. Getting permission to enter the country is difficult, and the fractured political system split between rival governments means checkpoints and the potential of violence are a threat on the road to Derna. The World Health Organization has called the situation unprecedented.
More than 10,000 staff at 3 of the biggest car makers in the United States have started strike action over pay and conditions. Work's been stopped at 3 massive plants owned by General Motors, Ford and Stellantis. The United Auto Workers Union's been seeking a 40% pay increase over 4.5 years, but last-minute talks failed to produce an agreement. The fight threatens to trigger higher prices for buyers, but Congresswoman Debbie Dingle says it's important that she supports these workers.
They don't feel like their earnings have kept up with inflation. They're actually making 10% less than they did in real terms in 2008 and 2009. So they want to see cost of living adjustments.
You've been listening to the latest from ABC News, and just a reminder that you are able to get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Step into the heart of creativity on ABC iView, a place to embrace a national treasure with Inside the Sydney Opera House.
Opening nights are always stressful.
It's ridiculous how emotional it makes me.
You just need to make sure we get it right.
And enjoy artworks, Last Night of the Proms, Knowing the Score, and so much more.
Do you expect to be that mood?
I didn't. Your heart's desire in arts, music, and culture.
It is magic.
All streaming for free on ABC iView.
Ever wondered how awesome it would be to have us come and call one of your local footy games in 2024? ABC Sport is celebrating local footy legends. Head over to abc.net.au/footy legends and nominate someone by sharing a photo and telling us what makes them a legend. Maybe someone at your club scored 14 goals or had 40 plus possessions. Every club has an unsung hero. On AFL Grand Final Day, we'll announce the winner of who will have their match called live on the ABC Listen app in 2024. Who's the heart and soul of your club? Share their story now. Visit abc.net.au/footy legends to find out more. Terms and conditions apply.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Patrick Cripps, IG is pretty sore.
Yeah, he was crunched after he got rid of the ball there.
Tozzy Pickett got him, and that's going to be looked at.
Nick Newman, who takes the mark at right half forward, swings onto his left-hand side, kicks into the pocket. Motlop's on his own. He marks just inside the boundary, plays on. Bowie comes racing at him, kicks off the outside of the boot, finishes. Jesse Motlop on the run in the right forward pocket. Strikes truly. and Melbourne's lead is cut to 2 points.
Oh, Patrick Cripps is in so much pain, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a crack in his nose. And he wants to go straight back on the ground. And I think the doctors haven't even got to the point of looking at the vision to then actually work out whether he needs a HIA.
Kennedy trying to tap it to Motlop. Now goes himself. Hand pass to Fogarty. Dodging and weaving. Great desperation from the Demons. Bennett's hand pass to Walsh. Outside of the boot. Savvy Walsh delivers. Carlton in front.
Coming down to Cripps, short kick away to Cunningham, half forward, gives it to Fogarty, kicks to Curnow! Listen to the roar if this goes through. Curnow, got it.
Carlton with the last 5 goals of the match, looking for the Demons' response. Smith comes in, cool, calm, and drives it through. Melbourne with a steadier. Carlton's lead is cut back to 4 points.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It's everything we hoped it would be so far. A couple of lead changes. Carlton by 2 points at half-time. It's really followed an interesting pattern. Melbourne kicked the first 3 goals. Carlton kicked the next 5. And then Joel Smith with the last of the game to bring it back to within a single score at half-time. Carlton by 2 points, 5-3 over Melbourne, 4-7. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, your grandstand AFL experts. And Tim Hodges is down on the boundary. Now, Annie off the SMS. 0437 774 774. Says, I reckon the Lions are happy. It's a tough game. Go the Blues. Obviously, Brisbane will get the winner next week, presumably on Saturday, but that hasn't been finalised as yet. An unnamed texter. It's not Melbourne's inability to kick goals. It's their dump kicking long every single time they go inside 50. Oliver, the biggest culprit. And from Brendan in Geraldton, he says, would Grundy forward make a difference? Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, would Grundy forward make a difference for the Demons?
Mick and I were talking about that while we had to quickly scoff down a donut. Yeah, he might make a small difference forward, but Mick made a great point. It's in the ruck and the ability. Not that he would spend big time there.
No.
It's just Gawn is so crucial to give him proper little chop outs to save something for the last quarter for Max Gawn.
Well, see, the way I saw it was that if he's not making it as a forward, he's still 204 centimetres. Put your hands up and do what McDonald's doing. But when you go in the ruck, you become a ruckman.
Would he be a better option than McDonald?
He'd be a better option in the side and probably through McDonald. McDonald, a couple of years ago, with his form, no.
Yep. But he's underdone, isn't he?
But he's a great bloke and he's been around for a long time. But he's slowed up. But he's not taller than what he was last year, and he's not a ruckman.
Also off the SMS, Frown in Melbourne enjoying the call. Love Friday night finals. And Grant in Hobart enjoying the call with the TV sound down and the digital radio very loud. Go you Blues. Thanks, Grant. Nice to hear from you. The Baggers by 2 points at half-time. Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary. Hodgie?
It's all about Sam Doherty watch at the moment, and the good news for Carlton fans is that he's out there. That left shoulder that was dislocated on impact with the turf, it then popped straight back in. By the time he got to the bench, it was in. He was taken down to the rooms for an extended period. So they've strapped it up and he's back out there. So, that's awesome to see for the Blues fans, and Ollie Hollands will have to just bide his time in this second half.
Timmy, can I just ask this question? Can you remember, has Sam done that shoulder before?
It wasn't strapped or anything, Mick, so I'd have to say probably not. But, it popped out and then popped straight back in so easily that, I sort of think maybe you're right. Maybe he has.
Yeah, maybe some time ago, but it's an old injury you can keep. But a new injury like this, I don't care who you are, you can be Superman. Once you put once the ligaments are out of play and it's only muscle, it comes out. So he's got to be careful how he spoils the ball. He's got to be careful in his tackle, and he's got to be careful how he lands. I know there's a lot of things to be careful about, but that's the simple fact is because it comes out the second time much more easily than the first.
He'll know pretty quickly though, won't he? If he can lift his hands above his head.
Well, it's not a matter of lifting your hands up, Matt. It's a matter of that once you get your arm out of that, you're vulnerable.
We'll get back to Tim Hodges in just a moment. The AFLW tonight, North by 9 points over Geelong. So North Melbourne kicked the only 4 goals after half-time after Geelong led it by 17 points at the main change. And the NRL tonight, also a sudden death semi-final. The Melbourne Storm 12 lead the Sydney Roosters 6. So a converted try in at 12-6 61 minutes in, so 18 and a bit minutes to go there. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just on what Mick was talking about, I was just talking with the former Demon Nathan Jones down here on the boundary. He's working for the TV tonight, and he said he'll be fine for this second half when they strap it and probably jab it. His biggest problem is going to be if the Blues advance, how the hell he gets up for next week with it.
Yeah, that's the right call, and he's. You can play within your limitations a little bit, but it's that moment where you have to stretch and reach, and you get almost out of control with your movement. He'll go, I reckon, for as long as he possibly can. Even if he can get them another 20 minutes, and then they can bring Hollands on and only have to go for a quarter and a bit.
That'll be a good problem I'm sure he's hoping to have in about 70 minutes' time. Sam Doherty, his team up by 2 points at half-time's third quarter about to begin. Hodgie?
I can't believe that. Carlton had Nick Newman is over in front of me just by the doctors. So Brody Kemp could only see 3 players. So he came off. So Carlton, Michael Voss was the one going, why is there 5 of you on the bench? So Kemp has just run on at 100 miles an hour just to get back out there.
Blues by 2 points. Into the second half we go. Pitnet wins down the opening tap, but straight to Petrarca and Melbourne. Squeeze a kick forward. Saad volleys it back towards half forward for the Blues. Working back is Hunter for Melbourne. Hand pass to Salem. Links up with Gawn. Gets the hand pass back to Lever from centre half back. Kicks up towards Fridge. McGowan rises. Brings it down to ground level. And Saad gets the hand pass away. Links up with Hewitt. Kicks towards Motlop, who marks it left half forward. Jesse Motlop quickly with the hand pass to Hewitt to Cripps. Almost run down by Jordan. Kicks out wide and Kennedy leading out. Marks on his chest.
Yeah, really good play by Kennedy. So he's the one, after Cottrell, it didn't work early. Jake Lever right at the start of the game was marking everything. Kennedy then just tried to get to Lever as much as he possibly could. He's had to work really hard, but that's what he's also got to do. Just find little opportunities to get forward and get in a dangerous spot and catch Jake Lever out, because he just wants to go back to Curnow and May.
Kick goals as a forward back in 2019. Let's see how he goes here. Out to the right. It's a beautiful kick. And sails straight through the middle. Carlton strike first in the opening minute of the third quarter. And the Baggers are up out of their chair once more. Carlton extend their lead to 8 points, 6-3-39 to Melbourne 4-7-31. And maybe Michael Voss is smiling as he watched that kick sails through.
Well, I've seen Melbourne have got 2 kicks and 3 hand passes. The 3 hand passes, none of them needed to be given. Each one of those players had an opportunity to go forward with a kick and get numbers evened up in front of the ball, but they chose to go back. You go back and you lose the football. These are the sort of repercussions that happen, and as a consequence, it's a bit of confidence now boost to the Blues.
8-point advantage for Carlton. They led by as many as 10 in the second quarter, and Melbourne led it by 19 in the opening term. A crooked bounce from umpire Williamson, and it'll be recalled. High stakes, D's facing a straight sets elimination for the second straight year. A winner to go through and play Brisbane in the prelim next Saturday. Umpire tosses it in the air. The Rucks share it down. Saad on the outskirts of the stoppage just bangs a half volley out to the wing. It sits for Cunningham, but he leaves it behind. D's win it back. Salem hand pass away to Langdon with a rolled up long sleeves as is customary. Gives it to Bowie. Short kick to Viney. And played like a man possessed in that first half, as we've come to expect. Heads down to half forward. Fritsch leans into Marchbank, takes the mark, looks for Pickett, got him. Keziah Pickett marks centre half forward, 40 metres out. And there's the response after his late pump on Patrick Cripps. The cheers from the Melbourne fans and the jeers from the Blue Baggers.
Yeah, Corby, great call. That's a pretty good mark. I know it was a double grab, but coming out flat out like that with a player on your tail, good kick, good mark, quick movement.
He's been wayward in front of the sticks this final series. They need this one from him. Keziah Pickett leaves it out there. He's second behind of the night. And in the final series so far, Keziah Pickett has kicked 1 goal, 5, and a further 2 which didn't score.
Well, that's what happens when you fall off your kick and lean back in that direction.
Both things. Yep. Leaning back and falling back.
McGovern quickly into Saad. He feigns the hand pass around Pickett back to McGovern. Here comes the Wolf as he drives it up to the wing. Big fly over the top. McPhee takes the mark against Cripps in a 2-on-1. Kicks out to Spargo. It's right against the line. Out at right half forward for Melbourne. The Demons heading to the punt road end in this third term. As Spargo looks up towards half forward, Fritsch has space. He marks outside 50. With Wiedering on the mark, 53 out. Fritsch swings onto his left-hand side. A centering kick, looking for Pickett. Out in front, can't take the mark against Chincotta. Hunter gathers, back to Pickett. Almost brought down by Kennedy, but found a way forward. And Smith marks in the left forward pocket for Melbourne.
He could be the hero, Smith.
Cosy Pickett's really dangerous at the moment.
Yeah.
But somebody's got to tell him also play discipline.
Yeah.
He gave Mitch McGovern one behind the players. He got disposed of the ball, was trying to shepherd. It's not one that's going to be looked at by the MRO, but it's getting in the vicinity of.
Yeah. They've tried a cast of characters in their forward 50, and Joel Smith might be the best option. He has 2 goals so far in the left forward pocket, 25 metres out. Smith looking for his third. Great through the middle as he celebrates with the Melbourne fans. Joel Smith is the answer at the moment, and Carlton's lead is cut back to a point. A goal apiece so far in this third term through 5 minutes. Carlton 6-3-39 to Melbourne 5-8-38.
Melbourne looks so much better when the ball's in between the arcs. They use the ball well. As long as they're not overhand passing, they look good. And even that forward line now, if they move the ball quickly, and they've caught Carlton out twice, Fritsch twice outside 50, and Pickett twice. But it's got to be done quick.
I reckon you were onto something at half-time with Bailey Fritsch, who said that all he was trying to do was run back and get the one over the top.
Yeah, he's now coming out.
I reckon someone's spoken to him, one of the coaches, and said, stop that.
Yeah.
Start hitting up at the ball, get used, and then get the kick going, because it'll draw out some of that Carlton defence.
And that's what's happened.
Yep.
Carlton by 1. Smith with 1 in every quarter so far has gone, wins the head out and then grabs the footy, kicks it straight up and down the mine shaft, comes to Cripps though of the Blues. Hand pass to Doherty, loose handball on his non-preferred side, got it to Chera though. Hand pass back to Wiedering. The key figures involved for Carlton, kicks down to half forward. G. Tomlinson put a spoil in but straight down to Akers. Hand pass to Cripps for Carlton, gives it to Owies. Hand pass to Cottrell, Petrarca tackles him. Loose hand pass inboard. Here's Fogarty up from the forward pocket. Hand pass goes all the way back to Marchbank. He's 60 metres out. Kicks to the hot spot. The only one up is Akers. Lucky number 13 leaps up, takes the mark for the Blues. 25 out, dead in front.
Well, communication there was just absolutely nil by Melbourne. 3 players could have gone and spoiled that. They just looked at each other. And I still think it was Lever's position to go for that ball.
Yeah, I reckon he was locked onto Curnow, and then he's turned around and sprayed Jake Lever. May has.
He was the only one that wanted it, and he makes the most of it. Akers knocks it through. Carlton back out by 7. 7 minutes gone in the third term. 7-3-45. Melbourne 5-8-38. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, ABC Sport.
It's interesting, Mick, to watch the communication. So as the ball came in, it's Jake Lever who needs to get there.
Oh, absolutely.
May was locked onto Curnow and didn't want to leave him, quite rightly, because he's the main target. Blake Akers takes the mark. Immediately Stephen May turns around and gives it to Jake Lever and says that's not good enough. You can't just drift to the back of the contest. You have to be there for that spoil.
Yeah, totally agree though. You've got to be able to talk to your teammates like that.
Neither Tomlinson or Lever was anywhere to be seen. As the umpire's ready to bounce it back in the middle. Pitnet and Gawn. Pitnet wins it down to Cripps. Hand pass to Chera. Carlton get the clearance. Kicks a spiralling ball up towards Fogarty. Takes the mark inside the centre square. Played on. Viney lays the tackle. Forces the turnover. Neil Bullen kicks through the middle of the ground to Chandler, who marks out on the southern wing. Has players streaming past. Wants to go for Pickett, who's on the lead. Saar there with him. Nudged him underneath. It clears the 2 and bounces out of play in the right forward pocket for Melbourne.
Yeah, it was unlucky. Fogarty was a touch ball off the boot, so he had to play on straight away. Couldn't get his boot to ball, and nice turnover by the Demons. That forward line just looks a little better, Mick.
It's moving.
Carlton by 7. Pitnet will be uncontested once more. He knocked it straight to Langdon. Drives Melbourne long towards Pickett. 2-on-1. McGovern races back. Spoils it through, supporting Saad for a minor score. Carlton leading by 6 points.
And that's what you have to do. When you spoil it, spoil it. And that was thumped through.
McGovern brings it into Newman, Mark's back pocket. Doherty's shoulder concern. Cripps received a late bump, busted open his nose, and Wiedering's looked banged up throughout, but they're all out there for the Blues in his third quarter in a cutthroat final. The kick from Newman knocked away and out of play. And Spoil standing in front, finding so courageous, put himself in front of Pitterdown in the boundary throw-in between wing and a half forward.
They're using Doherty on the wing, understandably, just so he doesn't have to be involved in quite as many contests. He can run those formation patterns, but eventually he's going to have to test that shoulder.
Gawn wins the hit out. Oliver had it, lost it, gave it to Chera. Gives it by hand to Walsh. Just dances his way beautifully through traffic, kicks to half forward, and Tomlinson takes a one-hander in the wrestle with Fogarty. Has it for Melbourne, right half back. Carlton by 4. It's by 6, sorry.
Short to Salem, who marks it right half back. Wants to go back inside the defensive 50 where Rivers marks. He can switch it out to the members' side where Hunter has space at left half back. Trying to stretch the Carlton defence as wide as they can. Ignores Neil Bullen. He ran all the way across the ground, and now Hunter plays on. Looks up towards Petrarca. He and Fritsch are both there. Fritsch takes the mark. Wants to move it quickly. Pickett sets himself. McGovern in front. Pickett got up. Couldn't take the mark. McGovern's hand pass back to Sard. To Akers, who gives the hand pass to McGovern. And Carlton are out of defence. Chips it over the top, and Wiedering has it.
They are buttoned up defensively, the Blues, as Wiedering goes short to Cottrell.
Well, good thing about what you said before, Fritsch is definitely coming up the ground, getting involved. It's like I asked Tim downstairs, is it slippery down there? Because a lot of players aren't holding their feet.
We'll get to Hodgie in a moment as Cottrell goes down the wing. May had a play on it, spills through to Rivers, hand pass back to May, goes to ground to Koning, crucial touch to Doherty, shanks a kick to centre half forward, but Salem brings it down for the Demons. Back the other way on the counter-attack, short kick to Petrarca on the wing.
Drives it long towards Pickett and Smith. In front, Wiedering, it gets to the back. Pickett knocks it on to Smith. Can't quite take it cleanly. Wiedering applying enough pressure. Gathers, tackled, knocked it out. Charging onto it, Cottrell. Tries to knock it away. Chera under enormous pressure. Tom McDonald for Melbourne. Can't get it to Fritsch. And Sam Walsh gathers for the Blues. They're winning all the close battles. Hand pass to Doherty. To Kemp, who chips it out to Sard. He takes the mark with his arms outstretched. And Salem couldn't get a fist in there. Carlton by 6 points.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
To answer Mick's question, so Nick Newman was the first player after half-time, went through the warm-up and then came to the bench to change his boots. So, there is a dew out there, so it is a bit more, certainly more slippery in the second half than the first.
Sard's kick ends up with Curnow, hand pass to Cripps, says to Tomlinson, get off me, as he fends him off, kicks into the pocket. Oh, he's taken to ground by Lever. Says all okay, spin it in. Boundary throw in forward pocket for Carlton. There's the fend off from Paddy Cripps, the Brownlow medalist, straight into the chest of Tomlinson. No thanks. And now a forward 50 stoppage for the Blues, where they're safe, challenging right throughout the year for opposition teams. As DeConey wins it down, but straight to Oliver of Melbourne. Hand pass to Rivers, kicks out to half-back. Newman had it, lost it, spills the mark. Now just standing over it, eventually grabs it, spits it out towards Doherty, trying to shield the drop. Free kick, high tackle as Kemp goes in to collect, and he's taken high by Neil Bullen.
Kemp's hand pass to Doherty, hard against the boundary, driving kick inside 50. Where are the Flyers? Motlop's there, Charlie Curnow as well. To Koning, hand passes to the goal mouth. Langdon gets back off the outside of the boot, that's out on the full. And they're all rushing over to try and get it. Doherty and Newman. I think it's going to be Nick Newman.
That's a smart decision. I mean, the umpire will call it anyway, but clear out and let the left footer have it from that pocket. Give him a chance to open up the angle, perhaps kick the goal. Good awareness by Doherty to clear out of there.
Deep in the right forward pocket. He's up against the fence. Nick Newman. He's kicked a couple of goals from set shots in 2023.
I reckon that Melbourne plays within the 10, got to get him back.
But only 17 goals for his career, so this would bring the house down. Newman opens up the angle, it's right to the goal line, it's rushed through in the end. Stephen May got a fist in there, through for a minor score. 7-point Carlton lead at the 13-minute mark of the third term.
May with the kick-out duties. He's just going to have to go laterally to the back pocket for Salem. Carlton by 7, the two subs, Shackey and Hollands, neither of them used. As we tick towards the halfway mark of this third term, Salem off the back flank now, kicks down the line, good mark Sparrow. And one of their 17 premiership players out there tonight takes the mark, heads down the wing, finds another, and McDonald in front of the interchange gates, kicks Melbourne to half forward, turns it over, and McGovern takes the intercept mark. Immediately looks corridor. Fogarty, the target, takes the mark. Blues on the counter-attack. He's held up momentarily.
Inboard in this march back. This might open the door. Langdon gathers. Hand pass to Viney. Drives it long. Can't get it to Fritsch, and Doherty takes the mark. I think it was off the outside of the boot. And Doherty couldn't believe it landed in his lap. 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks out towards Marchbank at left half-back. Spargo came late. Made the spoil. Hand pass missed Cottrell. Spargo charges in. Cottrell lays the tackle. Umpire will ball it up under the Shane Warne stand. Carlton by 7 points.
I think they need to take a deep breath. There's been 2 kicks by Melbourne have just sort of opened Carlton right up, and even that was just dreadful.
Gawn hooks it down behind, but straight to Cripps of Carlton. Hand pass away to Newman, gives it to Doherty. Short kick away to Walsh, who takes the mark and wants to go. Immediately plays on, heads down to half forward. It's an untidy kick, and it slips out of bounds in front of Curnow. So a boundary throw in, 60 out from the Blues goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbett, we spoke about Max Gawn in the first quarter. 3 minutes off, and he wanted to get back on the ground. He was just on the bench then. Lockie Hunter had to help him up. He had to battle to get over to the other side of the ground for the throw-in. Another throw-in now. Just wonder how much petrol he's got left in the tank right now.
Thanks, Hodgie. Neither got a touch onto it, and Spargo is able to lunge forward and take the mark from the Sparrow toe poke.
I think they really have to seriously consider getting McDonald off the ground and putting Shaki onto the ground with his mobility. At least his mobility would be better.
Up to Chandler on the southern wing. Kicks towards Fritsch. He flies from behind. Couldn't get it away from McGovern at the back of the pack. Kemp lays the tackle. Carlton have the numbers. McGovern 1-2 with Doherty. Kick is wide of Walsh. It trickles towards the boundary line. Chandler can't keep it in play.
I don't think Brisbane or Collingwood are really stressed at the moment.
Yeah. So how many of these turnovers are sort of pressure, finals footy, and how many of them are just...
Well, I'd say the last 2 quarters. First quarter maybe pressure. This has just been really just poor.
Carlton by 7 points halfway through the third. Boundary throw in. Gawn wins the head out, but it's first touch for the Blues. Hewitt hand pass to Walsh. Sweeping hand pass to Owies. High half forward. Looks inside 50. Kicked it straight to McVie. Takes the intercept mark for Melbourne in the defensive arc, and now out to the opposite back flank for Neil Bullen.
You want to win a final, a big final like this, you cannot miss those targets. You've got Charlie Curnow doing all that work over the top. And the thing is, though, both ways, the other team's not punishing the other team because they're both making just as many mistakes.
Yep. Neil Bullen gave it to Tomlinson. He kicked it out to half-back, and 2 Blues touched it on the way through, and in the end, Kemp had to walk out of bounds with it. So boundary throw in, high half forward for Carlton.
Carlton by 7 points. Who can take their composure first as Gawn gets the hand pass to Neil Bullen, to Salem around the body, up towards Smith. Worked underneath it by Kemp, who takes the mark between wing and half-back for the Blues.
Too easy by Smith. He just really allowed his player to get him under the ball.
Joel Smith has kicked 3 goals, but he was easily beaten in that marking contest as Smith has kicked up towards half-forward. Coning's held out of it, and Tomlinson takes the mark.
It's about as obvious a kick as you will ever see in AFL football, that. They have to attack a different way. Take it off the line.
Tomlinson just bombs it long towards Gawn in from the side. Fritsch can't take the mark. Oliver's front and centre. Hand pass to Hunter. Kicks up towards Cosy Pickett. He marks on his chest. 65 metres out from home. Turns and kicks to the pocket. Chandler's the target. Getting back Chincotta. Spills out towards Sard. Little toe poke away, but only as far as Chera. He works it up to Walsh, who marks it right half back for the Blues.
And Sammy Walsh has pumped the brakes, everybody. Okay. There's a place in the final 4 up for grabs, and then bites off a dangerous kick. It was a little more than he could chew. Trying to hit up Chera. Hunter intercepts for Melbourne. Got it down to Salem. Hand pass to Oliver. Back to Hunter. High half forward for Melbourne. Kicks to the hot spot, and there's Newman. Another intercept mark inside defensive 50. This one for Carlton. And now 50.
Well, they jumped. That's the first time they've done it. They've jumped across in front of his mark. Melbourne have got a bloke on the forward line who's 200 centimetres. On the bench, rather. Got to use it.
Newman has turned it straight over from the 50. Had to kick it 15 metres to Curnow. Kicked it 10 to Spargo. Mark centre half back for the Demons.
Sends it out to Bowie, who marks the left half back. Melbourne around the members, wing towards Gawn. Cherry slides in front, spoils it down to Walsh, trying to get it back to Cherry. Taps it out of play in front of Hunter, and the umpire says throw it in.
Feels like one of these two teams are going to come back to watch this tape, and halfway through the third quarter they're going to think tomorrow morning there was a spot in the final four up for grabs, and it was right there and we didn't take it.
Absolutely, you're spot on. I've seen so many turnovers by both sides.
The perceived pressure for both sides is from the throw-in. Oliver just hacks it up towards half-forward pocket. Pickett, clean pick-up, gets the hand pass out to Fridge. Vacant goal mouth, quiet until now. Bailey Fridge is on the board. And Melbourne close the gap once more. Carlton by a point. 6-9-45 the Demons to Carlton 7-4-46. And this breakneck game from both sides, trying to move the ball at speed, ends up paying up for the Demons.
Well, I'm just watching Wiedering in the middle of the ground, telling his midfield, you can just see him with his hands gesturing, settle down. Well, it's a great move by a player that doesn't say a lot, but obviously he's not talking to his backline players, he's actually talking to the players in the middle. I think that's a really good sign.
It is, depending on the way they hear it. If they hear settle down as go back behind your mark and kick it long down the line, then it's not a good thing.
That's true. But maybe
control possession for a little bit.
Look, I'm not trying to rip Reed. Maybe he has said that.
Back in the middle, Carlton by a point. Gawn wins the hit out, picked up by Chera, tackled by Oliver. On him straight away, umpire circle says ball up.
I just feel Melbourne are starting to get that little bit of a roll, Lee.
2 goals each for the quarter. Semi-final on the line as we tick towards three-quarter time. Gawn wins it down to Neil Bullen, gives it back to Gawn. Hand pass to Sparrow on the run. So smooth, but Sparrow misses to the near side of behind. And he knots it up at 46 points apiece as we tick into time on in the third quarter. Scores level, 6-10 to 7-4.
So this is important for Carlton now, with Melbourne coming at them, that they don't just go into the long kick where Max Gawn is set up, tight play every single time.
Sard played on, changed his mind, cut past Fridge, then goes very short to Doherty. 45 metres out from his defensive goal at the punt road end. Sends it out to the southern wing where Cottrell's running hard. He marks it left half back in front of Bowie. Kicks around the southern wing. Marchbank couldn't take the mark. Langdon made the smother. It was front on contact. Carlton a little lucky as the footy will be returned to Marchbank. He looks to work it up towards Cunningham. He takes the mark centre wing, southern side. Scores locked at 48-46 apiece as Cunningham on his right-hand side kicks up towards De Koning. Tomlinson's there. Off hands, it stays in. Kennedy's after it. Can he keep it alive? Swings onto his right. Impossible angle. Misses to the left-hand side. Just as the Carlton fans jumped out of their chairs, it's enough to put the Blues in front by just a point.
Here go the D's from the kick-out. Rivers wide to Neil Bullen. Marks at half-back. Lays it off by hand to Salem, trying to get a bit of overlap run going. Hands it back to Neil Bullen. Cuts through the middle of the G. Finds Petrarca. Outer edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. It's a floater. Marchbank trying to kill it. Knocks it down to Wiedering. Tackled by Pickett. Hand pass back to him, and Spargo's on him in a flash. Tackles Marchbank. Forces the neutral ball. And a ball up 20 metres out from the Melbourne goal at the punt road end. D's with a bit of momentum. It's Carlton by 1 point. 23 gone third quarter.
Hitting it up against Tom McDonald. Spills down. Pickett tries to gather. Kicks around his body. It bounces and bounces through. Something out of nothing from Cosy as only he could. Pickett becomes Melbourne's 5th individual goal scorer. And the Demons are in front for the first time since the opening quarter. Melbourne by 5 points. 7-10-52 to Carlton 7-5-47. The Demons, all of a sudden, with the last 2 goals in the match.
Yeah, they've got the run too, and then just the hunt around the contest there. Great awareness by Pickett to just rip it out of what looked like it was going to be a ball up and keep the play alive, dribble it through. It's taken just the last 2 goals, a couple of moments of composure and clean play. It was Pickett onto Bailey Fritsch for the previous goal, and then Pickett to have that bit of class, bit of brilliance to nail that one.
There's 5 minutes left, Lingy. Gawn has to ruck it out.
Yeah.
He's got to ruck this quarter, and that's going to leave him with nothing in the last quarter.
He's broken toe and all. Max Gawn, the premiership skipper, has it all to do for the Demons. Melbourne by 5. He taps it out of the middle. Cripps knocks it back the other way. Petrarca grabs it, kicks it forward. Wiedering, courageous mark.
What a mark.
Floats in front of the pack, takes the intercept grab for Carlton.
Oh, that is a superb grab.
What a back end of the year he's had. And if their run had started a few weeks earlier, Carlton, he may just have an All-Australian blazer, Jacob Wiedering. A form key defender in the comp. Short to Kemp, who kicks it down the line, and in the end, Hunter's the only man there. Takes the intercept mark for Melbourne.
This is living in Melbourne's half of the ground.
In front of the D's bench, Melbourne by 5. He kicks inside the forward 50. Gawn moves down to the way. No whistle on the play. Comes down to Pitternet of the Blues. Hand pass away to Akers. Can kick down the members' wing for Carlton. The wrestle on, a couple of one-on-ones. Curnow reaches for it, no mark. Oliver at the drop. Hand pass back to McVie for Melbourne.
McVie to centre half back where Powie takes the mark. Wants to switch it out to the southern side. Langdon can mark on his chest. Now where to? Smith is leading up the wing. He looks out wider than that and sends it out towards Neil Bullen. He swings onto his right-hand side and runs the boundary. Kicks up towards Petrarca. He reaches over the top of Chera to take the mark. He's 55 metres out, maybe a little less than that.
Look at the hole in the forward line. Oh, he didn't go quick.
And he might be thinking, I can kick the journey.
He probably can. I don't know what that air's like out there. If it's a bit heavy, he won't. That's why I asked about whether there's a lot of dew on the ground. Because he's good for 55, and that's going to take 55.
28 goals for the season for Christian Petrarca, including a magical one from the right forward pocket. Looking to extend Melbourne's lead. Petrarca will have to kick from around 55 metres out. He's veering out to the right. Won't quite have the distance. Gawn's trying to clear a path. It spills down. Hunter's the one front and centre, but a free kick. A hole for the Blues as Hunter put it through. There was a lot going on the goal line as Pitnet was dragged down, and he will get the free kick. Melbourne by 5 points.
And Max Gawn saying, was it against me? Oh, I'm not sure.
Pitternet out to half-back. May leaps up. Double-fisted. Knocks it back inside 50. Here's Hunter at the drop for Melbourne. Hand pass to Viney. Somehow takes on 2. Got it to Lever. Lever kicks to Gawn. Gawn's got it.
I reckon that's why he's very angry, Maxie. I reckon he's thinking that last free kick wasn't against him either.
Wins the one-on-one with Pitternet. And Max Gawn can shoot 45-degree angle, 20 out.
16 to 6 inside 50. It tells you a lot about that. Again, this is typical Melbourne. They haven't kicked a lot of goals for that 16 inside 50. This is their chance, so now to put a bit of distance.
He's kicked 10-12 for the year, the premiership skipper. On a stroke of three-quarter time, they've got the last couple. He moves in, his drop punt misses near side.
Wow.
Another behind for the D's, and they've left a few out there again tonight as they did in the qualifying final. They're 7-11. That was their final score against the Magpies last Thursday. Carlton is 7-5, and Melbourne lead it by 6 behinds. 27 minutes gone, third term.
Side brings the Blues back into play. De Koning comes charging out, can't take the mark. And off hands it goes out of play under the Olympic stand, where the Melbourne fans are standing and applauding.
This is a long 1 minute 52 to go in this quarter. Given how much Melbourne have got the momentum, Carlton are a bit out on their feet.
A goal there for Gawn would have felt huge. He wins down the tap. Petrarca's there at his bootlaces, trying to gather, can't take it. Wall swoops in, hand pass to Cunningham, almost brought down by Neil Bullen. Gets it to Cripps. He hurries a kick up towards half forward. Kennedy's caught behind, and Lever will take the mark. In from the side, Curnow made contact. Will that be 50? No, it won't. And Lever quickly gets the hand pass to May.
His running mate heads down to Gawn. Pitternet makes a contest on the wing. Gawn can't take the juggled mark. Neil Bullen bowled over. He's got all the blue paint from the sponsors logo on his leg and will have a ball up on the wing.
Another poor kick though by Carlton inside forward 50 with a good bit of play.
Gawn whacks it forward from the restart, but straight to Akers. A little fumble caught by 2Ds. Ball comes out. Hump says play on. Newman kicks it out on the full. I thought maybe Tim Hodges could have gone a little harder, and in that pack. Hodgie, how close did you get to Sharon there?
Probably dogged my entire footy career, just a little soft at the pill.
I thought maybe just a little stronger standing in front of the pack, but ended up over your head in the second row. As Salem from Melbourne down to half forward. Smith in the pack, knocks it down for the D's. Petrarca, hand pass back to Hunter, handball to Oliver. They work it through the tight quarters. Got it to Neil Bullen, kicks to the top of the goal square, and Doherty's there. Intercept mark for Carlton. Waning moments of the third quarter, Melbourne by 6.
How brave's that? Shoulder injury.
How's that? Just look at his shoulder. He's hanging in there just fine.
Stands up right in front of a pack. I know they're going to come over the top of you.
Short to Jacob Wiedering, who marks in the right back pocket. Carlton desperately hanging on for three-quarter time. Wiedering drives it up towards Charlie Curnow. Gorn's on him. Curnow brought it down to the front. Cripps tries to spin out of a tackle. Hand pass to Cunningham. Gave it straight towards Neil Bullen, who locks it up. Just short of left half forward for Melbourne. 29 minutes gone in this third term. Melbourne by 6 points. Umpire throws it in the air. Gorn and Pitnet. Pitnet knocks it down towards Cripps, sliding in there. Viney tries to knock it onto Hunter. Chera has a go. Hunter has a second go. Can't get a clean hand pass away. Cripps to Walsh around the boundary. Takes a bounce. A burst of speed. Up towards Taccone. Looking to charge back to goal. Tomlinson in front. Almost juggled the mark. Knocks it in the path of May. Levers calm. Hand pass to McPhee. Siren sounds for three-quarter time. And we've got a thriller to come in the semi-final. Melbourne leading by 6 points. But the question is, should they have been further in front? 7-11-53 to Carlton 7-5-47. The Demons dominated the inside 50s once more. 17-6 in that third quarter, but have just a 6-goal margin to show for it. For the Demons, 3 goals to Joel Smith. Individuals to Pickett, Fritsch, Langdon and Petrarca. Meanwhile for the Blues, 2 to DeConing. Individuals to Motlop, Kennedy, Akers, Walsh and Curnow. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinchy working with Mick and Lingy. They're the best in the business. Mick spotted that the Jew was rolling in. Patrick Cripps is right in front of me changing his boots. They've got the boot bag, the Blues, and they're going to take it out to this three-quarter time huddle. So I think they'll be told, or most of the players will be certainly suggested to be changing your boots for these conditions in the final 30 minutes.
Thanks, Hodgie. Melbourne 11 more inside 50s in that quarter. They overturn a 2-point halftime deficit to lead by 6 at three-quarter time. Mick from Forest Hill with Max Gawn having a suspected toe injury. What support is he getting there? Sounds like none. From Bellevue in Lake Grace, Jack Viney leading by example in finals footy. Absolute workhorse that thrives under pressure. And no name, no pack drill on this one, but Melbourne are worried about the man too much and not going for the ball all over the ground, not just the back line. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Nick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment. It's three-quarter time in the first semi-final. Melbourne by 6. This is Grandstand AFL.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and stick with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Jesse Motlop quickly with the hand pass to Hewitt to Cripps. Almost run down by Jordan. Kicks out wide and Kennedy leading out. Marks on his chest. Kick goals as a forward back in 2019. Let's see how he goes here. Out to the right. It's a beautiful kick. It sails straight through the middle. And Joel Smith might be the best option. He has 2 goals so far. In the left forward pocket, 25 metres out. Smith looking for his third. Great through the middle as he celebrates with the Melbourne fans.
Hand pass goes all the way back to Marchbank. He's 60 metres out. Kicks to the hot spot. The only one up is Akers. He was the only one that wanted it, and he makes the most of it. Akers knocks it through. Carlton back out by 7. Feels like one of these two teams are going to come back and watch this tape, and halfway through the third quarter they're going to think tomorrow morning there was a spot in the final 4 up for grabs, and it was right there, and we didn't take it.
Spot on. Just
gift wrap.
I've seen so many turnovers by both sides.
Pickett clean pick up, gets the hand pass out to Fridge. Vacant goalmouth, quiet until now. Bailey Fridge is on the board. Pitnet up against Tom McDonald, spills down, Pickett tries to gather, kicks around his body, it bounces through. And the Demons are in front for the first time since the opening quarter.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
We've had a lead change in every quarter so far. It is Melbourne by 6 as we turn for home. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our grandstand AFL experts, Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse.
Mick, one observation for Melbourne, and it probably plays into everything that you've been talking about all night, and you called this in the pre-game as well. Melbourne, for all their hard work that quarter, and for all their, let's say, so-called dominance, as far as how much of the ball they got, 17 inside 50s to 6, all of that, they never put a big break on the opposition because they just either can't finish their work or their efficiency going forward just isn't quite there.
Yeah, it's a Tony Lockett, Jason Dunstall, Gary Ablett, Hawkins, Tommy Hawkins. The lack of one of those that will step out and go bang and we'll kick 5 today. And there's been Melbourne kick 5, and there's been some of them, but it's not reliable. You just know that those names I mentioned, they're going to pop up and they're going to kick the goals because, and doesn't matter where they get them, they're going to kick them. Whereas you look at this Melbourne side, and how far can it even go next week or the week after? I keep asking. You can dominate the ball. You know, we know right now that Oliver's getting a bit more of the ball. Petrarca's getting a bit more of the ball. Langdon on the wing and Hunter. But at the end of the day, and unless you get that ball through the sticks more often, unless you have an easier game in a finals match, September is notorious for not taking prisoners. It'll just wears you down and wears you out.
It will always magnify that little weakness in your game.
It does.
And Carlton, on the flip side, Mick, to get themselves... Now, the scoreboard says only 6 points, but there were some worrying signs in that quarter for Carlton. Yeah. They managed to kick 2 goals too when they got it forward. 6 entries for 4 shots at goal. Great. But their run from half back and their ball use and run through the middle of the ground is getting the ball to about 60 out from goal. Yeah. And then Melbourne are stopping it and sending it back the other way.
What's the disposal there?
Yeah, they're turning it over and they don't have that penetrating, great kicking, great running that's getting the ball to 20 metres out from goal in a really quick way.
Yeah. I'd be sweating on this. Gawn's not going to last the game out. So as soon as someone goes on the ball, get your best midfield, get Carlton's best midfield in around the ball when McDonald or Shaki are in the ruck.
I think he'll go 100%.
Well, if he does, you've got to get him. You've got to get him when he's exhausted. Work it out when he's exhausted and get your best midfield in there.
One of these two teams has a half hour remaining in their year, while the other has a ticket booked to Brisbane next weekend in a preliminary final. Carlton have won only twice this year, trailing at three-quarter time. Melbourne have lost only twice from that position, and they lead by 6 as we head into the final term of the semi-final. Gawn wins the first hit out, and then he's bowled over. Cripps grabs it as he's been tackled, tumbles a kick down to half forward. Cottrell knocks it back in the other direction. Hewitt slick hands to Fogarty, hand pass to Walsh on the run. Walsh, the weapon.
Can I check it?
Did it sneak inside the left-hand goal post. We're headed upstairs to confirm in the arc. But Walsh thinks he's kicked his second on the run in what has been a phenomenal final from him.
Umpire's call is a goal.
Soft call a goal. We will have the snicko.
It's the fat part of the...
Looking at these angles, we can see a gap between the ball and the post at all times. This is on the scoreboard.
The Carlton fans tell the story, and Sam Walsh has tied the game. 53 points apiece, 60 seconds into the final term. And what a 7 and a bit quarters of finals footy this young man has played across 2 weeks. Carlton 8-5-53, Melbourne 7-11-53.
You talk about a player that's built for finals. The ability to be inside
run all day.
And outside, run all day. His numbers are huge. He's had 29 disposals, but he's done the hard work as well. He's had the 6 tackles, 5 inside 50s, 11 contested possessions, and now 2 goals for his team. Huge performance.
Well, that's where Carlton and Melbourne, the difference is their midfield's not kicking goals. He's kicked 2. He's kicked 4 of their goals.
Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse with you. It took Carlton just 20 seconds to strike back. What have they got here? Bounce back in the middle. Gawn and Pitnet. Gawn crashes into Pitnet, knocks it forward, Cripps onto it, tries to duck out of the Gawn tackle, gets a hand pass forward, Walsh is first onto it, he's locked up by Viney, socked forward by Newman holding the ball. Good tackle from Jack Viney, who's rewarded. It's just to the right of the centre circles. Melbourne's spiritual leader drives him inside 50. Fritches in a wrestle with McGovern. Can't take the mark. Sard read it well off hands. Hand pass to Cripps. Links up with Hewitt. Through the middle of the ground to Fogarty. He looks up towards half forward. Sends it towards Kennedy and Charlie Curnow. Curnow takes the mark over the top of Kennedy. He wants to give it away to Kennedy. Out at left half forward. Chips it inside 50 and Owies marks. Great composure from the Blues. Finding the right options inside 50. Tim Hodges.
Carlton has made their sub Clinchy. David Cunningham goes out. Ollie Holland. So they're going to have some serious fresh legs for these last 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good move by the Blues. Really good move because just that little passage of play there, they've outrun Melbourne on 2 occasions. This is the second set shot because of it.
Just his 5th disposal of the match, Matt Owies. 26 goals for the season. Veers out to the right. Owies sets it on its way. Listen to the roar. Carlton take the lead in the final term. 2 goals in 3 minutes. Look out for these baggers.
Couldn't get back, Noel. To Carlton. So the Melbourne midfield couldn't get back quick enough. In fact, they were really slow getting back. That's what opened them right up.
They were left behind, weren't they, Mick? And great ball use.
Yes.
So as soon as Curnow marked the ball, Stephen May realised he couldn't get there, so he went back as the spare, doing the right thing, left Langdon on the mark. Instead of just blazing it away, getting it, and May marks the ball. A little handball over the top to Kennedy. Great use to Owies. He gets a set shot at goal. 2 huge goals to start this quarter for the Blues.
9-5 to 7-11. It's Carlton now by 6 points. 4th lead change of the match. Blues back on top. You question whether they had another gear in them. We've seen it in the first 3 minutes of the final turn. Pitternet wins the head out. Oliver, critical touch, knocks it out wide to Akers. Whistle on the play, advantage applied as Akers kicks it down to half forward. Cottrell knocks it back to Akers who keeps on running, and now it slips out of bounds between wing and half forward for the Blues.
Well, there's going to be a free kick for prohibitive contact below the knees. What advantage is paid, as you called, Corbs?
Yeah, clearance rate now is so vital. Even though Max Gill's got his fist to it, Carlton have cleared the ball on those 2 occasions. So if they keep clearing it, Melbourne have to make a change with Petrarca getting closer to the ball.
13 disposals for 2 goals for Carlton. Melbourne have touched it just once as Oliver tries to change that. He's fighting for it at ground level. Walsh over the top of him, and the umpire will ball it up.
It has been a little theme of the second and third quarters, though. Carlton have started the quarter well. Melbourne have then got themselves back on top. So they've got to make hay now, the Blues, while the sun's shining.
Gawn just whacks it forward against Pitnet. Hewitt's first onto it. Hand pass towards the boundary line. Viney slides in for Melbourne. Gets the hand pass to Hunter. Kicks up towards Smith. Caught behind against Wiedering. He can't complete the mark. And it goes out of play under the Shane Warne stand. Carlton by 6 points. 5 minutes gone, final turn.
They've got to make a change at Melbourne to get Shackey on, just to give the forward line a different look, because right now it is so predictable.
Of course, September stage where the champions write their own story, and the Walsh and Viney stories tonight are phenomenal, and Viney right on cue, cuts through the stoppage, wins it, hand pass to Neil Bullen, releases him, gives it off to Spargo, centre half forward, kicks for Pickett. He marks 40 out, dead in front. And he kicked one in creative fashion in the third. They need him to do the most fundamental part of the game here and kick a drop punch straight from 45 out, which he hasn't been able to do this final series thus far.
Well, just interesting who's coming off. Really interesting who's coming off.
Wow. Early.
Clean look at it. Dead in front. City end of the ground. Right foot drop punt is pure. Keziah Pickett ties the game. 59 each of 2. 6.5 gone in the final term. They've kicked them everywhere all final series, but Keziah Pickett bobs up again here. He's second of the night. Melbourne 8-11, 59. Carlton 9-5, 59. 6.5 gone final term.
This is a big 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh, Lingy, this is where, if I'm sitting on the Carlton bench, I am absolutely filling that midfield up with all my A-graders.
Exactly what
because you've got McDonald, who cannot ruck. Oliver's off the ground.
Chera, Walsh and Cripps.
Well, that's they've read it. They've read the. As soon as you see Gawn come off, just saturate the middle, and they should now destroy this stoppage. Destroy this stoppage.
Petrarca, Viney and Sparrow in there for Melbourne. Tom McDonald, big moment for him. Up against Pitnet here. Makes body contact. Viney comes charging in. Spills down to Petrarca. He breaks the Walsh tackle. Dodges onto his right. Drives it long inside 50. Pickett comes charging out. Marchbank gets a hand to it. It spills to Fritsch. Hand pass to Spargo. Sliding in on his knees. Cuts back. McGovern lays the tackle. Hand pass to Hunter. Great smother. Lunging forward. The ball stays in play though. Chin Cotter tapped it out under the pressure of Pickett. And the umpire says throw it in.
And this ball, if it can live in the Melbourne forward line, even, they want to kick a goal, of course, stating the obvious, but even if it lives there for a few minutes, that buys Gawn time to get his rest in
absolutely.
and back on.
He needs 5 minutes rest.
Pickett running through the stoppage, hit out from Pitternet, went past Pickett, sliding through Sparrow, knocks it back to Cozzy, gets a second play out at bowled over, live footy, top of the goal square, Viney can't get boot to ball, heavy tackle, Pack forms behind him, umpire says ball up.
I'm not sure Pitnet knows where to put the ball when Gawn's not there.
No, and the Melbourne ruckman doesn't need to go in there because you don't need a ruckman here. You just need ground plays. He can't grab it. He won't knock it through.
So Petrarca's doing the ruck against Pitnet. He sharks it forward through the hands of McGovern. Spills to Spargo, snaps around his body. Pitnet slaps it towards the boundary. Doherty's after it. Chandler after him. Takes him over the boundary line. And a throw in the right forward pocket for Melbourne. Scores level, 59 apiece.
Pitnet just hitting it forward there.
Get the better ruckman.
Melbourne.
This is where De Koning, who's a smart ruckman, young as he is, smart.
It's a bizarre tactic, but it's working for Melbourne at the moment as Pitnet this time takes out of the ruck, smothered by Chandler, spills to Petrarca, hand pass to Jordan off the outside of the boot, towards Smith in the goal square, racing back Akers, 2 or 3 Blues got back. And through for a minor score to give Melbourne the lead. 8-12-60 to Carlton 9-5-59. 9 minutes gone, fourth quarter.
Fifth lead change of the match, second of this final term. Melbourne back out in front by 1. McGovern takes some ground from the kick out, heads to the wing, and May had a fair chunk of it, no mark. Spills down to his direct opponent, Curnow, hand pass back into congestion and will have the ball up as Chera's caught. But it was always grabbing the footy, so locked up by Viney, and the umpire tosses it up, outer edge of the centre square. McDonald telling touch, down towards Petrarca, kicks hurriedly to Smith, top of the goal square. Wiedering can't reel it in. Pickett gets free, hands it to Fritsch. Fritsch kicks it. D's with all the momentum. And in the famous number 31, Bailey Fritsch bobs up to put Melbourne 7 clear. 9-12 to 9-5. It's Melbourne by 7. 10 gone in the final term. Fritsch with a couple. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, so Sam De Koning is back on for the Blues, so they've taken Pitnet off. The problem is Max Gawn has had 3 minutes and 40 seconds rest, and he is now running back on the ground to take this centre square bounce. So, yeah, the Demons have done magnificently while their best player and their biggest player and most important player, Max Gawn, has been on the bench.
Well, I reckon you've got to get McDonald back on the ruck. because one is 1-2 tap outs and the ball has lived in Melbourne's forward. No, I'm only joking. He's had his rest now. He might do 2 rests, Lingy.
So it's about a 6-minute break for Max Gawn as he wins down the tap, but it's Doherty who comes charging off the square, gets it to De Koning, hand pass to Chera, kicks long inside 50, Curnow comes charging out, can't take the mark, McVie at the back for Melbourne, kicks out to Chandler, he takes the mark with the ball, reaching up to claim it, at its highest point at left half back he could reach. Swings around on the left-hand side, dodges around Cottrell, kicks up towards Tom McDonald, wrestling with Wiedering, Kemp in from the side, spills down the way of Chera, hand pass back to Wiedering, kicks back up the members' wing, Cottrell takes the mark, he claims it on his chest.
Melbourne must have, they've only got 3 in their forward line, they're going to keep falling down if they just bang it in there, not have getting sucked up the ground.
Cottrell heads to half forward, Curnow, huge contested grab, leaping up in front of May against one of the premier defenders in the game. He wastes no time. Curnow from long range, the goal saving effort on the line. The goal umpire wants to have a look. The question is, did Hunter save it?
I think he should have got a free kick.
I'm not sure Stephen May can be picked off
The soft
mark like that either.
The soft callers are behind. Cottrell laid the block for the man on the mark. And Lockie Hunter has saved the Curnow goal. Right on the line.
Great play by Curnow, smart play. But I'm with Liggy. There's 2 free kicks. And Hunter should have got a free kick.
Melbourne lead the game by 6. 12 gone, final term. A place in the final 4 is on the line. The winner to play Brisbane next week for the loser. They got 14 and a half minutes left in their year.
Salem plays on to the left back pocket. Kicks as far as he can. Charging in from the side. Hunter can't take the mark. Spills down to McGovern. Reloads inside 50. Curnow can't get a run at it. Blocked out by May. And Sparrow takes the mark. Left back pocket for Melbourne. Kicks out towards Neil Bullen. Knew the contact was coming from McGovern. He hangs on to the mark. At left half back. Quickly the hand pass to Oliver. Away to Salem, hard against the boundary. Kicks up the wing. Wiedering flies against Smith. Hunter's hand pass over his shoulder worked. Can't quite link up with Sparrow. Couldn't take it cleanly. He's now tackled. Umpire circles and will ball it up. Great lunging effort by Marchbank to just break him as he was about to burst clear.
Carlton kicked the first 2 of this final term to hit the front. Melbourne have kicked the last 2. D's by 6 points. Ball up on the outer wing. Will do it all again as Gawn swats it straight down to Cripps, who's tackled. Melbourne by 6. 13 and a half gone in the first semi-final. Final term. 1 down by DeConing. Blues work it out. Newman. Hand pass to Akers. Gives it to Chera. Kicks inside 50. Motlop running downhill. May courageous.
Brilliant mark.
What a mark.
Makes contact with Motlop, but May takes the mark as he bangs bodies with the Carlton forward. And May has it 25 out from his defensive goal face.
Oh, that is superb. Wow, that's good.
Hand pass to Bowie. Comes wide on the exiting kick. Holland spoils but goes to ground. Langford keeps his feet, wins the footy, kicks down the line. Kicks too wide. Out on the full. Carlton free kick, defensive side of the wing. It is Melbourne by 6 points. 14 gone. Final quarter on ABC Sport.
So Kemp comes inboard to McGovern. So Hollins is on for Cunningham. We'll go down to Hodgie in a moment to see if there's movement on the Melbourne bench. Josh Shackey yet to come into the game. McGovern kicks long up towards Kennedy, half forward. Cleared the pack. Tomlinson at the back gathers to Melbourne. Hand pass to Salem. Kicks a spiralling ball towards half forward. Good use of the hands by McGovern. He's able to push Jordan underneath and take the mark at centre half back. Mitch McGovern swings onto his right-hand side. Risky kick, looking for Cottrell. Intercepting mark, taken by Oliver. He wants to try and break away as Cottrell's just holding him up for a moment or so. Oliver races back behind his mark. Looks out into the pocket. Fritsch is on the lead. Spoiled away by Chincotta. Chura one way. Hunter the other. Hunter's hand pass just too slick for McVie. And it goes out of play. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
More work on Patrick Cripps. That nose of his, I reckon he'll have to have surgery at some point when this season's over from tonight. They're just trying to patch it up on the run. Still no movement on the Demons sub in Josh Shackey. You just wonder why they made him the sub, which was sort of a surprise when it looks like he won't get a run.
Chris Fagan, an interesting onlooker. Of course, the winner to play Brisbane next week from the boundary throw, and we got another ball up. Also, hang on, there's a free kick out of all this. It's going Melbourne's way. Sparrow's going to get it for a high tackle. Kicks into the forward pocket. Newman backing back. Hands on it. Spills to Marchbank though. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Kicks along the ground but straight to Viney. Viney tight angle misses near side or behind. It is Melbourne by 7 points. 15 gone. Final term. Now the TV coverage is saying that Jacob Wiedering might have a concussion test to come. He copped a stray elbow, stood up, stumbled backwards. The doctors are looking at the replay, so if you keep an eye on that in front of you, Hodgie, for further updates. But concerns for Wiedering, who's still out there at this stage.
Newman short to Cottrell, who takes the mark in the defensive 50 for the Blues. Swings it out to Kemp. Marks the kick at left half back.
It's not yet at the stage where Carlton need to start playing really reckless and just going for it, but it's starting to get to a little bit of urgency. Start moving it a bit quicker.
Kemp long down the wing. Curnow can't have an impact as May takes the mark in the aerial contest. He comes inboard to Viney. Jack Viney trying to lead the charge for Melbourne. Looks back out to the members' side. Tomlinson's free. Takes the mark in front of Hollins. He's just attacking side of the AFL logo. Melbourne by 7 points. 16 minutes gone, final term. He's going to chip it back to May, who has Lever free at centre half back. They try and stretch the Carlton defence as Hunter's running hard on the southern wing. He's got 5 or 6 metres on Blake Acres as he takes the mark. Now where to for Melbourne? Looks into the middle of the ground. No real options there. Chandler's let up. Neil Bourne's the longest option. He sends it in the direction of Fridge. Sparrow in from the side. Pinch it from his fingertips. He marks just on 50.
Wow, he played on.
And stepped off his line. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, there's no question he played on the replay, Clinchy.
Tom Sparrow, not really a noted goal kicker. He's kicked 11 goals in the season.
He does have a big kick.
Yeah,
on
he
him,
does. He's good for this. This is a 55 metre or 53, 54 metres. If he gets close enough to man the mark and backs himself, he goes the distance.
And his opportunities in the midfield when Clayton Oliver's out. Tom Sparrow from 55 metres out. Sets flight. It's across the face. Gawn's wrestling there and he takes the mark. Mighty Max in the left forward pocket. Up against the right behind post. Now he just has to finish.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he kick left, right, or what's he trying to do? Snooker it through because he's not...
Right foot banana, Mick. No worries.
Well, I reckon he's going to have to go left foot there because they're going to close him out, aren't they?
So Marchbank is waiting to charge at him. Gawn is looking like he's going to
left foot.
Go the left foot and step out and try and snap it truly.
Right foot banana.
The Melbourne captain goes the right foot banana and hits the right goalpost. What a moment. Melbourne fans with their heads in their hands. The Demons lead by 8 points.
Newman, long exiting kick out to the fresh legs of Hollands. He marks and wants to go. Waiting for the tight bodies to come with him. Looks inboard to Walsh, who keeps on powering through. What a final he's had again.
Who's prepared to run, though, now? Really run hard from behind.
Walsh is running out of options. He goes back and across to Kemp. Misses him by 10 metres. Kemp runs onto the footy, but it's in a live play. Kicks to Sard. Sard marks member side. Short kick to Marchbank. Langdon works to the front and intercepts for Melbourne. D's are on the counter-attack. Hand pass to Gawn. Handball to Jordan. Jordan looks for Fritsch. He marks out wide, right half forward, 35 from home.
Well, anyone worth his salt as a forward, left foot forward, really has to knock this over.
How's the difference, though, Mick, with a couple of times the ball's gone forward the other end and Stephen May's got there and influenced. Carlton defenders now just getting caught that metre or two behind.
To make it a 3-score game, Fritsch misses. A little skinny near side, trying to hook it across the body. It's Melbourne by 9 points. They got all the momentum, but there's still 8.5 minutes on the game clock. Melbourne by 9 points.
How's the heart rate? Melbourne's biggest opponent might be themselves at the moment. Newman's long kick up towards De Koning. He takes the mark. At the back edge of the centre square, hand pass to Walsh, veers out to the right, looks out to the southern wing, puts it a long way out in front of Owies. He races after it, Hunter after him. The tap to Hollands didn't quite work. Chincotta slides in, gets the hand pass to Hollands, the sub. Hand pass back to Owies, gets to right half forward, pulls his kick, centres it to Hewitt. He's still a good 2 kicks out from goal.
Cripps is drifting forward.
Hewitt drives it long in the direction of Charlie Curnow. May almost juggles the mark he does on the second bite.
It's been one of the most unbelievable last quarters from a key defender.
He has blunted the back-to-back Coleman medalist tonight as he switches play and Tomlinson marks in the right back pocket.
They needed anything Carlton there but a defensive mark. They needed that ball to come to ground. Tomlinson to pick it. Kicks down the wing to McVee. They're running on top of the ground now. McVee to Fritsch at centre half forward. Weeder in a crucial punch.
Oh, it's downfield though, Paul.
De Koning took out McVee after he kicked the footy, and so Fritsch will get it in the end anyway. Front edge of the centre square. The Demons are going inside 50 once more. Lead by 9. 21 played final term. Kicks for Spargo in the pocket. Slides past he and Chincotta and out of bounds. The only throw in right forward pocket for the Demons. Melbourne by 9 points. Carlton led this game earlier in the quarter. We've now travelled 21.5 minutes in the last. Place in the final 4 up for grabs. It is Melbourne by 9.
I think you called Corby 7-0 in the first minute of this game, last quarter.
Toss back in, McDonald knocks it down. Chincotta with a topo towards the boundary. Sliding in Hewitt. Whistle, Carlton free kick. In the left back pocket going the way of George Hewitt, and now 50.
Yeah, and Melbourne now lead possession rate, so they've come, but you give away kicks like this. This is where players, and there's Walsh. There's a sort of player that does pop up.
Hewitt doesn't take the full 50, chips it over the top to Walsh. This would be very Melbourne-like if Carlton could score. Out to Doherty, inside 50. Oh, he's trying to knock it over the back. Couldn't get it to Curnow. May gathers. He's kicked Miss McVie. Fridge works his way up the ground. Fends off Doherty. Hand pass to McVie. Chisels a kick up the southern wing. On the bounce to Spargo. Clean gather. Hand pass missed Hunter. Kemp bounces off the tackler. Hand pass out to Walsh. Hand passes it along the boundary line and out of play. The umpire says throw it in. Just pause for a moment. Melbourne leading by 9 points. 22 minutes gone. Final term.
I know Curnow feels like he's got to win the game, but at the moment Stephen May might be the reason they don't win it.
Yeah.
He has been unbelievable.
Looking at Oliver's only had 2 possessions this quarter, so they're doing this without their main midfielder.
Is there another twist in this yet? A game with 5 lead changes already, 2 in the final term. For the boundary throw-in, Petrarca just sockers it clean out of play. Deliberate.
Got to go now. It's the urgency's there now. 6 minutes 20 to go on the clock.
Blues chasing the game. Newman kicks down to half forward. Pack form, slides out the back. Bowie comes and collects. Curnow tackles him. Doherty wins the footy. Hand pass to Motlop. Goal! We're not done yet. This back and forth semi-final takes another turn. Carlton are within 3. 24 played final term. Carlton 10-6-66. Melbourne 9-15-69. The Demons by 3 points. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
This is unbelievable. The doctor is out there. He's been told to bring Jacob Wiedering off. Wiedering has said no, and the doctor is having to run off on his own. You can see the other doctor, guys, has his kit bag, and he's ready to take Wiedering down to the rooms. But he's refusing to come off. So there has been so much action here on the Blues bench. It's been unbelievable all game, but this will be controversial.
And if we're serious, this is where the umpire should be able to stop the game.
Oh, it has to be.
And make him come off the ground.
Yeah.
The crowd, by the way, 96,412.
Wow.
Whew, that's a high water mark of the season so far.
Back in the middle, Gawn wins down the tap, can't get it to Oliver Vine, he's onto it, hand pass looking for Petrarca, he's able to get past Bakers, swings onto his right, kicks to Smith on the lead, can't take the mark, Wiedering makes the spoil, Sparrow after it, Sard comes charging in, toe poke straight to the boundary, umpire says throw it in, and the Melbourne fans jump out of their chairs on the Ponsford stand. Melbourne by 3 points. Jacob Wiedering refusing to come to the bench. 24 minutes gone, final term. Gawn takes front position against Pitnet, taps it down, Sparrow after it, leaves it for Spargo, off his boot, it goes out of play along the turf, says the umpire. Throw it in.
Close, very close. The crowd just saw it. The Carlton fans certainly think it might have been on the full, but
off the shin's a kick.
Yeah.
D's by 3. 5.5 minutes left on the game clock from the boundary throw-in. Smith had hands on it, but spills through to Fogarty. Kicks out of the defensive arc, tumbles a kick down the wing. May leads Curnow to the footy. May collects. Curnow has his jumper. Hand pass to Lever. Spun around, gives it to Neil Bullen, tackled. Pack forms behind him. Kennedy trying to hold it in. Ball somehow comes out corridor side. Walsh grabs it. He's tackled. Ball up again on the wing.
Wow.
September footy, one of these two teams is going home in about 5 minutes plus time on. The others headed to Brisbane for a preliminary final. It's Melbourne by 3.
Thrown up, Gawn and Pitnet, spills down to Captain Cripps, bounces off an opponent, kicks up towards Curnow, can't take the mark, May makes the spoil once more, Tomlinson after it, De Koning after him, he runs out of room. And a boundary thrown at left half forward for Carlton. Melbourne kicked 3 consecutive behinds midway through this final term. Carlton with the last goal through Jesse Motlop to make it a 3-point Melbourne lead. Hang on to your hats for the last 4 minutes or so. Thrown in. Gawn takes out of the ruck. Hand pass can't find Sparrow. Racing after it, Chera. He's pushed across the boundary line by Sparrow. Walsh comes in to remonstrate up against the fence. So right in front of the fans, and the umpire says he gave away the free kick. Walsh will take it as he's down on the turf.
See, that's a really silly thing from Sparrow. No matter how sort of marginal you think that is, and Walsh is sort of holding his head as he gets up receives the free kick and dumps it inside 50 for the Blues. DeConing flies. Tomlinson spoils. Close to the boundary. Langdon tackled. Oliver hands it back inside. Always for the Blues. Hand pass to Cripps. Always gets a second look. Kicks to the top of the goal square. There's May to save the day. The Minister of Defence at the top of the defensive goal square for Melbourne. Shares it with McVie. Left back pocket. D's by 3. 27 gone final turn.
McVie looks out to half-back. He can't get it to Hunter. And Ollie Hollands, the sub, takes the mark. Great smother by Hunter. Lunging forward. Sards onto it for the Blues. Hand pass to Kemp. Inside 50. Hard against the boundary. It's out of bounds on the full. Melbourne by 3 points. Kemp, the defender, charging inside 50. Couldn't capitalise.
Just a lack of composure, unfortunately.
Oliver takes the free, heads out to half-back. Gawn, Petrarca, Viney, they're all there. Hits the deck, Viney hands it to Hunter. Hurried kick up into the front half. Wiedering leading Smith to the footy, close to the boundary line. They tangle, the ball ends up out, and the ump says spin it in. With the southern wing.
We just saw the Sparrow Walsh incident on the replay. Yeah. His head hit the fence hard.
Yeah, it was he sort of grabbed him by the front of the jumper, ripped him into the fence and towards the ground. There's absolutely a free kick in that, at least, from the boundary throw-in. Gawn wins the hit out. Walsh chasing after the footy, overruns it. Here's Sparrow, picks it up for Melbourne, kicks down to half-forward, close to the boundary line. Newman trying to keep it alive. Got it to Walsh, tackled by Oliver, holding the ball. I think Newman wanted it to go out. He accidentally kept it alive, and Walsh was left holding the hot potato, and Clayton Oliver came and got him.
Good play by Oliver. Smart play. Wedged him in anyway. He wouldn't expect to get the free kick. He just wanted to stop him from breaking clear.
I have a question about the whole Jacob Wiedering thing. If they tried to get him off the ground once and it was for a head injury assessment, shouldn't they be trying again?
And again and again.
And again and again.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It's going to be a huge talking point in the postscript. Big time final.
Well, I don't think Oliver's good for 55.
On the back of the week it's been, and a player needing a concussion test doesn't come off. Here's Oliver, wide out against the boundary line, 52 metres out. The drop punt is on target. Gawn leaps up on the line. The ball goes through, and again at the city end of the ground, we're headed to the arc to decide a key score at the end of a game between the Blues and the D's.
That could be good.
Where was
the soft call is a touch behind. It is Max Gawn who leaps up on the line. He's there with Pinnock.
You can see the ball's touched into the post. Decision on the score.
It's almost behind the line,
so
isn't
the
it?
whole ball didn't clear the line, and Gawn tried to tap it back into play and has tapped it into the post. It is a behind. Melbourne lead the game by 4, and there's less than 3 minutes on the game clock. 30 minutes gone, final turn, Melbourne by 4.
Blues have to roll the dice. McGovern kicks as long as he can. Curno's the target. Mays there brings it down. Hollands tries to knock it on. Fogarty brought down. Ball spills the way of Rivers. Kicks out towards the boundary line on the southern side. Neil Bullen will get there before it goes out. Kick is smothered. It ricochets down. Walsh can't gather. Picked up by Hunter. Hand pass to Petrarca. Kick is smothered. Hollands can't gather. Here's Cottrell. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Awkward bouncing ball for May. Tries to knock it onto Salem. Sliding in Kennedy. Every moment is desperate. Sparrow gets the hand pass away. Neil Bullen inside 50. Pickett wrestling. Ball hits the deck. Pickett's onto it. Swings onto his left-hand side to finish the game. It bounces and hits the post. Into the right goal post. Melbourne by 5.
Blues on the counter-attack. Saab wanted to move it quick to Akers, and the ump says it has to come back.
Not too sure why. If it's the same ball that bounces back, I think they've got to get one from the box, don't they, behind?
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, they're the new rules that they have to give 8 seconds at least to have the reviewers look at it in case there's anything controversial. What we saw in Adelaide against the Swans that night, so that's why they were called that ball back.
Sard on the kick out. Now that Melbourne is set up, goes long, straight up the middle of the ground. Hunter knocks it back the other way. There's a free in all of that, and it's going to Cripps. 2 minutes to go, Melbourne by 5. Carlton with the footy. Cripps on the back edge of the centre square. Takes on Viney on the mark. Kicks a high bomb to centre half forward. They come from all directions. Lever spoils down to De Koning. Knocks it back to Gawn. Hurried kick forward for the D's. Sard collects. Surge kick to half forward. Lever marks in front of Curnow. Half-back flank for the Demons. There's just over 90 seconds to go. They got the footy in a 5-point lead, the D's.
How long can they hang on to? Lever kicks as long as he can. Smith can't get a fly at it. Grip spoils it down. Bouncing ball in front of Walsh. Can't gather. Langdon gets the hand pass to Viney. Bounces off an opponent. Kicked it straight to Wienering. The Blues take it back. Last roll of the dice. Into the middle of the ground for Hollands. He's got Doherty free on the southern stand. Kicks out to him. McVee went to spoil. Missed it. Doherty breaks away. 60 out. Long towards McGovern. Flying Acres. Blake Acres will play on and put it through. Carlton in front. Carlton in front at the 32-minute mark of the final term. Blake Acres with his second. So many defensive backs last week. This week, it's a goal in the final minute. Hang on to your hats. We're going the full journey.
Well, congratulations to Sam Doherty, standing his ground in the air, and just settled enough to make sure there wasn't a mistake. He looks like he's hurt his shoulder 2 acres.
He had that collarbone in round 24, and the bruised collarbone they listed it as. Played a heroic game last week with the injury and kicks the goal here to put them ahead by a point with 56 ticks left on the clock.
Petrarca forward for the Demons, out of the centre bounce to be the threat up forward. Oh, what a finish.
1-point game. Blues lead at crooked bounce. Umpire Mollison has to recall it. Everybody can exhale. We go again. 56 seconds to decide one of these two teams' season. Pitternet wins the hit out. Jarrow over the top of the footy. Pack forms. Blues hold it in. Umpire says ball up.
Charlie Curnow straight back for the Blues. As soon as that ball was bounced, straight back into the hole.
10 seconds comes off the game clock. 46 ticks to go. Pitternet wins it down, but straight to Rivers. Kicks into space on the southern wing. Hunter and Hollands out there in a one-on-one. Sits for Hunter. Hollands tackles him. Got a hand pass away, said the ump. Cottrell by hand gives it to Fogarty to McGovern. Short kick. And McVee marks right on halfway southern wing.
Comes inboard to Sparrow, takes the mark, plays on, kick is smothered. It ricochets out, racing after it is Lever. Sliding in is Chera, trying to lock it up. Lever trying to knock it out. De Koning gathers, dribbles it inside 50. The seconds tick down. Kennedy's after it, off the deck. Sockers towards goal. He dribbles through from behind. Carlton by 2 points.
Rivers on the kick out, takes on Motlop. Carlton win it by 2. From the final siren, the Carlton crowd erupts. The bottom 4 in June to the final 4 in September. Well, for Melbourne, it's game, set, match. They're out in straight sets yet again. The Baggers by a couple of points. They trailed for a large portion of the night. 6 lead changes, 3 in the final turn. And Carlton came up with a go-ahead score through Blake Acres with 56 seconds left. They get out of there with the victory. And the Blue Baggers bandwagon is chugging its way up north. They've got a date with the Brisbane Lions next weekend. While for Melbourne, it's bang, bang. They go out in straight sets for the second year running, and it'll be another what might have been summer for the Demons. And for all the Carlton fans that have hitched a ride on this dizzying journey that the Blues have been on under Michael Voss, in 2023 they've lost one game since round 13 when the house was on fire. They wanted everybody sacked. And Carlton have forged their way into the final four. Melbourne are done and we're down to 5. What a night at the footy. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse try to make sense of all of that.
Well, right now, Corbs, I'm just enjoying this atmosphere. This is unbelievable. The Carlton crowd are going crazy the way they sung the song. They just flashed up on the screen, the big screens here at the MCG. Next game, preliminary final for Carlton, and the crowd loved that. They went crazy. What a game, Mick.
I think Melbourne was looking at it and go, we lost it in the end because they seemed to they took unnecessary risks and just backed off a bit when they had that 6-point or 7-point advantage.
Yeah.
There was an advantage there of some description that looked, for all intents and purposes, that it could have. That was it.
Yeah. And when Stephen May was in total control, dominating that last quarter, they were getting it back in there. But again, Nick, they just could not find that easy goal
to win the game.
Dominance.
To win the game. To win. And you've got to question Melbourne here. They've left their emergency, or let's say their sub, off the ground for the whole game. So in other words, we have no faith in him. We have no injuries. He can't change the course of the game. Well, I'm sorry to say, but when you've put a sub there, you put him there, yes, number one, for injury, two,
fresh legs,
and does it change everything? Well, because at the moment, McDonald was running. What did McDonald end up having? Now, I know he rucked well when he... I'm just trying to find McDonald. It'll be down near the bottom. He's had 4 and 2, no goals.
And you might argue that, okay, Ollie Hollins didn't do that much, but he came on, he had
fresh
4 touches and he's run. That Sam Doherty mark that you were raving about was amazing. The one before was Hollins. He worked flat out to the open side of the ground, got the exit kick, kicks it to Doherty, leads to that last goal. So even 4 touches to Hollins, it was still his run and his legs in those last quarter that might have made 0.5% of difference. And the Demons
only win by 0.5%.
Yeah, Demons didn't use their sub at all. Yes, when a game's decided by 2 points, 0.5% is massive.
How about Sam Doherty coming off with a dislocated shoulder, comes on, stands in front of the takes a mark and takes that mark, runs and uses the ball correctly.
Michael Hibbert just give us a little kiss to the crowd as he waves and leads the team off in his tracksuit. Of course, not required tonight, but a little tip of what's ahead. So Michael Hibbert exiting the MCG in front of the rest of his Melbourne teammates. And after winning the 2021 Grand Final, Melbourne have lost their next 4 finals. They bow out as Carlton prevail by 2 points. What a turnaround in season and even in play, where there were large periods in the third quarter where they were outclassed. In the final term, it looked at for periods Melbourne would finish over the top of them. Yeah. And in the end, the Blues find a way to win again. The goals to Motlop and Akers at the death. And in the end, Carlton win by 2 to move into a prelim.
And far from perfect. Far from perfect. The skill errors at time were awful. The way certain moments of the game, the third quarter was all Melbourne. But I think Craig McRae said it last week, because sometimes you just got to win. The finals, you just got to find a way. Yep. Whatever it is, can be ugly, can be scrappy, can be beautiful sometimes. Carlton found a way. And talk about Motlop kicking that goal. 2 brilliant goals and did a lot of work in that forward line. Blake Akers gets the winning goal in the end. He's had some huge moments already in this final series, kicks 2 goals as well. They just found a way through sheer willpower in the end.
Well, Melbourne in the wet and then in the dry have kicked 16 goals. They had 5 goal kickers tonight, 5 goal kickers. One was Petrarca, who you expect. I think he might have been on the ball at the time when he kicked that. Langdon from the wing, Smith key forward, Fritz key forwards, 5, and Pickett forward. So they've got 7 goals from 6 forwards. And that's going to be I think something over the summer they're going to have to arrest, because McDonald's not the answer.
First preliminary final since 2000 for Carlton, so in 23 years. We mentioned the crowd on the run, so 96,412. It is the biggest Carlton crowd since the 93 grand final.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, that's bigger than 95 and all the major games they've played in since. The biggest Melbourne crowd since the 1964 grand final of 96,412. So even further back, Carlton win the game by 2 points. It was Melbourne by 7 at quarter time, Carlton by 2 at the half, Melbourne by 6 at three-quarter time, and Carlton by 2 in the end. Just some of the housekeeping to finish. 2 goals for DeConey, Akers and Walsh, and then singles for Motlop, Kennedy, Curnow and Owies. Meanwhile for Melbourne, 3 for Joel Smith. They all came in the first half. 2 for Fritsch and Pickett, and then singles for Petrarca and for Langdon. A 2-point victory for Carlton. 6 lead changes in total, 3 of them in the last quarter. And most importantly, the last lead change came at the 33-minute mark with 56 seconds left on the game clock to put Carlton in front. And they would stay there until the finish.
Unbelievable. It's almost like, where did that come from? Because we were sort of saying that Melbourne were controlling everything forward to centre. May, as you said, May was on top.
Yeah.
And a couple of little tap-ons instead of grabbing the ball here in the centre of the ground. You don't tap on.
No,
they resurrected that. But nonetheless.
How's this for a roar? As Patrick Cripps leads the Carlton team down the race. We're coming to Tim Hodges and we'll bring you all of that in just a moment. Carlton prevail 11-7-73, Melbourne 9-17-71, 9-17 on the back of 7-11 the week before. Oh, it'll be another long summer for Melbourne and what they would have thought would be a dynasty, having won that flag in 2021. They haven't won a single final since. But it's all about the Blue Baggers as this magic carpet ride continues up to Brisbane next week in a prelim. Tim Hodges, they're coming your way.
Corbin, I've never seen, it's finals footy, it's magical, isn't it? That running up the race after that final siren, people were crying, tears of joy, tears of despair. They were Melbourne supporters, they were Carlton supporters, they were young, they were old. And here they come. Patrick Cripps leads the Blues into the Carlton rooms. It is alive in these rooms. Harry Mackay is in the corner. He gets a reprieve next week. Jack Martin is in the corner. He gets a reprieve next week. They'll probably both come in for the trip to Brisbane. Jacob Wiedering, Matt Kennedy, Adam Sada, Sam Doherty is going to be the last of the Blues to come in. And a couple behind him. Mitch McGovern's the last. This is going to be a song unlike you've heard for many years for the Carlton Blues. Mitch McGovern, the last man to join arm in arm. And here we go. Carlton fans, enjoy this. What a roar. What a rooms. This is magical down here in the winners. I'll have a player for you very soon, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll come back to you in a few moments' time. Carlton winners by 2 points. They'll play Brisbane in the prelim next Saturday, we assume. It hasn't been confirmed by the AFL just yet. Collingwood is on the other side of the draw. They'll get the winner of tomorrow's semi between Port Adelaide and GWS.
And it's usually, am I right in saying, I know it's all got to be confirmed, but it is at a time where both clubs should be able to end up in their own bed on the Saturday night.
So it has been historically in the past. It's just about what's the latest flight they can get out of Brisbane, which would mean obviously Brisbane would be more than happy to play it during the day in the heat. The Victorian teams want to play it as late as possible, but not so late that they have to wake up in Brisbane on Sunday morning.
Yeah, so the winner tomorrow plays Collingwood here next Friday night.
That would be the convention. So Gillan McLaughlin left the door open.
That's still only 6 days, isn't it?
Well, Gillan left the door open today, particularly if it's the Giants. They'll wake up in Adelaide on Sunday morning and then have to play here on Friday night. So
it's not good.
But imagine Collingwood. They'll be furious if all of a sudden they finish in pole position. They've got to play Saturday and get the shorter break into the grand final.
Yeah, I think you finished top of the ladder. You deserve a little bit of a...
Well, yeah, but they've had... I was just wondering whether they want an extra day, but you've still got to make it reasonably fair. I know there's no such thing as fairness, but
fair's a place where they judge picks.
Yeah, that's right.
See, I've just been watching a couple of replays on the TV, Mick. The difference between obviously the agony and the ecstasy, but a couple of moments where Carlton players just stood up in crucial moments, really, really late, and there are a couple of moments that are going to haunt Melbourne players for the entire summer. And one that just, and I feel bad picking out on a young bloke here who's only in his 25th game, but Judd McVie, the Sam Doherty mark that we were talking about, just overcommitted, went past him. If he's not going to spoil it,
you stop.
At least he had to do was stop him and make him go back behind the mark, but instead went straight past him. Little moments like that when you drop the game, they haunt you for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I played in the famous Nick Davis game against the Swans where he kicked that goal with 3 seconds remaining. Those moments still sit with me, 20 years later. And they'd never, ever leave. You get so angry at what you could have done and that's going to happen to a few Melbourne players in that last 3 or 4 minutes of this game.
And we're not just talking about
this one here could be interesting too. I'm just watching TV looking at Wiedering. That's going to be interesting. What comes out of that.
But you run through them all. The Cozzy Pickett poster, the Bailey Fritsch snap, the Max Gawn poster, deep in the left forward pocket, Gawn spoiling Oliver's shot, which would have cleared the line. Then Clayton Oliver giving away the 50-metre penalty.
Yes.
Tom Sparrow up against the fence with Sam Walsh. We're not talking about 1 or 2 acts. We're talking about 3 or 4 or 5 that it's going to be hard to not address them before the team goes away for the summer.
Well, you're spot on. But you can double up the games. You look at last week and you look at this week. The challenge to a Collingwood is a Melbourne side that can finish off. Really.
Yeah.
It's not going to be... I don't think it... Well, maybe it is Carlton. I'm not sure it would be Carlton, given that they play Brisbane. But I noticed that Chris Fagan was in the stand, and that's fantastic. Come down, have a good look, because you can get a fair bit on TV, but you get so much more by just watching the game and coming away and understanding that there is an opposition. I really like that.
Well, whatever comes out of the Wiedering scenario, that is a nightmare for the AFL. Given the week that we've just had, there's a guy unconscious for 2 minutes on the field. The AFL did their best to try and challenge that at the tribunal. Colin would win. He's free to play. Whatever you think of that incident, that they are clearly trying to get less head injuries in the game. And Jacob Wiedering, at the very least, they want to look at him. But because of the stage of the game that it's at, Wiedering says, no, I'm staying out here. And there is seemingly everybody is powerless to do anything about it. That feels like that is an obvious change that should change tomorrow. It doesn't need to wait until next year. Or
now, I'll stand corrected on this, but is there not an AFL doctor down on that AFL bench?
Well, they have some medical professionals down there.
Well, if you're spot on, if he's able to see what's happening on the other side, then there's an umpire.
Yep, the emergency umpire, like he does for
all he needs to do.
Richmond.
Well, it's what happened with North Melbourne, South Melbourne.
Yep.
But is that in the rules at the moment?
Well, that's the...
Or is Wiedering entitled to say, no, I feel fine, I'll come to the bench?
Well, there's no rule on it, is there?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, we're not aware of a rule. But mind you, having said that...
There's a duty of care that I think we all concede that it would probably be best for the individual and for the look of the game if he came to the bench. But as we saw last week with Angus Brayshaw and Braden Maynard, is it written in the rules that Wiedering has to come to the bench if the doctor says, I want you to come and get checked?
Well, that's the part that the AFL has the power to change today. That's where you can't have a look like that if we're offending him about it.
Now, if he has that test now, he could be ruled out next week.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll go through further testing at this stage. Carlton are into a prelim. They win by 2 points over the D's. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, it is so much fun in these Carlton rooms. Tom de Koning has been good enough to come over to join us. Tom, have you just played your best game of footy in one of the biggest games of footy in years?
Oh, 100%. It's probably my best win I've been a part of, and I just can't believe it, to be honest. I'm speechless.
But personally satisfying, before we talk about the team performance, you played an unbelievable game.
Oh, thank you. No, it was good. Obviously playing a little bit of a different role, playing a lot more forward, and was lucky enough to get on the end of a few through our good ball movement. So it was a good game.
What does it mean when that siren went and the crowd went bonkers?
Oh, it was ridiculous. It's the loudest game. I think there was 96,000, and to be able to win one of those games is just huge for our belief. And we knew we could do it, and to be able to finish like that was huge.
The final term was a roller coaster. Was there a moment there where you thought, it's slipping away?
To be honest, not really. I knew if we could get in front, our ice methods held up pretty well throughout the whole year, and it's even against them last time we played them. So, to be honest, once we got up, I was confident.
Is it sunk in? It's what these rooms like I know you're in the grand final rooms last year for your brother. It feels like that, doesn't it?
It does a little bit, yeah, actually. To be honest, I've got that fire burning inside of me since Sammy won it, and I'm really excited to be going to a prelim.
It's so exciting to have you for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Oh, Tommy, well done. What a win. What a game. And I second what Hodgie just said to you. You were superb tonight.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just the last moments. Can you take us into it? When you had to chase that ball just outside 50 and just scrap it forward anyway you could. What was going through the head at that stage?
Oh, mate, to be honest, I don't even know. Shez put on some really good pressure and the ball just popped out in front of me. So, it was off the back of our good pressure and our come forward. And, I don't know what Matty Kennedy was thinking, kicking that off the ground, but I thought there was a little bit more time there, so that worried me a little bit. But it was good to get it done.
Well, and your battle, along with Mark Pitnet as well, against Max Gawn, there were times where Gawney was influential, as he can be in games, but did you sense that together the two of you were starting to tire him out and get on top?
Yeah, I think so. I felt like every time I went in there, he was, as the game went on, he was struggling to get back as hard, and that was off the back of Pitto's aggressiveness in there, and he was playing angry, which was huge, and it really picked up the team.
Tommy, just add on to that, and well done. Well, before the game, was there a set plan to see if you can work Max Gawn over and take full toll of the second ruck, who by that stage everyone knew it was going to be McDonald? Did you do any special work there?
I think so. Like the last time we played him, I feel like we did a good job and we knew we could do it, and we got different strategies around sort of nullifying his game as much as we can, because we know he's such a threat on the long down the line play. So we tried to pull him out of a few of them, and as the game went on, he got to a few more, and it was just a matter of getting our job done, bringing it to front, and letting our smalls get to work.
Yeah, but what about when Tom McDonald was on? Was there a set play to get your best finals or best midfield in that position?
I think. To be honest, we trust anyone who goes through there, and Gawney changed up a little bit, so he'd come off early some quarters, and then I'd be matched up on him when he came back on. So it kind of chopped and changed a little bit. I feel like we had a different mix in there all the time, but we really had a good plan just to dominate in terms of our hit-outs once we got in against the second row.
And what about Michael Voss I'm talking about here? What about his messages? And I know sometimes players don't remember quarter time, half time, three-quarter time, but the game was 7 points first quarter. You were in front in the second. You were trailing in the third. Is there any one single message that was? I know the positivity was always from Michael, but is there something there, game style, that you needed?
To be honest, I just remember three-quarter time, and he just said, he doesn't care what happens as long as we play our brand of footy, and he trusted that we could get that done, and even win, lose or draw, we were happy to, if we came out of the game and played our way, we were happy, and that's what we did.
Right.
Just into the future, Tommy, do you just tell Sam Walsh he doesn't need to bother with pre-seasons or playing early on in the year? He's been unbelievable these 2 weeks of finals.
He has. He's really been stepping up, and it's really exciting to see, and he's not the only one, which is huge.
Tom, it's Matt Lynch upstairs. Obviously, the heartbreak last year in the final round of the home and away season. You mentioned executing the ice tactic was one of them. Everyone gets forward because Mitch McGovern was there, Blake Acres was there. It seems like you're rolling the dice and happy to try and take it there right at the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. Our role players are really getting it done. It's good to see Blake Acres, blokes like Matty Cottrell and Ollie Hollins when he came on at the end, really just getting their job done. We all know our roles, and to be able to execute in those dying minutes when it really matters is what we need.
Tom, the obvious sort of corny question, but the halfway mark of the year, round 13, house is on fire, you're 15th on the ladder, and since then you've lost one game and you're into the final four. What's changed? What was different from that point on?
I feel like we're just playing more as a team. Our pressure and our hunt, we're basing our game off that, and I feel like in the start of the year we weren't really doing that, but we had the foundations there, and it was just about putting it all together. So we've really nailed our brand that we want to bring, and to be able to get the wins and the close wins is really huge for our group.
Can you win it all?
That's the plan. We take it 1 week at a time, but we're going to a prelim. How good.
Keep writing a great story. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Tom DeConing with Tim Hodges in the winning Carlton room. So a 2-point win for the Blue Baggers. 11-7-73 to 9-17-71, and Melbourne will be kicking themselves again. Another wayward kicking display in a big-time final for the Demons. Just on the Blues at the 24-minute mark or 23-minute mark of the final term, the Blues trailed by 9 points. They end up kicking late goals through Motlop and Akers at the 33-minute mark, and with 56 seconds to go, they were in front. And they also got the last score of the game, which was a socket behind to Matt Kennedy, so Carlton by 2.
You've spoken about and also asked Tom DeConing about when it was going not so well throughout the season and said the house was on fire. I can't help but think of, and you and I know this guy very, very well, the importance of the CEO they appointed there and Brian Cook for that. Not so much for anything, he's no magical formula, but just the ability to steady and calm things down, and with some volatile board members like there is at every club, but certainly at Carlton, and there was the well-publicised blow-up and one leaving the board. Just the ability for the CEO not to overreact and say, okay, yeah, actually this isn't working, let's get rid of this and let's do this, and instead he stayed calm and would have encouraged the football department, hey, it's all right, forget about all that, you guys do your job, I'll handle that. The importance of having a really well-aligned football club can get you out of holes in the season. You can ignore that external noise and not react to it.
Wasn't there one board member retired and they've only lost one game since? Now, he was a very poor player, clearly. Can I just say something about Melbourne? When you look at Stephen May, he's played on the best forward in the league at the moment, and he's almost single-handedly kept them in the game. You know, it's easy to look at Melbourne and go, you know, they're no good, blah, blah, blah. And we know how good some of their players are. But Stephen May tonight, under enormous pressure, 52 to 53 inside 50s. I know it wasn't delivered that well by either side, but he was amazing tonight.
21 touches, 10 intercept possessions for him. If I was to give the votes, which I'm not, Walsh probably pips him for the 3, but May's getting the 2 off me.
It's a broader conversation. I'm sure you guys will chat about it on the lead tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern. But are they wasting a great era, Melbourne?
Yeah,
obviously, to win a premiership is amazing, but since then they've lost 4 finals.
No, they are at the moment a bit. When the drought is that long as what is, you probably go, who cares, we got that one. But they have got some special players. They've got the best ruckman in the comp. They've got the best fullback in the comp. They've got a midfield, and Christian Petrarca in particular, who are as elite as anyone in the comp.
Yeah, but what they don't have,
that's the trouble.
You can have the best soccer side in the world. If you don't have a striker, you'll go 0-0, and you might make the finals by the virtue of just 1-pointers. You've got to have scoring power. They have not had scoring power, or haven't had enough of scoring power. McDonald was very good premiership year, fallen off. Fritsch is very good outside, doesn't kick the 5s and 6 every week, and he's not big enough and strong enough to do that, and I'm not having a shot at him. They just do not have the strike power.
That'll be one for them to work on over the off-season. So Carlton versus Brisbane next Saturday. Rich in storylines, as it always is at this time of the year. Not in the least, Michael Voss goes back to Brisbane to lead a Carlton team. They met only once this year. It was in Melbourne. Lions won by 26 points at Docklands. That means the last time Carlton played at the Gabba was the game that Patrick Cripps ironed out Calamachi. He got suspended for it. It went to the tribunal. It was upheld. And then it went to the appeals board. Cripps got off. Ultimately won the Brownlow in the latter stages of season 2022 after being freed from that. And Archie missed a number of games due to concussion. So they'll do it all again for a place in the grand final next Saturday.
Just quickly on the Michael Voss stuff. I love it. Because I love it. Shows that one person has a go at coaching, puts themselves out there, has a crack at being the head coach. It does not work, and he made plenty of mistakes, and he's admitted all of them. He went away and did a long apprenticeship again and basically sucked it up and said, he's gone from being the man, the king, the Lion King, to someone who's just prepared to really do the hard work on his craft, gets his second shot at it, and is now taking a team to a prelim final. I love that. We don't have to throw coaches on the scrap heap just because it doesn't work one time.
Oh, I think that's fantastic, Lingy, because you get better.
Yep.
You get better every year because you'll learn more. And for every loss, it stings, but you come out of it going, I'm not going to make that mistake again, or I'm going to improve on that. You just keep getting... Each year, you've got to undertake a thing of going, I want to get better. Michael Voss, wonderful bloke, wonderful player, and you're spot on to see another player, another person have the opportunity, given the opportunity, and get it back up. I mean, let's face it, he could have been run out 10, 12 weeks ago, whatever it was.
Yep.
So he held his ground and he stayed true to what his words were.
It feels like form in final series is one thing, but they didn't look all that crush hot 2 weeks in a row. They win 2 finals by under a kick. Now they go to Brisbane. Lions have been sitting there. They're going to play one game in about 20-odd days, so they've had the long break. Haven't lost at the Gabba all year. They'll be a heavy favourite. Can the Baggers do it?
Of course they can.
No,
I'll be tipping Brisbane, Mick. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I don't really think in the wildest dreams they can win, honestly.
Wow. Gee,
Mick, you know what prelim finals are like, though?
Yeah,
that's when you play at your tightest, most nervous. You're so desperate to be there the next week.
Yeah, I know.
Prelims, anything can happen.
Yeah. I'm with you on all those things. I just don't think they've got the manpower for the run-in to play a Brisbane who can take you apart. And that ground is just tailor-made for that Brisbane. I don't know what fear they've got here, Brisbane, but they run the ball well. And the thing is I've liked about Brisbane is that Neil is not necessarily their best player in some of the wins. And that to me is a real edge, because all of a sudden Rayner's got to step up, Bailey steps up, McCluggey steps up, young Fletcher steps up.
That was the most impressive thing of their win last week, that Neil was well held and they destroyed Port Adelaide.
Yeah. You'll talk more about this on the lead tomorrow, but GWS and
Port Adelaide.
Port Adelaide
Well, I
tomorrow.
got this one
Who's
wrong.
winning?
I've gone for GWS. It's Sleeping Giant.
There we go. Straight sets, by the way. Bit of history. It is the 10th time that it's happened in history. 11th time that it's happened in history.
Really?
So, in fact, it's happened 6 times now since the pre-finals bye was introduced. So we've seen a number of teams go bang in recent history, and Melbourne become the latest of them. Port Adelaide trying to avoid that tomorrow. So the Giants
tells you a lot about that bye.
It does. And just to cheer everyone else up as they're walking out of this ground, Melbourne Storm had a win as well.
They did.
Fantastic.
The Storm got their 18-13 over the Roosters. Wow. Thanks to Clenchy. Thanks to Cameron Ling. They'll be on the lead tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern. Thanks to Mick Moldhouse. We'll hear from you soon. To Stu Birchmore, to Tim Hodges, to Ben Cameron, and to the cult figure Adam Jones. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Signing off. It's your night, Baggers fans. The Blues, for the first time in 23 years, are into the Final Four. Good night.
I just cried. She cried, Brandon. It's an honour.
Nation footy.
I really wanted to make a difference, I guess, in the Pacifica communities.
The biggest stories and most exciting Pacifica talent in the rugby league and rugby union worlds.